on media whatsoever, just blank stuff out. And just the beginning of YouTube and these things, I mean, they were making money from them. I think it was actually taken off YouTube, I think, because of some kind of copyright issue. One of the pieces of music it put the Crystal Pole, LSD, Underground, LSD, Silo piece that did something like 40 million views on YouTube. This is probably made for like $1,100 or something like that. You know, this is just, and then they were making so much of that type of stuff. Brand deals. They had good for one issue is that you have to pay people at some point. You know, people are willing to work that way when they're 21, but eventually you want a situation where you're actually being compensated for the work. So that was one of the big selling points, right? It works so cool, everyone needs to work for free. Right. Yeah, which is a dangerous road to go down, because even if people do want to do that, you can fall into a pattern of exploiting people and creating bad blood, which absolutely did happen. Vice and a lot. I mean, it's unusual to find somebody who isn't a vice either. Yeah, especially somebody who's worked there for a long time. Yeah, I would say it's like pretty much 100% of people. Thomas is one of them. Well, yeah. Well, but Thomas is been very close friend. Thomas is. Yeah, Thomas is lived together for years. Oh, really? I didn't know that. That's so funny. You should have him. I would love to. I talked to him on the phone once about doing this, and then I just he ghosted me after that. He's like, I'm not fucking fan. I'll text him. He's great. I mean, he's like a huge fan. He's a really but he was someone who I think worked really well in that environment. There was a certain type of person that maybe had a more impulsive style of creating things that responded very well to the lack of bureaucracy, which was unusual. Just the typical pattern that you have with journalism is you have tons of tons of people micromanaging everything that you do. I mean, I worked for National Geographic for a period, and I was shocked that this actually may be the norm. They expected me, when working on a documentary, to write an entire screenplay for the documentary that was then be approved by executives. And then my task as an interviewer wasn't to talk to people, but it was essentially to reverse engineer the scripted statements in question form. So, so that you could come as close to an entirely manufactured piece as possible while still calling it some kind of documentary work. And that's just stupid. That's the opposite of what the original idea of Vice was, right? Which was like going out to great places and turning the camera on and seeing what happens. Yeah. Seeing the insane shit that's happening in the world. Yeah. That's crazy. Expensive, it produced bad results as well. Yeah. So there were a lot of things about that model that I think were brilliant and at the time were copied by lots and lots of people. I mean, they were kind of some of the people to sort of professionalize YouTube documentary work. It is also before YouTube, but this kind of no budget, fully independent style that was coming from a media outlet. That was the idea, to create this typical professional production apparatus. You can just throw people out and make something. Right. And at what point, what was like the straw that put the camel's back in the Vice? Was it when they like sold out to Murdoch? Or like what was there like a specific point where you realized, and like Thomas realized, like it's time to jump ship? Or was it, I know there was a lot of layoffs and stuff like that, but like in your perspective, what was happening internally that caused that? There were a few things. I mean, one was overvaluation of Vice in general. So it was kind of coasting on this massive, what was it, like $1 billion valuation, something nuts that was definitely inflated. Not to say that it wasn't worth something. You had an increasingly resentful and tired workforce and an increasingly large number of enemies that had been cultivated by executives at the company. You also had in increasing desire from reliable media outlets to discredit them, which gives an incentive to write articles about how they're bad or irresponsible.
Yes.
You also had a very ill-advised transition from streaming online video to build their brand on to cable TV, which was a dying art.
In like 2016.
Yeah, at a time when this made really no sense. It's like, I think it kind of speaks to how ill-advised that decision was, that I could watch my own show because I don't have a TV. So
I remember listening to videos and interviews of Shane's out there. It was okay. If I did this, I'm sold.
it was one of these things where I sort of thought, okay, well, if this is what is going to bring resources in and allow me to make documentaries, whatever. But in the back of my head, I was always thinking this seems like a bad idea. And then on top of that, you had this sort of gradual erosion of their identity, which had begun probably because there were different eras, right? You have the kind of stab in the pants era, which is oriented entirely around ultra edgy humor. Vice is basically a humor magazine, a humor art fashion magazine. Totally different. And then it goes from that to a sort of transitional literary era that doesn't get talked about very much, where there's this brilliant guy named Jesse Pearson, who's the editor of the magazine. He's a sort of intellectual who wanted to use it to publish fiction and art, photography, things like that. And that was around the time that I started working there, and it was actually like a really cool era to be there. Then it goes from comedy Vice to literary Vice to news Vice. That's around the time that the HBO thing.
Is that when Spike Jones came along?
He came along. Well, he was always in the background, but he came along more during the Viceland pivot as someone who was like in the office every day. I don't really think he. Oh, that's sure. Played all that much of a role. Yeah, so then there's news, and that's around the time when they start to have some mainstream appeal, and everyone's like, well, this is real news network. And then they get hit hard by culture war propriety concerns, because the edginess that they built their brand on suddenly became deeply unfashionable and dangerous reputationally. So they have to pivot to some kind of like social concern. There was actually like a journalist, Michael Moynihan, who wrote the great piece and did an interview with Rabbi about this kind of pivotal moment where young employees at Vice decided that the whole covers of the magazine were too offensive to be displayed, and so they all had to be moved out of the lobby into the private office of Sarouche, who was one of the founders.
Yeah,
right. And I was there while this was happening. I remember it. I remember seeing it and thinking that it was unsettling, but also just ignoring it. But he was, I think, correct to point out that this was indicative of laws within the company, where you have the employees saying this entire company is so offensive that we can't look at what it has created. And they started making increasingly bad stuff. After I left, it became kind of like one of the most premier sources of anti-psychedelic journalism. Yeah. Again, anti-psychedelic shrouded in sort of social justice type concerns. We were talking about like the scientific implementation of drug scares in the 90s that shifted in the 21st century to a more holistic organization. So now, if you want to scare people away from using MDMA, you don't say, hey, it's a you say, hey, this is a tool of capitalist oligarchs who are trying to commodify your spirit and make you a more efficient worker while funding the genocide of Gaza, right? And creating super soldiers. And this is a tool of the imperialist American war machine, right? And so this is the new, and people say, oh, or until they die, and you don't want to kind of wipe that rat. That's what you'd say in the 80s or 90s. Now it's like, so you want to participate in the exploitation of Latin American workers who are being enslaved by the cartel, and you want to get high off of this blood money, this product. But of course, all this is a part of prohibition, and this whole idea. This is one of the issues with moralism and with scientism, is that they can both obscure the real issues. Right? It's not to say that there aren't actual moral concerns with certain types of drug consumption, but moralism has been weaponized very effectively by commercial interests and by government interests. Right? You can see this now with the White House Twitter page. Right? And they do that like weird cartoon of the crying woman, and it's like very. You see this?
I haven't seen this.
It's like kind of. It's like this. There's like an ice on their Twitter. The White House Twitter. The White House Twitter page has an image of like an ice person arresting a crying Mexican woman, and it's like a very superficially inhumane, creepy image. You look at it, it's kind of all like arresting a crying woman, right? What's going on here? But then it's like it's a fentanyl dealer, and then you say, oh wow, it's fentanyl. It's a fentanyl. It's a fentanyl. Okay, yes. And again, the point here, I'm not saying it's fentanyl. It's always good, but by using the word fentanyl, suddenly you can completely change the interpretation of an image that would immediately be recognized as sort of unsettling and inhumane. And these things are weaponized very, very effectively. It's important to recognize them and see how they have become tools, right? I did this thing for my podcast where I covered a trial in DEA headquarters, which was oriented around prohibiting two obscure psychedelics, so obscure that they, for one of them, were not able to provide any peer-reviewed scientific evidence that a human being ever consumed it, right? So we're talking insanely fucking obscure.
What was this?
This was recently. This was like maybe 4 or 5 months ago. I covered the entire trial. So it was a 2-week trial, and it was like a group of scientists who were petitioning the DEA not to prohibit this extremely obscure scientific research chemical called DOI. And what I saw going to DEA headquarters every day for this hearing was up close and personal the entire propaganda mechanism at play. That you walk through this lobby, and it's like faces of faces, and really, it's all these photos, and I was looking through them and thinking, this is interesting. Faces of fentanyl, and I'm looking, and it's like really, really old people. So it'll be like Janice taking my face at age 87. So that it's a story of Janice. There's no Janice overdose. But there's no context. And I looked at the website and realized that it's like you could just submit random shit. There's no verification of anything. These are just things that have been submitted. And there was even someone, a mother whose son was used in this campaign without her understanding. So it's like right off the bat, you pick with a liberal wall of propaganda that is all oriented. They have a golden fentanyl chandelier in the office. This is the hallway. Yeah, that's it. Whoa, look at that. What's the very left, very bottom left? Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what forever. Forever 2, forever 88. Anyway, as you can see, this is just very. I'm not saying people don't die from fentanyl. Obviously they do, but this is also without question propaganda that is neglecting to recognize the real reason that people are dying of fentanyl overdoses, which is prohibition and lack of regulation of the drug market, where people are driven to use completely unregulated, uncontrolled black market substances that might be contaminated with fentanyl. And with fentanyl, it's actually like amazing that this is their chosen propaganda tool, because it's the worst possible example. This is a drug that most people don't even want to do. Right? They've surveyed people and said, do you want to use fentanyl? The majority of people don't want to use fentanyl. So how lucky for the government. You have a substance that people don't even want to do, and yet this is a problem. Well, then you have to ask yourself, how did we develop a problem with people using a drug that they don't want to use? Right. And the answer is prohibition created this. It's their fault that this has happened. Like, if people had access access to, I mean, freedom actually represents one example of like, you know, the
Taik market, right?
great,
Yeah,
yeah,
you can't buy on Amazon.
yeah. I mean, conceivably you could, but maybe Bezos doesn't want to dip into it. But yeah, it's
You can buy it.
yeah, yeah, and I think that while there are problems associated with it, I do think that having a semi-regulated supply of an opioid relative to just totally untested, totally unregulated routes represents a step in the right direction where people will still get into trouble, but you'll have a much smaller number of overdose deaths. I mean, the bigger issue, of course, is that I alluded to this earlier. It's that maybe a controversial statement to say that drugs aren't the cause of drug problems, but when you look at 2021, the record number of drug overdose deaths, you know, it seems you have more people dying from drug overdose deaths than ever before. If that was the height of the pandemic, right? Yeah, and that's I would say that's probably not a coincidence. We're going to blame the Sackler family for that. I think that we had a very clear indication. Everyone knew that opioids were addictive. There were endless news stories about it, and so if you're going to say, oh, that the Sacklers pulled the wool over everybody's eyes, and nobody knew that opioids were addictive by 2021, that's not a valid argument. No, everybody knew, and yet you have record awareness and record overdoses. So what's different? The difference is there's a fucking pandemic, and everyone's miserable, unemployed, isolated, atomized, and sitting in front of a computer feeling lonely and sad, and they're psychologically ultra susceptible to developing drug problems.
Wow. Yeah, that's wild, man. That's an interesting way of putting it.
I mean, just one quick story that actually involves Thomas. I don't think you might be telling the story. I think it's like, so Thomas and I lived together, and Thomas's father died from cancer, and he was in a very typical scenario that people are in at that point. Died of cancer disease when he was prescribed morphine for the cancer pain, and I remember him coming back to the apartment that we were living in. He had this big bottle full of these blue 5 milligram morphine sulfate tablets. It was just like completely full. He put it on the counter and he said, help yourself. You know, you can have as many as you want. And I took one. I thought it was okay. He was really constipated, really into it. And that was it. That was the end of my experimentation with morphine sulfate. Thomas, on the other hand, became addicted to morphine. So we have two people living in the exact same apartment, right, with the exact same access to the exact same drug. Yet one of them becomes dependent and the other one doesn't. Why is that? Right. If it were just the drug, wouldn't we both have become equally dependent on the morphine? We both had access to the same bottle. But it wasn't just the drug. Thomas was going through a lot of emotional pain as a result of losing his father. I was in a relatively emotionally stable situation and was less susceptible to addiction for that reason. So if you deny all these psychological, environmental, social aspects of addiction, fundamentally misrepresenting the problem never help anyone.
And everyone's different in regards to like their chemical makeup too, right? Like depending on like emotions or what their lifestyle is, like what like these bags of hormones, different chemicals that are constantly fluctuating. Like we're never in a solid state.
Oh, absolutely. Right.
So like drugs are going to interact with everybody differently.
Right. So like I experienced extreme severe hangovers. Like I could have 3 drinks and the next day I would be just off. The next day would be useless. I wouldn't be like vomiting and have like a splitting headache, but just feel like shit. Other people can have 5 drinks of lunch and it's nothing. So they're fundamentally responding to this in a different way as a result of likely genetic metabolic differences between us. So the punishing effect of the alcohol hangover just doesn't apply to them, especially those same people are going to be more susceptible to alcoholism. Yeah. So there's a lot of factors.
I always found it so interesting how people that I know, I have friends that can function and live their lives and are ultra successful in their lives. That can go day to day doing like hard drugs. It's like I'm talking about like Ambien, cocaine, yeah, you fucking get coca. First week, I'm super like lightweight. I'm a pussy when it comes to drugs. But like I have friends like that can just function off this stuff and do it every single day. And I'm not talking just Ambien. I'm talking going from Ambien to Adderall to cocaine to Vicodins and muscle relaxers, like all the course of the day. And they're like arguably, they're more with it than I am.
Oh yeah. Well, you become tolerant as well. Right. That's the other thing. But yeah, I mean, the way you describe it, you make it sound crazy.
Yeah, to me it's crazy.
Yeah, but people drink cocaine in a lot of South America, consume cocaine every day. It's not a big deal. It kind of depends on the culture, how you're doing it, what the dose is, and you try to take 80 milligrams of alcohol a day. It's fucking nuts. But for those people, it's just normal. In the same way that nicotine very rapidly becomes just normal. Now, if I would take that Zin that's staring at me intensely from over there, it would be wild. It would be
really.
Oh yeah, it would be one ride that I would go constantly. And because I have no tolerance, I stopped using nicotine. For now, I may be back. Start up, but it's been a little while, and I'm going to see how far I can go with this. And it's been fine. You can live without it. Even if you notice any sort of crash or any sort of withdrawal, a little bit, yeah. But that's useful as well. Yeah, is to actually analyze what it is that you feel that you're missing, what it is that it was doing for you. Because it's not always entirely intuitive. I mean, I felt that way with cannabis. I don't think I would have really known, but for me, I think for a lot of people, I would use it just to reduce my annoyance or anger. That became the kind of thing that's annoying, going smoke some weed, chill out. But then again, it's sort of like taking Ambien to go to sleep. A typical life involves numerous occasions where you feel annoyance. Then you go to the healthy way of ending with annoying situations. You're just going to be all bent out. Sure.
Yeah. But what I was like when I was explaining to my buddies that I know that use Ambien to go to sleep and Adderall to wake up every day, I was like, it feels like to me it's part of the candle that it can't be a healthy way to exist. But somehow these people manage to not only exist but thrive.
Yeah.
I don't know, that's just to me. It's kind of unfathomable.
You can do it. It's whether or not it's good just depends on so many factors. I would say all else equal, it's probably better not to. But again, you do have people that struggle horribly with insomnia. Maybe if you just take 5 milligrams of Zolfet before bed, it's better. Or it just kind of depends. For me, is I travel a lot, and when I'm traveling, I'm always working, and so it never feels like, oh, I'm just going to tough it out and not sleep before a strictly scheduled chemistry project where every day matters. Like, it just feels too, again, like this is my organization, at least I should say this. It's like I'm about to go on a big chemistry voyage. It's like, instead of believe some high octane gas in your body before you do that. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, one of my brothers in particular that uses Ambien a lot, he'll explain to me sometimes how he has security cameras all over his house. So he'll fight the urge to go to sleep after he takes the Ambien, and he'll go into one of the rooms in his house where he has a monitor that shows all his cameras, and so he'll be staring at his driveway camera, and he'll see a unicorn walk across the driveway, and he hallucinates on it. Yeah, that can happen. It doesn't tend to. I had a little bit of that when I first used it. Once you become a little bit tolerant to it, the dominant effect is sort of electrolysis and delirium. So that's a kind of Frozen bar type situation where you're tweeting some crazy shit that you don't remember. That's the real. It's not so much for most people that they start seeing unicorns. It's more like your entire sense of social, professional caution goes out the window because you're just totally disappointed. You have these examples of people masturbating on planes or things like that, and it's like they're often on shit like Amazon. Yeah, and I could imagine it. I could imagine how, on one hand, you could see someone being a sex criminal using it as an excuse. On the other hand, I could crazy inhibiting. It really does whack you out.
What was the story with Tiger Woods taking it? There was like he used it as like a sexual enhancement or something.
Right, yeah. His mistresses said that he had really crazy ambient sex. That's a direct verbatim quote.
Oh my god. How do you chemically and pharmacologically explain that?
It's basically it's binding to the same site on GABA receptors as benzodiazepine, with maybe a little bit more selectivity, so it's not different from Xanax or Klonopin. The main difference in Ambien is that it is metabolized very, very, very quickly. Mm-hmm. So if you take some of the Valium before you go to sleep, you'll still be under the influence of it when you wake up in the morning. Whereas Ambien and related Z drugs are then chemically engineered in such a way that they're very rapidly metabolized. So with the intention, the idea being that you won't have a morning grogginess because 2 hours after taking it, it's already largely been excreted or metabolized by a transformer. Hopefully not excreted. Right. Yeah.
Going back to the fentanyl thing,
yeah.
There was tons of stories a couple of years ago. I forget where I saw this piece, but I read this really long essay on this fentanyl epidemic that we're seeing people dying from doing coke that's accidentally laced with fentanyl. And there was this theory that people had that somehow China was shipping fentanyl and teaching these chemists in Mexico and South American countries to use fentanyl to make their mix it into their cocaine to somehow kill Americans. And then this person did this really long piece that laid out the case where he said that he went and tried cocaine in various cities throughout the United States, right? Like he went to some high-level dealers that sold cocaine to like rich people and well-off white-collar folks, and then he went to like some inner cities and bought cocaine from like street dealers. And he also, I think, tested it. And what he found was that the cocaine that was laced with fentanyl was sold by people who were also selling heroin, because I guess you mix heroin with fentanyl. So his theory on this was that these really low-level dealers are selling heroin, fentanyl, all this other stuff. But the people that are selling coke to rich people, they're not selling heroin. So the low-level people are mixing the coke and the heroin on the same table and just actually getting a little bit of fentanyl into that cocaine by accident. And that would potentially describe those fentanyl overdoses for people doing coke.
Yeah, that would seem like the simplest explanation to me. There's just some cross-contamination occurring. Yeah. It's possible that there's some intentional adulteration. The idea of doing something like that has existed for a long time. There's even a cigarette brand that had opium in it at one point. But after that, then there was a tobacco industry internal letter that was released to the public that was kind of interesting, where they used, I can't remember what tobacco company it was, but they were talking about the concern that competitors would put this drug into morphine into cigarettes. They weren't suggesting themselves. It was what was the drug? Morphine. Yeah. Which is like a so-called mentally compound. These are ultra potent opioids that are sort of chemically related to morphine. At that time, it was very fentanyl, chemically related to fentanyl, but similar in its potency. So the idea was the same. What if somebody put essentially microdose of a high potency opioid into cigarettes in order to make them even more addicted? So so common, it's talked about all the time, but you have to be very careful with, and it does occur, but I want to really have a better sense of how prevalent this is. It's the sort of thing that people talk about and report on, which is sort of sensational and frightening, but is this really a widespread issue? But I'm not entirely convinced.
Yeah, I heard also in 1977, scientists at EAT Industries PLC explored adding a highly this is what we're talking about.
Yeah, I've read the precedent document.
Oh, really? Yeah. I saw a story, I forget where I saw it. It might have been from Luis Chaparro was telling me that there was a story basically of a cartel, like the head of one of the cartels in Mexico, like hung somebody from a street sign and put a message on there, like warning people of mixing their coke with fentanyl, saying this is what happens if you guys will mix fentanyl with the cocaine, like you're gonna hang because it's not good for business.
It probably isn't good for business.
Right, that's what I've had. You know, you're selling coke to people, you don't want them to be dying, not buying it. So you might coke.
Right. But the other thing is, you get into this weird cycle where a drug like fentanyl is associated with fatal overdoses. It's pretty much the only thing people ever say about fentanyl is that it's killing people. And so when somebody dies of a drug overdose, everybody thinks that's fentanyl. Fentanyl is a drug that kills people. So you get this self-reinforcing cycle. And I've seen this happen personally on a number of occasions where if somebody dies of a drug overdose, everyone says it's fentanyl, and then the toxicology comes back and it's heroin. So people still die of drug overdoses, and it's important again that I think people often misinterpret what I'm saying. They say, oh, he's like a fentanyl apologist who says nobody dies of fentanyl. They absolutely do. Yeah. But the point is, if you decide that every drug problem is a product of fentanyl, then you will misconstrue the problem and you may fail to recognize that while the problems with fentanyl are real, it's also become a major propaganda tool.
I was reading this crazy story, and I forget what magazine it was, but it was a story basically about how one of the head guys at the Rolling Stones was talking about how back in the day they used to get this pharmaceutical grade cocaine from Merck, and he said they would just use it all the time, and like they would have like lines of it chalked up behind the speakers and amplifiers during live shows, and it was incredible because there was no withdrawal afterwards. There was no like, never came down. It was just like you could do this coke all day long, all the time. You know, feel yourself through these 8-hour shows, and no downside, absolutely zero downside. And they somehow got like those from this like pharmaceutical grade cocaine that apparently came from the Nazis.
But I think this also speaks to the way that people project associations onto drugs that can change the nature of the drug experience. So maybe that's the case. That this is sure, but also you could imagine having a bottle of pharmaceutical cocaine and being impressed by it, thinking, "Oh, this is the real stuff. This is very good." And then because of this association with purity and goodness, that you don't have to come down to it's all feel dirty, right? This is pharmaceutical, right? So people all the time to alcohol for those people say, "Oh, that's like of course you get a hangover, terrible alcohol. This is real. This is nice stuff." What gives you a hangover from alcohol is alcohol. So you know, and I'm not saying that there could be some, you know, minor contribution from the sugar or whatever, but if it were the sugar, then anyone who would eat a piece of candy would have a hangover the next day, which is not typically the case. So yeah, it's the alcohol that is responsible, but people will buy into these ideas about how a really high impurity alcohol is not going to produce a hangover or whatever. So it's the same. And people do this all the time.
They're basically placebo, right?
Yeah. The interesting thing about placebo or expectation is that these factors exist even in the presence of an active substance. So people always talk about placebo as if those factors only exist when somebody is sugar pill, which is pharmacologically inactive. The same expectation effects apply in the presence of a pharmacologically active substance, which can make it very difficult to interpret clinical trial results. This is why anytime you're interpreting the human mind that way, there's so many complicating factors that have to be taken into consideration. So is it possible that the pharmaceutical cocaine was vastly superior to whatever street cocaine we were getting at that time, or maybe it was methamphetamine? It's possible. Or it's possible that the idea of a hyper-pure pharmaceutical product allowed them to experience it differently.
Yeah, how much of an effect do you think that has on psychedelics? Huge, really huge. Yeah. Because I noticed that I think one of the most illuminating things about your trip to Haiti when you documented that tribe and the voodoo, I think it was the voodoo ritual society in Haiti, that they were obsessed with this, and this goes back to that rainbow serpent thing, where they had this cuttlefish venom that is like 160,000 times more potent than a certain alkaloid that has, let's say, cocaine or something like that, and it paralyzes your whole body. Sometimes it's fatal, a lot of times it's fatal. But like these people, they have this spiritual, religious belief, right, in voodoo, that these things happen and that they create zombies or whatever. So that has a huge, like, that dictates how they react to these drugs, because their culture goes back, who knows how far it goes back, but they really believe in this stuff, and they believe they have extreme expectations to how or what's going to happen once they take these drugs or engage in these rituals.
Right. And so the hypothesis that the longest way Davis had was, just for those that aren't familiar, that using a combination of this pufferfish toxin, TTX, and scopolamine, you could effectively convince somebody that they had died and then revived as a zombie. And people outside of Haiti were very skeptical of this claim, because it wouldn't work on you, it wouldn't work on me. Right? Why are we supposed to expect that it's going to work on them? And Wade Davis's counter argument is that the effect of the drug is not just pure pharmacology, it's dependent on the cultural matrix in which the drug is consumed. And if you administer this drug in a culture where people believe in zombies and believe in resuscitation, believe in all these things, that you can't induce this effect. And I think it's inadequately studied. There really isn't a lot of corroborating evidence. It hasn't been tested.
Yeah, things like that.
You'd have to go back and spend more time with voodoo practitioners and take more samples and really critically evaluate it. But I think that it's inadequately documented to say with certainty that this was a widespread phenomenon. I think that fundamentally, Ray Davis's hypothesis is plausible. I wouldn't go as far as to say what's his hypothesis. That zombification is a ritual in Haiti that involves the administration of pufferfish that contains toxin TTX that causes a death-like paralysis. The victim is buried alive and thinks that they have died. They are then exhumed and given scopolamine, where they are kept in a sort of pharmacologically zombified state and enslaved by the voodoo sorcerer who folklore. So this was the idea. And it's pretty outlandish, but it's plausible. I mean, again,
Before it has control of them after they become a zombie.
right? It's like a theatrical way of convincing somebody that they are a slave. And again, so that's crazy. I mean, there's cults and religion all around the world that do things that are not that different. Right. So if you create a system of belief that allows somebody to think that this is real, this is what needs to be done, we'll do all kinds of weird stuff. So I do think that what he was proposing is a possibility. How widespread it is, that's another question. But it was a one-off thing. Maybe it never happened, but I think that fundamentally what he was describing was possible.
Yes. It seems like there a study that was done, I think it was with John Hopkins, where they were trying to give psychedelics to different religious groups or people, like leaders of different religions, and seeing how the psychedelic affected them, or like what their experience was based on their religious worldview.
Yeah.
This was the famous study that was never released that Travis Kitchens wrote about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have. Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, he fucking knows.
He's did you talk about Jesus recently?
Yes, this was very much ago.
Oh, did he talk about this stuff?
What's that? The symposium stuff?
Because he was one of the,
He talked about it. I mean, we talked about everything. There was nothing that I don't think he held back on it.
what's this again? Well, he didn't talk about it, but
I'm sure he did. Like most of
well, there was an activist group. This comes back to what I was saying at the beginning about people being very careful about how they're being manipulated by journalists and these drug issues. Yeah. So there was this activist group that Travis Kitchens was at, anti-drug activist group, and they had people who were, I think, like entirely cynical in their orientation, and people like Travis Kitchens who were not cynical in their orientation, but were looking for a place, an outlet for a critique of maybe capitalism or profit motivations in psychedelic research, something like that. You know, I'm not suggesting there's no valid criticisms of psychedelic research or anything that there absolutely are.
Yeah.
The issue is that a lot of the people who are engaged with critical psychedelic thought are fucking nuts and are like ultimately insecure in their orientation, and so they kind of contaminate the entire movement, right? It's like in the same way that there's like valid objections to almost everything, but it's like there's valid objections to smoking weed. Yeah. But if somebody's like life is oriented around being anti-weed, chances are there's something kind of weird about the reason in there. Is I think similar to what happened with psychedelics. So there was this group, and they sort of terrorized the psychedelic community, stalking people, essentially. Anytime I gave a talk, one of them would either be there online or in person to harass me for years. And I was always thinking, like, damn, these psychedelic conferences are very expensive. The tickets cost like hundreds of dollars often. And I think, I can't afford to go to these things, and I need to go to them. So how are these people going to these conferences just to harass me? Like, what is going on? Like, wouldn't it be interesting in being paid by someone? And this was something that an idea that I've been toying with for a while. It's a very paranoid idea that I felt comfortable talking about publicly because it's just a bad road to go down. The so I paid the you just don't want to be that bad. So, but I had a number of these things happen that were very, actually a lot of things happen. Like another example would be I was giving a talk at this New York City psychedelic conference. Had nothing to do, I was working at this lab in Philadelphia that was receiving funding, research funding for a pharmaceutical company to develop new psychedelic drugs. So the talk had nothing to do with that. It was actually just about how different psychedelic drugs are made. And afterwards, this woman that speaks very Chinese, paired safety. And she said, I want you to answer before this audience whether you think your pharmaceutical company's polymorphine is truly a novel invention, and if not, what are you giving back to the indigenous people of the world? And like the audience erupts into applause. And I was thinking like, oh wow. Oh, I mean, this is just nonsense. The work that I had nothing to do with indigenous people or indigenous knowledge, and this patent that she's referring to had nothing to do with any of the work that I was doing. So I was thinking, and the stage lights were in my eyes, and I couldn't see who the person was, but I was thinking, we crazy if she were an employee of a competing pharmaceutical company and they were just weaponizing their employees using moralism to try to interfere with competitive drug development. Wow. But it's like, this is the sort of thing you don't want to say this out loud, right? And so I kind of made peace with this. I was like, it would be crazy, but you will never know. You will never know, and it's better to just assume that isn't the case. It's so crazy to even think that thought. But then I found dissertation PhD thesis written by the woman who asked this question, who has a transcription of her asking the question and acknowledging that she was the one who did this, and she was the employee of the opposing pharmaceutical way. So, yes, actually. Yes, and thanks to the CEO of the company, the beginning of her PhD dissertation. Yeah, so this was really crazy. This is one of these, like, holy shit, it's real. Like, it's real. It's actually real. And this is the sort of thing that's going on. So this company, Usona, was very, very good about employing people who harass business opposition using moralism as their technique. They branched their pharmaceutical company into a for-profit Serbia, and then they have all these knockoff arms that are oriented toward supposedly preventing the approval of bad patents that just happen to be patents of all their pharmaceutical competitors. Right? It's really actually kind of amazing. And so they promote the work of any journalist who is writing anything negative about competitors. And it turned out that one of the executives at USONA had paid one of the members of this group, the Travis Kitchens, was a member of, to again also harass their opposition. It's pretty wild. Yeah. And the same person, I don't know if you call him Michael Pollan, but the same person who's Michael Pollan's major influence on psychedelic reporting, and that bias is very much evident in Michael Pollan stuff as well. So there's some wild, there's some really wild stuff going on, and this is like a real example of this sort of thing happening.
That's an example of the YouTube comments becoming true. Because if you read YouTube comments of a lot of podcasts, people always speculate that this person's an op looking for this person. Like, that's like the number one foundational conspiracy.
Right.
I feel like that exists in comments of people that say anything intelligent, anything interesting. Like they always say, oh, okay, this person's working for this person, they're a paid informant for this company or this country or whatever.
Yeah, which is funny that people do that to me. And it's funny because as an impulse, it's not necessarily a bad thing to do. The issue is that they don't often get it wrong. So this USONA thing is a very extreme example, and it's now 100% confirmed that this occurred, and not a single journalist has ever publicly discussed this. The only narrative that's ever been publicly promoted is then USONA's narrative, which they promote through association with the grants that are given to journalists to report on psychedelics. Right? There's actually like, and again, the way that I'm describing some of these assumptions do not suggest that it's like purely calculated. I do think that there's a complexity in all of this. It's a little bit harder. There's a bit of self-deception at play. Maybe they really believe what they're saying, or whatever. But this is one of the reasons that MBA was unapproved, was this group that was in part funded by an executive at USONA, but also funded, actually two executives at USONA, but also funded by a major anti-psychedelic organization called the Solid Family Foundation. So they fund like most of the anti-psychedelic people at the moment.
Yeah, Travis, tell me about that.
Yeah, it's a very interesting story, actually. This is just fascinating. It's kind of sad when journalists have covered it. There's a lot of people even get to the point where they get sued. I fight diphobia. It's like you have to be the people that how can they sue to just to talk to people talking about it for like they're saying they're being famous. Yeah, I mean, legally allowed that. Yeah, and this. So, and this is all to say, I saw all this play out, and it was one of the most shocking things I've ever seen. It was mind-blowing. And you can see this stuff on YouTube, right? So if you go to the YouTube MDMA Advisory Committee hearing, you can see some of these people who are being paid by the Solid Family Foundation to run an anti-MDMA campaign, lying to the FDA and getting them including the main person, this is Michelle Devenant, who was sort of the head of an anti-MDMA campaign, and she just was firing off bullshit at a rate so fast that no one could even contend. She said that the maps the company that was developing MDMA just used a therapy cult. She was saying that one of the therapists had pinned down the patient over the patient's screen, get your fucking hands off of me. This was like a completely decontextualized snippet of a account of a ketamine therapy session that had nothing to do with maps. That was not at all what she described. It was like the patient
Why? Like, is it some sort of like personal moral thing that they truly believe, or is it something is having money?
But money is I think it transcends money, but money is a big part of it. Money, I think,
Because they can't sell it, because they wouldn't be able to make their own product and commercialize it themselves.
no, but look at this. There's different. This is kind of a bag, a can of worms, and I could like try to breeze through it. It's a lot of names people don't know, but the basic is that there's two different groups that were primarily responsible. It's the Sarda Foundation, and the story there is really convoluted and bizarre. It was that this millionaire Holocaust survivor had given MDMA by a MAPS employee and had this cathartic emotional release for the trauma that he experienced during the Holocaust, and he decided he wanted to leave a portion of his fortune to MAPS. And this enraged his estranged daughter, who stood to inherit that money, and also felt hurt that her father had this sort of emotional connection with this other woman. I don't think there was any evidence he was sexual. And so she then, and then her father also is very old, and in the midst of this controversy, develops Alzheimer's disease. He's effectively taken out of the conversation. So now it's an issue of was this elder abuse and this sort of animal Smith expert, or was this somebody who has healing experience and due to weird kind of conflict in his family is turned into a problem, right? Anyway, whatever the case may be, and I of course lean toward the more likely scenario being he actually had a cathartic emotional release from using MDMA, and that he genuinely considered this experience valuable, and he was not being manipulated. Although I was there, whatever the case may be, his foundation then began to fund anti-psychedelic recordings, and so that was
Very
yeah, very very odd. The other one is a bit more familiar, which is the USONA is developing psilocybin, and so they can position themselves as morally superior to their competitors by funding the position of sicking their employees or the people that they're paying onto anybody that is potentially critical of them, then it's good for your business. That's simple. That's the whole story.
yeah, it's just like this crazy sort of political corporation shadow war that's going on in like the media, doing whatever they can to prop themselves up.
Yeah, and I really feel bad for development people that are stuck in the middle of this because it's really hard. Because I know that many of my people have gotten caught up in it. Like there's an interesting story in the New York Times where they're kind of covering some of these things, and you can tell that the journalist who I've spoken with just bought the story. Right? There's like this, they're photographing one of the representatives of the pharmaceutical company who never mentioned that he's an employee or an executive at the pharmaceutical company. It's pretty weird. How did that happen? I guess they didn't ask or whatever. And they're very good at creating these fake things that they've done to help people. It sounds good until you really think about it. Like say, oh, one we've done this amazing work. We actually were able to shoot down a patent for Viagra and MDMA as a combination therapy. And you think, wow, and you think like, oh, thank you so much.
What's wrong with Viagra? It's not like space drug.
Okay, so you get it. I mean, they're saying, oh, it's not sufficiently novel invention, therefore it shouldn't be patentable. But it's like, we wouldn't even achieve the this is not a thing that exists. You just prevent someone from developing this as a medicine, which is the health drugs anyway. Because if you frame it the right way, credulous journalists will say, like, oh, good work, sir, your advocacy. Sure. Anyway, this is a whole crazy thing because the story, and it's been disheartening to me to see how hard it has been for the journalists to even try to draw attention to any of this. Really, like two journalists, Rachel Muir and John Semler, who worked very hard to do this, but the majority of journalists have just uncritically repeated the narrative as it has been presented to the public by many of the people who are responsible for creating this mess to begin with. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the main things that Travis was explaining to me when he was on here was he was explaining how there are all these different groups that are trying to use psychedelics to their advantage, and the one that he was pointing out was the Catholic Church, and how there's certain people that want to sort of use psychedelics to revive Christianity or revive the church, and to give these church fathers the power to give the churchgoers psychedelics because it would be able to make people more enthusiastic about God or about religion, which in their estimation would be good for the country. It would make people more in line with one's spiritual belief. But like what Travis was pointing out is how fucking dangerous that is when you give these people who are believed to be the connection to God the power of giving these people psychedelics, where they're probably already, these people are probably, already vulnerable, and now you're giving them psychedelics, and you have a direct connection to God, and you can tell them whatever you want. Like, that seems like a very dangerous, slippery idea. And I think one of the people that he talks about is Brian Mararescu in the Immortality Keep-Up. And Travis interviewed Amon Millman and Carl Ruck, who were both sources for that Immortality Keep-Up that Brian Mararescu did.
Yeah.
And allegedly, Brian didn't tell either of them his ultimate aim of that book, which, according to Travis, was that it would be a great idea to infuse psychedelics in the church.
Yeah.
And then Carl was very upset about this. From what I hear, I haven't talked to him or Brian about this. This is just what I'm learning from Travis and from Amon, is that he wasn't happy about that. And there's also pictures of Brian that was in Travis's article giving the Pope a copy of his book.
Yes. Yeah. I read and really enjoyed Travis's article, and I hung out with Brian and liked him as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he's a very nice guy.
yeah, so I'm sort of sympathetic to both sides of that. I would say maybe there's a less nefarious implementation of psychedelics in the church. Maybe it could revitalize Christianity in a way that wouldn't necessarily be bad. It's obviously not my thing.
Right.
I have complicated feelings about religion because, I'm a pretty, I think socially a lot of harms have come from religious thought, and generally it's not really my vibe. But at the same time, I do think our culture is atomized and lacking any kind of fine goal, and having a sort of culture system that's a value system that people can connect with one another through can be beneficial. I think about my grandmothers or things like that, and how socially beneficial religion was for them in their old age, and it provides a community that's really missing in people's lives. So there's good things. There's also countless examples of exactly this sort of problem that Travis is describing existing, where psychedelics are used as tools of manipulation. I'm actually pretty close friends with a guy who's in a psychedelic cult, and it really fucked him up. And it fucked him up in complicated ways. Like, it's not really the story that you typically hear about things like this, where, and some of it I think is so sensitive, like he's never even fully told me, so I have to sort of psychedelics. So right off the bat, you have this thing. Everyone's enjoying this thing. It's transformative, transcendent, amazing, interesting. So that part is good. That part is connection. But then the leader of the group is also espousing other values that is superficially seem good because the psychedelic stuff is good. So he's saying, oh, it's bad to eat meat or whatever. Okay, fair enough. Bad to eat meat. Okay, psychedelics are good. Eating meat is bad. It's bad to be hungry. Okay, also fair enough. Not eating hungry. That's good. And on top of that, you have to believe in God. And Christian Bible, maybe, and also being against that because not it's not what the Lord wants. So then you start to see how this kind of like, and I suspect this person was gay, and I think that the homophobic orientation of this particular group may have broken him out, may have really had a detrimental effect on him psychologically. Because and the same thing can happen without psychedelics, right? That can happen to people just with normal Christianity. Yeah. But I think that this exacerbated it, and there was even more to it that I should go into. But there was more to it that it taught me a lot of the complexities associated with these things, and that's just part of the difficulty of religion. Like I don't know that it's necessarily a bad thing. In fact, I think it could be good, but these things are complicated.
Yeah. Ahmed Hillman, how did you discover him?
I've been familiar with him for a while. Really, he wrote this book, The Chemical Muse.
Yeah.
It's quite a while ago, actually. So I read The Chemical Muse, and I felt that most of the ideas that were being articulated in that book were totally believable, not particularly controversial. This idea of those ancient Greek use of psychoactive substances of one kind or another seemed totally plausible to me. Why wouldn't there be?
Right. I love the way he articulated how the ancient medicine and the ancient drugs, which is like the gaming literature, it's like 10% of all literature on antiquity, which is crazy, but it's medical like literature. He explained that stuff as a guide rope that leads you through the dark cave of fairy tales. Because he uses the ancient Greek drug stuff that Galen wrote as context to everything else, all the religious stuff that was written about for antiquity, which I thought was super interesting.
It's very interesting, yeah. And Hillman is an interesting position, sort of analogous to someone like John Allegro, or Brian Borosky, where you have texts that the majority of readers cannot access or translate, and so you are essentially blindly basing your interpretation on the authority of someone who you don't know or don't know what their intentions are. And this is the case for a lot of things. Sure, it's probably the case for science for most people.
Yeah.
I'm lucky in that there is a domain where I'm able to critically assess them with the primary evidence, make some kind of a balanced assessment of how likely something is to be true or false. But when it comes to reading Allegro or something like that, I don't know, or I just don't know. And when you think about how complicated drugs are in current society, as we've discussed, and how you could even look at our entire published record about drugs, and so much of it would have industry complexity that would even be evident to some 1,000 years from now, maybe, right? Would they know that there are additional layers to fentanyl's tweet propaganda, or would they just look at the superficial take on this that fentanyl was a problem? Would they understand all the legal, pharmacological complexity involved in all this? Maybe not. And so I always have avoided these debates about ancient practices because I feel that it is so hard to understand what is going on right now, that what hope could I possibly have of understanding what's happening thousands of years ago?
I don't think you can impossible to ever know what was happening thousands of years ago. It's just that he has the most entertaining speculations and translations of what was going on thousands. It's the most fun. And I have to give him credit because, I mean, first of all, I'm going to give you credit. I didn't know about him until I listened to your podcast with him, and I had him on after that, and it was like wildly popular episode. And that like got me really interested in the ancient Greek stuff, and that led me on to read a lot more books and stuff on that topic. So, like at the very least, whether like people want to argue whether he's mistranslating things or he has his own agenda, I mean, he very obviously self-admittedly has a bias because his dissertation, they told him he had to take all references to recreational drugs out of his PhD dissertation. Right. So he went on and did that, and then after he got his PhD, he was like, "Fuck this! I'm going to turn that whole part into a book about all the recreational drugs that were happening, or that was going on." And then he wrote that other book about ritual child, which got him in big trouble, and then he got kicked out of the university. So he's like the anti. I think he was at a religious university. I think it was University of Wisconsin. So like he became like an anti-Christian classicist. So he has a built-in bias in his brain that wants to just utterly appall any Christian person,
which is arguably exactly what happened to the librarian.
Well, right. But like potentially a lot of the stuff he's saying is pretty spot on. Like a lot of the stuff that he talks about with Galen using this theriac concoction of like 7 different viper venoms combined with flesh of vipers and opium in there. Like, and like first of all, how did he come up with the idea to combine all these venoms? And who did they test them on? Like, are you like, who's going to be the first test subject to try this theriac concoction? And then where did you even come up with the idea in the first place? So it's like, I had no way of telling you, like, if he just pulled into that, he really translated it, but it's definitely super interesting.
It's extremely interesting, and it also speaks to sort of tension that's become prevalent in our culture. Because I like to talk to people, even if they have really weird beliefs that I don't agree with or whatever. I just think it's interesting to talk to somebody and hear their perspective, and it can be an exercise in critical thinking. It can be an encouragement to evaluate the evidence on your own and try to understand why he believes this and why it may be true or not be true. And I think that's all good, but we, in general, have this idea of platforming. By even speaking to somebody, this is a tacit endorsement of their character and all of their beliefs. Yeah. And so you should only speak to good people who you agree with, and any deviation from that represents danger to a free society. It's a bad road to go down.
Yeah.
And I think in general, even if somebody has beliefs that are wrong, there's a lot that can be learned from it. It's interesting. I don't know, again, with Hellman, I think he's so fascinating. I just don't have the time to even attempt to fact check most of the claims he's making. I did a little bit, and it seemed like, what is this word? Lace-lace.
Lace was a trafficker or a pirate.
Yes,
Jesus was the public part. All those things.
Right, so it seems that translation of the word is child traffickers, at the very least non-standard.
Right. Then you have to think, like, is it non-standard? It's non-standard depending on who you talk to as well. Like, a lot of people have here's the thing about Bible scholars too, is the majority of Bible scholars ascribe to Christianity or whatever religion that is. So like you're dedicating your life to the science of the history of the Bible, and you also believe in the Bible as your faith, which is weird. And these people don't want to hear anything that goes against what the conventional explanation of Jesus was, especially if you're labeling him as like a Jeffrey Epstein type character.
Right. And then, of course, the opposite is also true, where
Yes.
you have one group of scholars that believe in Christianity, and this in that direction, with Hillman, and the opposite, who I believe, Satan. Right?
Well, he doesn't believe Satan. He thinks Satan's a victim. He says, "Hail Satan."
Yeah, he says, that's what I said. He
He says, "Hail Satan." He calls that, he got that from Socrates. He calls it the gadfly. He says, "Hail Satan," because it's like a throat punch to people. People hear it and they're like, whoa, and it blows them like off of their mind, it gets them like out of their normal frame of thinking, like, what the fuck, I guess, to pay attention.
Right.
So he thinks it's like provocative. It's it's interesting, it's fun, but it's not like he literally is a Satanist.
One might be ones.
Right, no, neither would I. But it's super interesting that he thinks it's all a fairy tale. He thinks it all, and he credits a lot of authors. Like I've talked to him all the time. I called him up and talked to him, asked him questions all the fucking time. I love him. He's a super nice guy.
Yeah.
And and he teaches me a lot of stuff. And like I ask other people that I know who all are like super like knowledgeable and study the stuff for their entire lives, like the Bible, Greek myths, and Greek literature, and stuff like that. And I often get a lot of corroboration for things that he says. For example, like this ancient writer Nonus, who wrote in like the 2nd or 3rd century, talks about how the sponge that was offered to Jesus was an antidote to the snake venom. And there was like a literal Greek passage that was translated, and he used the words antidote that was on the sponge that was given to him. He was, according to multiple authors, he was on the cross and he was like dying of thirst, like he was extremely thirsty, which was apparently that's a side effect of certain microvenom. I think even in the pufferfish documentary, that was one of the side effects of the pufferfish one. But again, who knows what the fuck was going on 2,000 years ago? But it's like there's a lot of corroboration here, and it's a decent hypothesis at the very least.
It's interesting. Yeah. I don't know enough about this to say, but I could see. Are you familiar with the origin of consciousness and the breakdown of the bicameral mind?
Not deeply. No, I've heard of it. I'm not like super.
It's an interesting idea, exclusively from this perspective of thinking about. It's interesting in general, but this perspective of thinking that even the way that we conceptualize something, like our own consciousness or sense of self or internal monologue, could be totally different. That every aspect of our consciousness could have been so different from what currently exists on the basis of different religious beliefs. And I think that this kind of bicameralism, or whatever it's called, it's been so long. I think the idea is that you see your consciousness as like a projection of God into your mind, as opposed to a sense of individuality and personal agency.
Okay.
And so, you think about something like this, or there's another kind of vaguely analogous idea of the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, where it's like also called linguistic determinism. The idea is that just the language that a person speaks can change their interpretation of reality. And this is by contemporary linguists considered not evidence-based, but it's an interesting idea. Like, if you didn't have a word for orange, white orange cease to exist, or blue orange be lumped in with red. If you only have red, or interesting. Like, to what extent is our reality defined by the language that we use,
right,
to conceptualize and categorize things?
That's so interesting too, because ancient Greek had like over 1 million words and like so many different variations of words, and I think I don't think there's even close to that. I think how many words does modern English have? curious if you can find that, Steve. But like the fact that, and you know, even going back to his book, how he explains, which is, I mean, the book is not sensational at all. I mean, it makes sense that in the time of the Romans, like there was plague and famine and hand-to-hand combat all the time. It would make sense that people were using drugs to get through the day, and that, you know, infant mortality being like 50%, you know, people be taking drugs at the time. So 200,000 is what it.
Yeah, that's what it seems to say. It seems kind of low to me, but I mean, I don't know 200,000 words.
So like 200,000 words in our language, they had over 1 million words in it. 2,000, 2,500 years ago. You know, and just like the concept they were able to come up with, and like the philosophy that, you know, they were come up with, democracy and the scientific method and all that crazy stuff that they were doing. Like, you know, it's just super interesting. I wish I could take a time machine back to that point in history and see what the fuck was going on. But we'll never know. It's also funny how people like to bicker about it online. What difference does it fucking make? You know? Just see people like debating it. You know, I even asked a couple of people to debate on it, like some serious academic people, and they said I don't want to give them the credibility of being on like the same platform as me, or I don't want to give him that stage, right? Or like give him that credibility. Was the general responses that I got.
Yeah, which is on one hand disappointing. I think, why would you do it? But you know,
He's hard to swallow. He's a jagged ghost swallow.
and I think that he's actually operating in what I imagine is good faith. But there's a lot of, like, there's a YouTube channel, Professor Big, explains it's pretty crazy. I think he's constantly debating flat earthers and things like that, and it's exhausting. Like you kind of, I know this is like a big thing with Grant Hancock, for example, where he's like getting angry at Egyptologists that don't want to debate him, but it's exhausting. I'm not talking about Grant Hancock specifically, but I understand generally why experts in a certain field may be reluctant to debate people that they conceptualize as having fringe beliefs, because in some instances it's like extremely difficult and does cause problems. And you can see the Professor D stuff. I mean, he's
called Professor Dave on YouTube.
Yeah, he's pretty great, but he's like a real warrior when it comes to this sort of stuff. Like, but he goes after people in these debates about abiogenesis, flat Earth, lots of different scientific topics. Yeah, and it's hard. It's it's a skill in and of itself that I don't think you would necessarily expect a typical expert to have, because it involves a sort of flair as a debater and performance that are typically part of their profession.
What do you make of the idea of using the bot, like his idea of using, I don't know if that's his idea, it comes from somewhere else, but he basically talks about it a lot. But the idea of using the human body as like a drug factory, or like as a, I think the way he describes it is like using venoms, like a small amount of like snake venom on a young person, to where they don't die from it, but they build up the antibodies to the snake venom, and how they could use this young person's bodily fluid as an antidote to snake bites.
And that seems
Like an ancient vaccine or something.
yeah, it seems very, very, very roughly speaking plausible. Maybe.
Do we have any evidence that they, outside of shit like Gate, that they were doing stuff back then? Do you know that
that they were creating vaccines in humans,
or using humans as like antibody factories or anything like this?
I don't believe so. No, but the idea of harnessing human metabolism as a mode of affecting chemical transformations, I think, is broadly represented. The alchemists were very, very interested in urine, without question. The phosphorus was discovered in urine from urine analysis.
I think the Germans were drinking Yes.
some more initiations. I don't know about that, but it seems possible. I mean, but the idea there is that, yeah, there's clearly some kind of transformation of foods that's occurring. One issue is that many, not all, but many metabolic changes are oxidative in their character and increase the polarity of the drug in order to facilitate its excretion. This is kind of like if you were to, there's a lot of things that can happen in the body. If you broadly talk about what like phase one metabolism is, it often involves oxidation, increased polarity of the drug. And one problem with that in terms of harnessing it for drug manufacturing is that the reason the body does this is specifically because it facilitates excretion and typically but not always deactivates the drug. So this is like our evolved process for reducing the activity of drugs. There are active metabolites. There are instances of drugs that become more active through biotransformation, but they're often intentionally engineered that way, not always.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think would be, or do you think there would be any effect of combining venoms and consuming them?
I have no idea. It's certainly creepy. I mean, yeah, without question.
Like a compound, like an ancient compound in farm venoms, where they're just creating their own new compound.
I mean, look at the ingredients in most products today. They have an insane number of different things that are each to alter the activity. So way it changes the taste, changing the color, modifying pharmacology in various ways. We do that all the time. So I see no reason that people wouldn't be aware of the at least active, if not synergistic effects that come from the concoction with, many different ingredients.
Yeah, and I'm sure it also had a lot of the beliefs and the culture that was around back then too. I'm sure that had a lot to do with the stuff that people believed that this bad combo was making them younger. Maybe that was what was reported to his physician. Learned about it that way.
Right. But I'm not the person for the, especially when it comes to very broad discussions. Like I could investigate the influence of a specific plant or a specific thing. So most of the practices that people describe are so complicated that they don't really lend themselves to any kind of casual critical analysis and stuff.
Sure.
Kind of thing. Like I could, design experiments, you could dedicate yourself to it, but it's not something that you could just, on a podcast say like, yeah,
Right.
nope,
It would be amazing to see somebody try to engineer all the ingredients in that, and then analyze it and see what the fuck it was, what the fuck it actually did.
yeah.
I'm here to keep right there.
Okay.
He got Travis told me about this. He was saying that David got some crazy DARPA grant to work on psychedelics. The use of what was the psychedelic? Some sort of psychedelic for soldiers. And we actually looked it up, and it wasn't David Nichols. It was somebody else. It was I think the head of his department. Brian. Okay, yeah, that's right.
Yep.
And allegedly, I don't know what DARPA is doing, spending on. I mean, allegedly, according to all the published research on it, is that they're trying to take the psychedelic trip out of these drugs so that they can get the benefit of therapy for use of PTSD or battle fatigue, things like this. But according to Travis, there's this dude named Dana Beal who is trafficking Ibogaine to the front lines of the Ukraine to give the Ukrainian soldiers so that they can enhance their edge detection and their aim on the battlefield, and also to combat battle fatigue so they can get right back out there and continue fighting.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm friends with Dana Beal.
Are you really?
He's a
wild dude.
elucidating how different psychedelics interact with the protein and how these different types of interactions produce psychedelic or non-psychedelic effects. So there's nothing but nefarious about any of the work that authors do. It's some of the folks in Fullerton how to manage pharmacology on serotonin 2A agonists that exists.
And the idea, if I'm correct, is that is taking the trip out of the psychedelics so that people can get it without the sort of hallucination or
That's part of it, yeah. It's part of it.
like the question is like, do you get that same benefit from the drugs without the psychedelic effect?
It depends on what benefit you're describing and what you're looking for, who the patient is, and what the disorder exactly. You have a full spectrum of psychedelic to non-psychedelic, and maybe at one point on the spectrum for a certain type of person, you're going to benefit from more concentration, what about the environment, what about relief, frequency of dosing, a million things. It's very hard to say what is optimal. I try to keep an open mind.
Yeah.
Because I'm very moralistic about things like this. So, oh, you're just commodifying this, destroying the spirituality, destroying the whole thing of this is valuable and maybe the next Prozac. Yeah, okay, I understand the argument, but we should explore everything and see what's out there. Because Brian Goff's work, you could look at this two ways. You could say, oh, he's studying non-psychedelic psychedelics. But part of studying non-psychedelic psychedelics is also recognizing what creates a psychedelic. So one of the subjects of this work has been finding whether a receptor interaction
These are all either
is
bullshit or so
associated
far
with
away.
arrest and cue psychedelic effect.
What
And
about the sex thing?
this work has allowed us to better understand what makes psychedelics
Yes.
psychedelic.
That's what I'm talking about. The West Side.
Throwing
Throwing up gang signs, doing football.
opposition to one another, you could argue in the same direction and say that studying psychedelics shows you what you need for maybe like in this instance, GQ biased path that would be more likely to be psychedelic. But I think that the basic thing is like the psychedelic experience is incredibly powerful and is maybe unsuitable for certain types of people and maybe not beneficial. And if you had a way of dialing it down a little bit, that could allow certain benefits of psychedelics, which may have little to do with what we typically associate with the psychedelic experience, right? There's a neuroscientist, pharmacologist named Chuck Nichols, and he did a lot of work on the anti-inflammatory effects of different psychedelic compounds. So he's showing the therapeutic effect of psychedelics is completely separate from what we typically conceptualize as the therapeutic effect of psychedelics, right? Same thing goes for treatment of addiction and treatment of cluster headaches, right? Thinking that the point of the psychedelic experience is have this religious, transcendent, hypervisual experience that I think is somewhat reductive because who's to say what they can or can't do or should or shouldn't do. So I'm in support of people that are exploring every avenue of what can happen at serotonin receptors.
Yes. And the serotonin 2A receptor is what's primarily responsible for the psychedelic experience that we're seeing.
With the classical psychedelic.
And humans have had this receptor forever, like as far as we know.
Seems like yeah.
So
I mean,
even non-humans like rodents have it too, or so. So do we know? Do we have? There's no way to know if they can experience anything similar to what we experience when we give them these drugs.
There's no way to know whether another human being is experiencing it.
Yes.
There's a lot of unknown. Obviously, but we do know
Oh, that is
imbalanced, it seems to cause their heads to twitch, and that head twitch
that's
is strongly associated with psychedelic effects. Humans are hard exceptions, but it's a for something as abstract as this sort of wet dog shaped head twitch thing. It's pretty good. It's better than you think. It's the sort of thing where you're looking at this app and you can laugh at it and say, "Oh, you're using this." Pretty psychedelic. These silly scientists, they're so they don't get it at all. Turns out it's actually pretty damn.
Linking is like
What are the performance enhancing effects of psychedelics? And like, is there like an optimal dose for like cognitive enhancements? I know there's like a correlation with psychedelics and like growth of neurons in the brain. Is this right?
Under some experimental conditions, yeah. Yes, it's so hard to say because what constitutes performance enhancement and you've got people. Sure, performance enhancement for a guitarist might be totally different for an air traffic controller.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. I just always thought that this stuff made people smarter because the smartest people I know are like taking all the psychedelics.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a psychologically interesting experience. That maybe certain types of people are drawn to interest in consciousness. And yeah, I would hesitate to say that it can make you smarter, but I think it can make you more aware of certain things, and it can be very inspiring for some people. And for someone like me, it's not really fun. It can give you a taste of what
topics include life
like for people are.
Have you ever seen that DMT experiment where they shine the laser on the wall? Yeah. What did you make of that?
I think it's interesting. I think it is. I am not persuaded that the code of the simulation is revealed through this process. I mean, I appreciate the attempt to assess something like that. I think it's very cool. I've gone to the website of the guy at the forefront of this DMT laser examination technique. There's some weird stuff like eating chocolate and through a glass of water. The obvious issue is that if you're taking a drug that causes visual hallucinations in order to see this otherwise invisible phenomenon, that it could very well be a product of hallucinations.
Right. But the fact is, like, the interesting thing is, you're giving. So he says that I think hundreds of people have done it and reported to him seeing the same exact code that he describes, which is this like Sanskrit looking Japanese katakana style matrix dripping code that exists behind this laser beam that's projected on the wall. And like, I don't know if there's, I know like, I haven't done a lot of DMT, but I know people explain that DMT is, a lot of people see very similar things with DMT, like different similar patterns, some people see other things, but there's nothing else that I've ever heard that is consistent across a lot of experiences similar to this code that people explain they're seeing. And I mean, one of my questions when I asked him, I was like, is it an issue that they're watching a documentary and seeing this code on the wall, and then they're trying to do it themselves, and they're kind of confirming what they already were expecting to see. Is that a problem? I don't know.
It's a problem. Yeah. But it's a common problem. I mean, same thing with machine learning, as you said. And this has been studied from almost the beginning of psychedelic research. I do the ideas of people do distortion, hallucinations of people's mescaline appear to have certain themes, like a honeycomb pattern, or a spider web type pattern, or like a sort of tube type pattern, or whatever. And now we hear people describing often seeing that this gray type imagery. Is that because because people were interested in psychedelics have been exposed to Alex Gray imagery because Alex Gray was able to capture some kind of characteristic that is immediately just present in psychedelic experience, similar psychedelic systems and other visionary people. One thing about Alex Gray is that his using a lot of motifs that have also been religious artwork as well. So it's not as if he's the only person to ever explore types of images. And they do obviously have a psychedelics, but I think there's this interplay between human biology and psychology. That's all. That's all. Yeah, it's all interrelated.
Yeah, Gallimore was explaining how throughout history there has been multiple documents of people taking different psychedelics and explaining how they saw code on different psychedelics throughout history and various things. So I don't know if any of them were as similar as this DMT thing. You know, it's interesting to me that like if this DMT is actually stripping away this sort of brain filter hypothesis, how you have like these filters that filter reality, and DMT like breaks the filters away, so you're sort of seeing the brain's exposed to more sensory input. And if that's really something like that is actually happening, and then you're bringing a laser, like that's a super interesting experiment. I mean, if it's like if the laser is acting like a microscope in the visual field or in the brain, it would just be, you know, what does that even mean? You know, if people are all saying, is it some sort of like epigenetic thing in the human brain that is happening because we're combining these chemicals, we're taking in these chemicals and exposing ourselves to a certain light frequency, or like, are we seeing actual interest in the fucking
I would definitely bet against that. That would be, you know, that would be the last explanation that I would go for, which is not to say that it's impossible.
Right.
But when you're kind of creating the flow chart of possibility, it's usually good to start with the most likely scenario, and then if you can't explain something with the most likely scenario, you then go to the next most likely scenario.
Yeah.
So the most likely scenario in this situation is that a combination of suggestion, expectation, and the visual hallucinations that are produced by DMT are causing people to see characters that they are interpreting as being similar, but they can't really see that certainty because nobody's able to hear take a snapshot of whatever it is that you're seeing. Right. And it's obviously a better story. You feel better if you saw the same thing as someone else than something that was subtly different or totally different. And what even are these characters? If you draw them, are you really totally sure that those factors are unrecognizable? The language that we speak gives them a lot of latitude to be different. And then there's also just the language that describe things that know. You know, if you see something, what do you say about it? If you see lights in the sky, you say that's a UFO. You say that it's gods. You say that they'll try to fit in the box that it's witches. Yeah, so it's depending on your culture and what language you use to describe the unfamiliar and the inexplicable. Yeah. So when you look at earlier psychedelic experiences, I don't think I'm aware of them being very frequently. People say this alien that we often I do see descriptions of things being Egyptian or associated with other cultures. But I don't think in the late early 1960s type stuff. Now you see that more frequently because aliens are a much bigger part of our culture subsequently. And the same thing goes for very different indigenous groups conceptualize these things, very based on their, like this experiment in matrix line thing might be less frequently encountered as an explanation, because the matrix, and it kind of depends on your project for these people, indigenous cactus users who have also seen the matrix. It's pretty popular because most people. Yeah. But assuming that they haven't seen the matrix, I have a feeling that and the current popularity simulation hypothesis thinking would be the first explanation that we go to. Correct with them but I don't mean to be a hater on this kind of thing. Like I do that. No, I find all that stuff very interesting, and in careful observation of the world is how you discover things. So it's like I understand how you could look at someone like a laser through a water glass or whatever and say like this is fucking this is like ridiculous. But it's like you probably could have mentioned people who said the same thing about it. Or the microscopy. It's just like looking into a drop of water and saying like what are they doing? And we see little organisms in this drop of pond water. Like it's crazy.
Well, I did it. I tried the experiments, and it was also the first time I ever tried DMT. And I didn't see the code. So I saw millions and millions of little gears rotating and connecting, just all spinning, like behind the wall. No code at all. Interesting. And I watched the documentary like the day before, or not the documentary, the teaser for the documentary the day before I did that. So I was like looking for the code, but I couldn't find it. All I could see was these gears spinning. But maybe I didn't get high enough. Maybe I needed to do more DMT to see it. I don't know. It was my first time. Have you ever heard of like people that take a lot of DMT, all of a sudden not being able to get high on it anymore or experience the psychedelic effect anymore? And what do you think is going on? Again, certain or these sorts of things where there's a term for it, like something or something, so hard to do things where once you create the idea that there's sort of medium to the spread. And I've had the same experience before. I thought, where I remember smoking not DMT years ago, and I was using a candle to smoke it, and then just wasn't getting that DPT, and just wasn't getting an effect. And I had that thought of like, oh, interesting. Maybe I'm tolerant. Maybe I can no longer experience the effect of DPT. And then I moved the bowl deeper to the flames that was really touching the wick, and the change in temperature was sufficient to vaporize the DPT, and I got an insane experience. But if I just stopped there, I might have said, oh, maybe something's preventing me from really isn't sufficiently heated. So, it's actually, people love to talk about that. It's so visible and fascinating. But there's all these aspects of it that we talk about as much, like part of this is smoking, and these vapes that are now much more common, make it easier. Yeah. But if you're smoking DMT crystal from like a meth pipe, it can be pretty hard. It's much harder. It's like not the story. People are like, oh, my friend tried to smoke DMT, smoke was really hard. Yeah. Like that's not the story that gets shared. I can barely feel the pain. Yeah, I was coughing while reading that. Right, so I think that would be my first guess. Would be, is this really something to block out, or maybe they are really smoking and getting the hits for whatever reason. And, to even begin to assess that, I would want to do something like give them IV bolus dose of DMT to see if they're truly unresponsive. I start to suspect, because even the addicts experiments, when you give people DMT repeatedly over long periods of time, the accumulation of tolerance is very minimal. It does the experiment. Right. So the idea that somebody would
have some kind of total tolerance outside of an extreme situation, like you were smoking all day every day for like 3 months or something. It just seems unlikely.
Yeah, you think it'd be gradually onset, not just out of nowhere. Just not work.
So it seems to be more likely explanations that they're just not smoking, right? But again, it speaks to the mythology and the mysticism surrounding a lot of these substances. Like I'm sympathetic to that. There's something kind of strange about them. We don't always let themselves to the most analytical interpretations.
Wasn't TNT first discovered in a lab before it was ever found in nature?
Yes.
It was like first discovered synthetically.
Yeah, it was Mansky did the first synthesis in Canada as a potential reference for a like strawberry plant company before it had been found in nature. Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
That's interesting. I think the way that you describe, you explained that there's kind of like this polarization between people who love this drug from nature versus synthetically in a lab. And I think you described it very well. Like it's the same thing. Like we are nature. We are part of this earth, and we are creating things the same way things are created, chemically in the soil or out in the rainforest. Like we are just a product of this earth, and we are using chemicals that are made on this earth to compound new chemical structures. Like it's all natural, right? I thought that was an interesting way of putting it.
And I do believe that, but the paradox is that it's simultaneously all natural and all synthetic. When you think about it, simultaneously, they're both the same. They're both the same. And somebody would say, "Oh, there's a difference." For example, toad derived vitamin A, that vitamin C, and I've often said, "Well, okay, if there's no chemical difference, there can't be a difference." But this does like the psychological contribution of the user. This subscribe to the expectation, beliefs, what you project onto the experience. So then if the case is that there is a difference, and then it's not derived from the chemistry of the substance or from the psychological expectation of the user, then why can't you reformulate your expectations accordingly so that you have the same associations with the synthetic substance? You could change that. So the idea is that it typically is that the natural is better, natural is good, synthetic is worse. You can totally change that bias if you want to. If you want to, you can make it a very persuasive case that the synthetic is better because it's better for the environment. And so you are not harming toads in the process of acquiring the substance, and you're not contributing to potential exploitation of the organism that only exists in a small part of the world. Provided that, and so this better experience, doing it more conscientiously. Like you could formulate that same expectation and projection onto the experience if you wanted to higher things.
Right. Yeah. I think what you did was great. Also, so that toad that you guys captured in the Amazon rainforest, and that you strung up and got this biggest venom.
Yeah.
Was that when you took that? Were you expecting the effects that you got from it when they burned your skin and rubbed it on your skin? Or was that it seemed like you were just nauseated from it?
Yeah, I was aware of the pharmacology of the peptides that were present in the venom of the produced by color, and so I wasn't expecting to have LSD type psychedelic experience or anything like that. At the same time, when I made that thing many years ago, there was relatively little information. There was a Peter Warren article that had been written about it. He was the first outsider to have documented that process for high times. And there was maybe almost scholarly publications, so there really wasn't that much out there. A little bit there, definitely. And so I kind of knew what I was getting into. I knew that it wasn't exactly the sort of altered state that I'm typically drawn to which is a more classically psychedelic state. This was maybe something closer to, I mean, in a lot of cultures you have also these ordeals of one kind or another that are also done to produce an altered state. It could be fasting, it could be rites and endurance, where you go on a very long hike, something like that. The intention is to create an altered state through suffering. And so it was a big move in that direction. And so, yeah,
That makes sense. Another thing I was asking was about nitrous. What are the like effects of nitrous in the human body, and like what is the how would you describe? Have you done it? Or what is the therapeutic benefit of it?
I mean, the therapeutic benefit is typically, if you're talking about like a sort of FDA conventional therapeutic benefits, preventing pain during surgical procedures, typically in the context of dentistry, or it's sometimes used by EMTs and things like that, in emergency medicine. It's rapid acting. So that's the benefit of controls pain. It may also have some confined psychotherapeutic benefit in treatment of PTSD or something that is much investigated. But for the most part, the benefit is actually quite interesting discovery report with nitrous oxide is that it was originally a recreational drug and then became medicine. Often it was the other way around. Left-wing campaigns and medicine, people realized that it had some really interesting effects outside of the medical context. With nitrous oxide, it was used for fun exclusively at first. There was nitrous parties and whippets. Yeah, yeah. I remember. Yeah, what do you know? Silk. I was so like a queen. I knew this guy when I was younger. I used to work at a pizza place, and there's this old guy who had a band called the Speed Wobbles, and he would always put in his band on his breaks, going through the band with us. He had these little canisters of nitrous oxide. I've never tried it, but these notes came in super happy after he did it. Yeah, it's not. Again, I would say it's something that's psychologically interesting, and that is working for people with euphoria, which is what people become addicted to it. Yeah, but especially during the pandemic, actually, it seems like a lot of people started to order it, and also is there all these juice cans of nitrous in order. A lot of people developed issues with it. Now they're becoming prohibited. I don't think that's the path, obviously, but wasn't Kanye West addicted to it horrendously? Probably still is, but correct. Yeah. I think maybe. Do you think that has anything to do with his psychological? What do you think happened there? If you were, I know this is like super speculative, but like,
Bitches,
do you think that, like, how would nitrous or any other sort of drugs that he could be on? Because, you know, I know he went to like a mental hospital and they probably gave him a lot of different drugs. I don't know if they were SSRIs or what they were, but like, how would that explain his current state? And I would go so far as to say that it completely explains it. Sure. Right. Being a contributor. I mean, I know people who know him, I know a little bit of the backstory, a lot of it's publicly known. Yeah. But when somebody is a celebrity and they're a billionaire and they're very, very powerful, they end up in an interesting power dynamic with medical doctors, which is that if they can find a doctor and give them whatever the fuck they want. And the doctor is in a weird position where they want to please their billionaire client, and they also don't want to kill them or hurt them because it could result in the reputation of their license and loss of the billionaire client. It's a lot of liability. So how do you please this person, give them what they want, and not hurt them? And then if you decide, okay, this is getting a little nuts, we gotta pump the brakes on this, you know, and the billionaire knows that they can just find someone to replace you instantaneously. So you can engage in psychological self-deception where you say, well,
it's better me than somebody else because I really care about the animal, and I'm going to be the one that's going to give them this, and I'll be a little bit more cautious or whatever. This is what happened with Michael Jackson as well. So I try to be a little bit sympathetic to the doctors who will face criminal charges for doing this because they don't want to be sympathetic to these doctors. They're in a difficult position. Like imagine Michael Jackson's doctor is asking you for propofol, and you think, no, I shouldn't do that. But you also know that if you say no, they're just going to find someone else to give them the propofol. So what do? You give them a little bit, you try to monitor, and you hope for the best, and they end up in a really complicated situation.
Mm-hmm.
There's also, of course, that's the and what's going on. Also, of course, the very real possibility of exploitation and predation from people that are just using them for money, and there's probably plenty of that as well. So there's the dentist that I feel lives in the same building as Anya and is enabling him with huge amounts of nitrous oxide. That's like it, I think. And this isn't. I'm sure that dentist is a complicated position because Anya is definitely capable of getting nitrous elsewhere. So what does he do? I don't know. But when you use nitrous continuously, it can result in all kinds of negative effects. Like when I was in high school, I think people would always say, "So you do with it, you don't know, you lose 10,000 or something like that." The whole prohibitionist narrative. That is not the case to your concerning oxygen, but it does result in the destruction of B12, B12 deficiency, which then results in demyelination of neurons and creates a multiple sclerosis type syndrome where people start to lose sensation in their extremities and eventually lose the ability to walk. That's pretty extreme, which is reversible in most instances with B12 administration, but you don't want to get in the position of being in a wheelchair, or even if it's potentially reversible. This is like representative of a really severe degree of neurological damage. So that's one of the things that can happen with continuous use. And there's different people that have, which again, it's going back to individual genetics as well. And this is the way that you metabolize the way that your body metabolizes homocysteine and some other things related to B12 metabolism also play a role. This is a little bit complicated, so some people are more susceptible. Also, even your diet and your age, like vegans would be more susceptible because they have a reduced B12 intake, which is primarily from animal products. Anyway, there's a lot of things that go into this, but then you also have the reality that you're just continuously entering this dissociated state, and it's going to make you all whacked out. He could be doing that instead of taking treatments for bipolar disorder and becoming manic and deranged and described by people who don't have the desire or power to try to rein it in. It seems like it's probably very difficult based on everything that I've seen. And somebody can, it is amazing if you know people with bipolar, but I feel like it's something that is often talked about as if it's not really that big of a deal. It's kind of like schizophrenia is really, really bad. But like bipolar, you just take like a pill or whatever. But it is amazing how much damage somebody can do to their life when they're manic in like 2 days. Like I have a close friend of mine. Like if you are fully manic, you can just destroy everything in a couple days. So you are dependent on people reining you in, which is also complicated because when somebody's in that state, they don't want help, they won't perceive any intervention, somebody attempting to silence them or oppress them in a paranoid delusion. So it's not easy.
Right. Yeah, I just wonder what other drugs he's been given that are combined with that. That's just like sending him into just a fucking never-ending spiral. There's so many that you never think. I never would have suspected nitrous of all the things, but that maybe he's just getting a lot of new grills being made or something like that, and that has something to do with it. When you're getting that work done, getting gold teeth, maybe that just comes from the territory. I don't know.
And the insane stress would be publicly scrutinized.
It's all for sure.
It's all like very unbelievable. I would say it's horrible. it's like it's just like a life that is so abstract, so different from anything that a typical person would ever encounter. And although you could say that it touches on issues that are relatable, which is like what to do with people who need help but don't want to accept it. And it's to allow someone to behave in a self-destructive manner. What is the line between personal autonomy and the need for a society to step in and prevent somebody from harming themselves? Right. From what you're trying to do.
A person like Kanye is like a help has you described having just like unlimited access to doctors who can do anything you want. Like, yeah, nobody knows what the fuck that's like. Or like, even like Jordan Peterson is another great example who, went through, he had to go somewhere like out of the country to do some sort of therapy, treatment therapy. He was getting seen. It wasn't seen. And he's another person. He is like super polarizing, and from being like a professor at a university to being arguably like one of the most popular people on the face of the earth, who half the people loved him and half the people absolutely despised him for the stuff that he was saying. How that plays a role in some knowledge and the way that people, like normal people, would perceive them. What is
In the third season, which is a whole episode dedicated to it, it's worth checking out.
is this post Vice?
No.
Oh, okay.
This is the final season, and it is. It's a.
Oh, yes, I remember this. Yes.
It has an nitrous oxide effect. So this is one of, and it's always being explored as the healthier alternative to nitrous oxide because it doesn't produce this damaging effect on B12 and myelin biosynthesis. So it's a little bit safer, arguably, but it has all the same psychological risks.
Do we use that?
Only experimentally, it hasn't been approved by the FDA.
Okay. Do you know anything about methylated?
Oh,
that's becoming very popular right now. And it's like a fish tank cleaner and like a fabric dye that people are using. That a lot of people, I had a guy who was explaining to me all this. He was a brain surgeon. He was explaining to me how he gives his patients when he's performing craniotomies on folks. He gives them an IV of methylated blue while he's performing brain surgery.
does it protected agent or
Something like that. I don't know all the scientific reasons he does it, but yeah, it's mainly because it helps them heal a lot faster, and it's a neuroprotective agent. And another thing he does is when his patients are recovering from like super invasive brain or spinal surgery, he wheels them outside of the courtyard and lets them recover outside in the natural sunlight. He thinks that they recover a lot faster because allegedly this, or I don't know if it's alleged, I think it might be proven that this method is like super beneficial for the mitochondria.
Yeah, that's the idea. I've taken it a bunch. Yeah, and it was pretty much the original synthetic drug. I mean, it was used in treatment for malaria, but it comes to used in medicine for malaria. So malaria, and you can prescribe it. You can. Yeah, I mean, it's mostly used in hospitals for treatments to see for poison epidemics. I think a lot of people
I think I've heard that it's been effective for illnesses similar to COVID, like respiratory illnesses.
This is the thing where you have a pharmacologically active substance that does have very real effects, like the anti-malarial effect is established. Also, it is an MMR, so real effects of this drug, but then the overlay comes where it's like also mitochondrial rejuvenator, maybe for some people it might be, or treatment for COVID. But that's some strong evidence for that. It doesn't hurt. or depression or whatever, and it becomes this kind of potential placebo panacea that worries me a little bit. It also seems pretty innocuous in the doses of most people, usually like 2 or 3 milligrams. So if people who can take hundreds of milligrams, I'd be more concerned. But I've taken it many, many times. I'm not certain that it has an effect. At times to get a little bit of this thing. That's what I thought at first, but then it didn't seem dose dependent to me, which made me feel like it wasn't. Like this is one of the kind of best ways to assess whether something's placebo effect is dose dependent. It still could be pharmacologically active, but that's definitely a tip of potentially placebo box. Like if 10 milligrams doesn't do twice as much as 5 milligrams, that I think is moving this might be placebo direction. Because it's like most things you have a dose dependent effect, a dose response curve. There are things that might be exceptions, like certain enzyme inhibitors, where if at one dose you have full inhibition of the enzyme, going beyond that, assuming there's an off-target activity, may not confer additional pharmacological activity. So yeah, definitely blue. It's definitely active for some things. It's definitely a actual drug. It is useful for some applications. I've used it myself many times. I'm not totally sure I understand what its benefits for a healthy person are.
Right. Dude, thank you for doing this. This has been incredible.
Yeah, thank you. It's fun.
Yeah, I learned a lot. So are you mainly now focusing on your podcast, or are you working on any other kind of documentary projects?
Yeah, so I did a podcast on Patreon, and I did this for a long time while I was focusing on chemistry, partially because it allowed me to continue making stuff, but also because it's historically been very hard for me to get funding to do any kind of research. And so I recently started just filming completely independent documentaries, trying that out to see if I can do that, because it has been so hard for me to get any sort of like media outlet to simultaneously allow me to do this work and not interfere with it in a way that makes it purposeless for me. So I filmed a bunch of weird chemistry documentaries and currently editing and post them on Patreon. One about this exploration of Victorian chemistry, one about secretion of new LSD analog, another about Shulgin's research on Parkinson's treatments, all these kinds of weird little science mini documentaries. So I've been making this independently. It's been a lot of fun.
This is Hamilton's Patreon. What is that on the top photo? Oh, it's a chameleon. A panther chameleon. Do they secrete any sort of drug-like fluids, or are they just
I actually think there might be something that is active in their saliva, but I'm not sure about that. It makes me blue, but I thought there might be some kind of like something in their saliva.
Where is that one from?
Madagascar.
Madagascar.
Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll link this Patreon, and then you also have a YouTube channel, right?
Yes, yeah, you touched the stuff on. Yep. Yep.
Cool. Thanks again. I really enjoyed the podcast.
Yeah. It was fun.
All right. Well, that's all link below. Good night, everybody. It's a bunch of random things coming. Right.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Pleasure to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
What's your background?
My background. How long do you have?
At least 3 hours.
Yeah, okay. Well, right. So I'm a scholar for New Testament Christianity. I have a PhD in Princeton Theological Seminary, New Testament Studies. My background, I got into biblical studies because I was a Christian as a teenager, a born-again evangelical Christian. I went off to a fundamentalist Bible college after high school, and then went off to an evangelical Orthodox college. And I got really interested in studying Greek, which I had Greek as an ancient language, and decided to do graduate work analyzing manuscripts in the New Testament. So I went to Princeton Theological Seminary, an expert in the analysis of Greek manuscripts. spent years there, looking at that, did a bachelor's degree, PhD. Ended up teaching Rutgers University for 3 years. In North Carolina, Chapel Hill now for since 1988.
Oh wow.
Both undergraduate students and PhD students in early Christianity and New Testament.
And you mentioned that when you were younger, you had a belief, you were a practicing Christian.
That's right.
And what happened to you as you went through evolution?
Well, when I was raised in the church, I was raised in the Christian church. But then when I was a teenager, right, I had a born-again experience and became a very conservative evangelical. And a lot of my faith at that point was built on the idea that the Bible had mistakes in it, completely inerrant. That was the view taught at the Bible Institute, and also Wheaton College. That view started shifting when I went to graduate school. So I started learning Hebrew, and so I was reading the New Testament in Greek and the Old Testament in Hebrew, and I learned French and German. So scholars were saying these countries, I learned other ancient languages, and the more I studied, the more I realized the fact the Bible does have mistakes in it. Contradictions and discrepancies and geographical errors and problems. For a number of years, I became more of a mainline Protestant type. And a fairly liberal view of the Bible, a pretty liberal view of social issues and politics and things, but I still identified with the church. I ended up leaving Christianity maybe about 30 years ago or so, and it wasn't directly related to the scholarship. It was trying to wrestle with the problem of why we're suffering in the world, why there's so much pain and misery, if there's a God, who's in control. And so I spent, I actually taught on it and written a book on it. I read a lot of philosophers and theologians and biblical scholars and what people say about why we're suffering. And I just got to look at it. There was actually some kind of God in charge.
What is in your view, the difference between biblical scholars and classical scholars?
They're very closely related, and it depends which kind of biblical scholar we're talking to. Most biblical scholars work in a theological context,
Right.
divinity schools, and seminaries, and they would be more closely related to theologians than they would relating to classicists. My training was mainly that kind of field, where theological. Even my master's degree and my PhD were into theological seminary, which was church ministers. But they were also very interested in serious scholarship. And so it kind of was more crossing the lines. My professor, my main professor, who's med school, was actually in graduate degrees from classes. And so I had a bit of that. But once I started teaching, I really shifted more away from anything theology and interpreting philosophy of the church kind of thing, and far more in that classes. So I have a secondary course in classics and those would be more of the resident classes.
And in your opinion, which one of the ancient languages is the best ancient language?
The best?
Yeah.
For what?
For anything.
Brownie recipes? Well, yeah. Well, they're very different.
But okay, can you explain like the different?
Yeah.
What's the difference between like ancient Hebrew and ancient Greek?
Well, they're unrelated. So Greek is an Indo-European language, like English, and so the grammar of Greek can be taught. If somebody knows English grammar, which nobody does, but if they did know English grammar, the grammar of Greek makes sense in many ways. It doesn't in many other ways. Hebrew is a Semitic language, and so it's different in every way. It has a different alphabet. It's different from left to right, from right to left. It doesn't have the same ways to do grammar, and there aren't as many texts in ancient Hebrew as there are in Greek. We have thousands and thousands of texts. I mean, going back to Homer and Hesiod and on up, and it just goes forever. For the Bible, for the Hebrew, like biblical Hebrew, the Bible is the only Hebrew Bible, the only sources from its time period.
Right.
And so in some ways it's harder to analyze Hebrew texts when it comes to things like just words. Like if there's a word that occurs one time in the Hebrew Bible, well, That's the only time the word occurs anywhere in that time period. And so how do you know what it means?
Right, exactly.
And so there are places where you can't really even tell what, it's some kind of, probably a four-legged animal of some kind, but you don't know what. And so with Greek, it's not that way because, there are Greek words you can really question even in the New Testament. But most of the time, the words are used so many times in so many pieces of Greek literature that we can analyze how they're being used in the context. We can use the context in order to establish the basic meaning of the word and how to use it variously. And so that's a luxury. You get with Greek, and you also get that with Latin.
Right.
But you don't get it so much with Hebrew or Coptic, which is another language that like Syriac. But Greek and Latin, which is what the classes speak, we're really well set with those.
Yeah, this is been a highly contested topic on this podcast recently when it comes to exactly what we're talking about. With Greek being everywhere in antiquity, and there being no Hebrew outside of like the Dead Sea Scrolls. All the ancient texts were all the ancient Hebrew texts were religious texts. However, in Greek, you have legal shit, you have medical stuff, you have all kinds of stuff in Greek: poetry, comedy, everything. But then you have like the Dead Sea Scrolls come about, and we just have the Dead Sea Scroll religious texts, right? And there's no other Hebrew you can find. There's no libraries with any Hebrew in them or anything like that. So,
but basically, okay, there are inscriptions, for example. So inscription would be on stone,
in Hebrew,
yeah, okay. And some of the there have been other discoveries of texts that are in Hebrew. There aren't very many of them, but like they'll find attached letters, for example. And so there are some things, but not from the Hebrew Bible period itself. The Dead Sea Scrolls are much later than the Hebrew Bible period. Dates basically from it's debated when the first text was 10th century BCE, up to maybe the 2nd century BCE. But the Dead Sea Scrolls are more around the time of Jesus, so it's a different period.
Right. And so the scholarly consensus, and this is what I don't understand that I've heard so much from Bible scholars, is they always say most scholars agree. But why is consensus so important when it comes to this stuff? Why doesn't it, for me, maybe I don't understand that they come from a university.
Yeah. Well, it's not important as evidence. So that's the first thing you say. And no really good scholar ever uses it as evidence. In other words, the fact that everybody says that doesn't make it so. Right. The reason people say that, and I say it as well, is because if you have a counter opinion, then it needs to be examined.
Yeah.
You need to look at it. But you need to realize that there's a reason that everybody thinks the other.
Right.
And these are, when it comes to biblical scholarship, for example, biblical scholarship's been around for 300 years. And lots and lots of things have changed. They haven't changed, do they change? But if somebody says that virtually all scholars agree that whoever wrote Matthew is the Gospel of Mark, say that virtually everybody agrees with that. You say virtually because there will be some exceptions. But the reason that you say that is because most of these people are ones who have actually looked at it seriously and thought about it really hard and seen all of the evidence. And on the basis of all this evidence, they say, it's probably this. And so it's like that in every field.
Yeah. To me, it just feels like a cop-out.
Like it's a cop-out if you're using it as an argument.
Yes, exactly.
But nobody uses it. People object. When someone says that, they say, well, that's not an argument. But nobody's using it. They shouldn't be using it as an argument. If they are using it as an argument, that's stupid. So the fact that everybody agrees the world is round doesn't mean it's round. But if you don't think it's round, you really have a burden of proof. So by saying it's a consensus, you say, yeah, okay, well, you think otherwise. Let me see your stuff.
Right. So one of the folks I had on here recently believes that the Septuagint was originally written in Greek and that it was translated into Hebrew. And the reason he said that is because, I'll try to elucidate this argument the best I possibly can, and you can deconstruct it and give me is that ancient Greek is a language that had over 1 million unique words. Ancient Hebrew is a language that had maybe 7,000 at best unique words. And he made the argument that you cannot translate from something less technical, Hebrew, to something way more technical, ancient Greek. He says you translate down, you don't translate up, right? So you don't like if I was the analogy I think of that I try to explain when I talk about this is like you find a flying saucer in the desert, you want to reverse engineer it, make it a flying saucer. When you try to reverse engineer that flying saucer, you're not going to make something better than that flying saucer. It's going to be something not as good, right? So that was his main argument with the translation of Septuagint, meaning like that's why he thought it was an original Greek, and then it was translated into Hebrew after.
And
But
so-
the argument of this is that the Greek that we read in the New Testament or the Old Testament is like Koine Greek. It's like a very unsophisticated Greek compared to like Homer and some of the ancient stuff.
Yeah, well, it's not a very good argument. I don't know who this is, but I mean, it's a very bad argument. You frequently have translations go both ways. Translated up, translated down. It's just an thing of that. English is a much more complicated language. Many books that are translated into English. And the Bible gets translated into many languages that are much more simple to read. So it goes both ways, and it always goes both ways. Moreover, how does he know there are 7,000 unique words in Hebrew? He's basing that on the fact that we've got these texts that have 7,000 unique words. Okay? These are the only texts we have. People spoke Hebrew. We have no idea what the vocabulary was. For him to say that it had to be only these 7,000 words is a little bit crazy. That's like saying if you get a copy of Time magazine or something, or maybe it's not even pretty good anymore. You get Time magazine and you say, this is the extent of the English vocabulary. In 3,000 years, somebody finds a Time magazine and they read and they categorize all the words and okay, those are the only words in English. And so we cannot even translate it into a language that has more words because it doesn't work that way. But
just going off evidence, right?
What's his evidence?
Sorry?
What's his evidence?
I'm saying just going off evidence of word counts, unique word counts for those languages. Today, we only have 7,000 unique words for ancient Greek. We have over a million. We only have 7,000 for ancient Hebrew. We have a million for ancient Greek.
Right.
Maybe those are estimates, right? Those are samples. Maybe they
No,
aren't.
they're not estimates. He's basing this on account of what the Hebrews we have. When people translated the Hebrew into Greek, they didn't have just those 7,000 words. This was 2,000 years ago.
Okay, but do you think that do you think the scale is similar though? You think so?
It doesn't matter how similar it is because it's not always that you take something more complicated and make it more simple, or that you take something more simple and make it more complicated. You can absolutely just show time after time after time where that isn't how it happened. But there are also very good reasons for thinking it did not go from Greek to Hebrew.
Okay, what would be a good example of something that went from the translation that went from a language that was less complicated to something far more complex?
That went from something less complicated to more complex.
For example, Hebrew to Greek.
Coptic is a very simple language in many ways. You have Coptic, we have ancient Coptic texts. The grammar is difficult. It gets translated in English all the time. English is called Coptic.
Okay. Interesting. So, and then my understanding of the Septuagint is, and correct me if I'm wrong, the Septuagint was allegedly written around between 3 and 400 BC.
Yes.
No, so what was it?
We don't know. For one thing, it's not that early. But what we do know is that
I have some.
wasn't a Septuagint. So when people talk about the Septuagint, they're using, when scholars say the Septuagint, they're using shorthand. There were numerous translations of the Hebrew Bible that were floating around. And it'd be kind of like today, if you go to some developing country and you have missionaries there who are trying to put parts of the New Testament into that language. Okay? So like you have these translators, these conservative missionaries, you try with the translators, they'll take the Bible and put it into some language and it has another thing. So you do that so that people in that language can read it. Okay. In the ancient world, after Alexander the Great, so after the 4th century, Jews are spread throughout the people that one point is kind of weak empire because he didn't do it the empire around the Mediterranean. He educated people with Greek. They didn't read Hebrew. Right. They would read Hebrew in Israel. That's not in other places. So in different places, the Bible's been translated into Greek. Eventually, there was one form of that Greek that came together, and that is what they're calling the Septuagint. But it's a mistake to think it's a one-time event. And it's made, people say that because there's a letter called the Letter of Aristos, which is a Jewish writer that's trying to explain how it happened. And the way it explains it can't possibly be. It's described in this way is that you have these 70 Jewish scholars are brought together. They're all put in separate rooms. They're all given the assignment to translate it. They all translate it literally word for word the same. It's like, of course, that's crazy. But it does show that they were aware of that. It came out of the Hebrew. And there, and this is not, I know you don't like people saying there's not a disputed topic. There's a reason this is not a disputed topic. I mean, because for one thing, I'll give you one piece of evidence. I mean, a linguist would just tear that apart. That whole idea apart. One reason, like a serious believes that both the Semitic languages and the Indian language are very important. And one of the reasons is because there are many instances where the Greek embodies what are called Semiticisms. So the Greek of the Septuagint, right, and the Greek of the New Testament. Okay. A Semiticism is when you're taking a grammatical construction that doesn't work in the language that you're translating it into. Where is it normally used? It's not normally used in the language you're translating it into, but you keep the grammatical construction of the original language for the sake of authenticity, because you don't know quite how to. And so, just as an example, in Hebrew, if you want to say the Holy Spirit, okay, there's no way to say Holy Spirit in Hebrew. The phrase in Hebrew is the spirit of holiness. The way you make it an adjectival attribution in Hebrew is not by using an adjective, but by putting together two nouns and saying of. So the spirit of holiness means the Holy Spirit. The way of righteousness means the right way. Okay? So Greek speakers don't do that. They use adjectives. But when you get in biblical Greek, Septuagint and the New Testament, you have these Semiticisms. That shows these original Greek compositions. They're being translated from Hebrew. That's the Semitic Greeks.
Okay, interesting. But so the original Hebrew we don't have other than the Dead Sea Scrolls, is that correct?
Well, I don't know what you mean by the original.
Like the original Hebrew, so it was translated into Greek from Hebrew, but that original Hebrew,
we have Hebrew manuscripts.
we got the manuscripts.
Oh, we don't have the original manuscripts.
We don't have the originals, but they're basically, what I'm trying to say is like, scholarship tries to date them to a certain spot. We don't know actually what they are because we don't have them.
I'm not sure what them is.
The manuscripts.
We don't have the ancient manuscripts. We don't have the original manuscripts for any writings in Egypt.
You don't have the, oh, right. I see what you're saying.
We don't have the original writings for Euripides, for Plato, for Cicero, for Seneca, for the book of Isaiah, for the Gospel of Matthew. We don't have the originals for any books. The original manuscripts. If you mean by that, but the author sits down and writes. You know,
Yes.
I'm listening, I'm writing my thing, I write my thing. We don't have that thing you wrote.
Everything that we have is a copy or rewrite.
Unless it's a personal letter, corresponding. But in terms of literary texts, they're copies.
Wow.
It's a big problem.
Yeah, I can imagine.
No, a huge problem.
Yeah.
That was what my PhD was. Because the reason I was interested in analyzing Greek manuscripts, because with the New Testament, we have thousands of Greek manuscripts, and they all disagree with each other. Because they're all copies and describe Greek mistakes, or they change things on purpose. So you got to figure out, well, what did the author say there? And if you've got, suppose you've got 10 copies of Plato's Republic, okay, and the 10 have they word certain lines differently. Certain sentences are worded differently among these 10 manuscripts. Well, okay, so you got that. We want to figure out, well, what did Plato write? You got to figure it out. And there's a whole science to do that.
Wow, that's so interesting. Switching gears a little bit, you think that Jesus? Well, you think that Jesus was a real historical person, right?
Yes.
And there are people you debated that think that he's not. What is the argument to him not being a real historical figure?
Good question. What good argument?
Yeah, what's the best argument you've heard?
Well, if I were arguing that case, I would argue. I would say, I guess. I mean, you say it's the best argument. It's kind of it's a very low bar. It's the best. But what's my best round of golf? I mean, it's like, well, okay, it's like I think what gives some people pause, not so much. Yeah, what would give people pause is that we don't have any eyewitness accounts of Jesus. We have records that are from probably 40 to 60 years later. Our first author who mentions Jesus is the Apostle Paul, and he's writing in the 50s. Jesus died around the 30s. So the first time we have Jesus mentioned in every source is about 20 years after his death.
Do you know when that drawing was done with the donkey head on the cross, the guy with the head of the horse on the cross?
Yeah, that's later. That's in the second.
Oh, it's later.
Yeah, no, and it's a much debated thing. People say they know what it is, but in fact, it's debated among experts what it actually means. It's clearly Jesus on the cross with a donkey's head, and a graffiti next to him. But no, it's much later. So the first reference to Jesus at all, our first Christian writing is the book of First Thessalonians, and it's usually dated to 49. Jesus died around the year 30, so it's about 20 years later. So the argument would be that we don't have any eyewitness reports, or we don't have any things that were close to the Gospels. The first Gospel was written around the year 70, so that's 40 years later. So, so what should we think of that? That's kind of, it's not good.
Right. And it is crazy, too. I mean, that goes with a lot of historical figures. Like, I think Moses is one. Moses wasn't written about until, 1,000 years after he supposedly died.
Yeah, well, 30 years is very different than 1,000 years.
Yes, very different.
So when Paul's writing, there are people alive who knew Jesus.
Right.
And Paul knows some of them.
So it's a much better case for Jesus than Moses.
I mean, Paul knows his brother. Paul personally knew Jesus' brother. So, I mean, if Jesus didn't exist, you'd think his brother would know it. That's a joke. Moses is a whole different thing. I mean, so if Moses lived, Moses would have probably lived in the 13th century BCE. And it's not clear if we have any sources that mention it for centuries.
Right.
So that's a different thing from somebody talking about it who knows his brother.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, totally. But then he claims when he gets into him being divine,
Well, that's a different story.
All these things and being able to, that's the whole thing. Which I read recently. This fascinating book that really gave me a really good understanding of everything, which was Thomas Paine. I forget the name. I think it was The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine.
Yeah, no, it's a classic.
Oh my God, it was such a good book.
Yeah. No, these English deists were really something. They knew a lot, but they didn't know what scholars know today about things like the Bible.
Yeah, and he explains how the first Christian preachers, how they were, selling Christianity, and then there was the second generation of Christian preachers, then the third generation of Christian preachers, and how the ideas and the motivations and everything gets lost in each generation, and then eventually down the road, it's kind of like the starting point. We don't even remember where this started, but we do know that the preachers are making a living off of this stuff, right?
So, someone like Thomas Paine is a very important figure for the history of biblical scholarship. He wasn't a biblical scholar himself,
Right.
But these 18th century English deists mainly led to the development of biblical scholarship and scholarship in early Christianity, especially in Germany, it turns out, but then also in France and eventually in America. If you want to know what was really going on in Christianity, you don't want to rely on what they have to say because they're at the very beginning. It'd be like, if you're going to be studying what evolutionary biologists think of it, you definitely have to start with Darwin. But you can't base your views of evolutionary biology on Darwin. You've got to see what's been found since then, because even though Darwin was a genius, there are other geniuses who are sat on his shoulders. And so he opened the way for people to learn more and more and more. But it'd be silly to assume that like everybody now agrees with what he was saying then. And it's the same with any field. If you look at the giants, because they're just absolutely amazing and they make these breakthroughs. But if you want to see what we know now, both on the basis of new discoveries and new ways of analysis and deeper analysis by experts, then you have to
Yeah, I think one of the most profound things that I took away from that book was that it is the gift of reason that gives man the ability to discover God in the first place, because it's impossible. Like, we didn't come from nothing, right? We go backwards in time. Like, I came from my parents came from their parents. Like, things don't just appear out of thin air. So it is just by us being as intelligent as we are, we have to understand that we can't appear out of thin air. There has to be some sort of higher power, right? Without that gift of reason, we don't have that.
Well, that's
So it's like the human brain. There's something ancient in the human brain through evolution or whatever it is that makes it wired to be dependent on believing in a higher power.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's much debated about why people believe in higher power, and there are a lot going on. But the whole thing project that the people in life do, Paine and the other people in life do, whether historians or philosophers or theologians, biblical scholars, whatever, what they're doing is trying to break the tradition of church that has been established for hundreds and hundreds of years, where the knowledge came from revelation from God. That's how you know things, because God reveals it to you. And the people in the Enlightenment realize, well, actually, we can figure things out ourselves. And that's when science is developed. And it's only when someone like Isaac Newton comes along and realizes, even though he's a devout Christian, he says, you can't trust revelation. You've got to do the experiment. And if the experiment comes out to be differently from what you expect it to be because of your beliefs, so much the worse for your beliefs. Once you say that, you start science, and it changes everything. But Paine is all part of that, even though he's not a scientist.
Right. And a lot of those guys around Paine, like the founding fathers, they were Masons, right?
I suppose so. I'm not sure how that affected them. Yeah.
Freemasonry was a big thing with the founding fathers.
Well, okay.
Yeah, no, it's just interesting. It's just it's an interesting thing.
But the thing about all of these, Paine or anyone else, whatever their other associations, whatever their other religious commitments, or non-commitments, whatever their philosophical stand, when they say something, it needs to be evaluated. Yeah, that's true. Everything. For me, I'm basically a historian, and so when I want to know whether somebody said is true or not, I have to do the analysis. So if he's a Mason, if he's a whatever today, if somebody is whatever, is a saint worshiper, he's a Mormon, he's a Roman Catholic priest, whatever it is, if he says something, I let this evaluate it. It's not based on my belief.
Right. We were talking before we started about the ancient Greeks, and I was telling you that I had a cosmetologist in here who studied ancient drugs. He said that the word Christ was originally a word for drugs, to apply drugs to the skin or apply drugs to the eyes. And he basically, his basic theory is that Christianity was founded by these pagan drug cults, right? These ancient drug sex cults, and Christianity is borrowing from everything that they're doing, and most of the things that they were doing were drugs. And not only drugs, but there was, in the ancient world, it was constant plague, famine, hand-to-hand combat, human and child trafficking was going on everywhere. There was pirates everywhere. and he thinks that a lot of this stuff was borrowed. These pagan cults, a lot of the traditions that they've been borrowed by Christianity, and he thinks that a lot of the words, basically, like the best way I can describe it is, and this is my understanding of what classics is that there's all this ancient literature that exists out there from antiquity, right? You have the medical stuff, the comedy, the whatever you name it. And then you have the biblical stuff, right? The canon and all the gospels. But then, like, if you veer out of that lane, there's all this other stuff that, like you said earlier, gives you context to what it's all. And Ahmed was saying that in all of these texts, in like Euripides, Galen, Sophocles, the word Christ is being used as a drug term. And he said everywhere. He said it's not just some, I'm not just like cherry picking little things here and there, because he said you can find it literally everywhere from when Jesus died, and from like 100 years before and 100 years after he was dead. The word Christ is being used as a term to apply drugs. And he even gave me some specific examples, which we can pull up. I don't know if you've heard of them or not, but one of them was he said that in the book of Revelation 3:18, God says, "You must Christ your eyes so you may see." And there's another one where he says that God, in the Gospel of Mark, Jesus says you can lift up snakes and drink death poisons. That will hurt you. What do you think about this?
Well, I'm sure he probably wanted to sell some books.
No, he didn't.
He didn't sell books?
He doesn't sell books anymore. He wrote a book, but now he tells everyone to pirate his books.
Yeah, well, that's fine. He wants his views out there then. No, I'd say it's just categorically false. Just, it's not good. And so, to somebody, it's difficult to kind of explain to somebody who's not a scholar or ancient language how it works. That isn't how it works. The term Christ is not always used in drugs. It's rarely used in drugs. It's used, the word, it comes from the word Creo, which means to anoint. And so, of course, some medications in the ancient world were anointments. But it's not everywhere at all. The term Christ doesn't occur very much, actually. Christos, the term Christos doesn't occur very much. In fact, it's not really a word. It's in Greek, it's just a translation of Mashiach, which means anointed. It's used in the Old Testament for when somebody becomes a king and a coronation ceremony. Like, today, when the president is sworn in, there's a ceremony where he puts his hand on the Bible and he's in the office. And in ancient Israel, go back to the earliest kings, Saul and David, so they had to do that. That's vacuum.
Who's vacuum?
Right, we can start back.
Yeah. We get interrupted by a vacuum. So
I was trying to explain that Kriya is like Mashiach.
pull up Book of Revelation 3:18.
Well, you can do this. You don't need that. You look for interlinear Revelation 3 interlinear on the it's something that I have to read.
To anoint. What is that? Well, that's not even Creo, is that?
Well, it is. So the first two letters mean in, so it's to anoint on. So Creo is the cursor. So you see that
Oh, it looks like three sides.
Three side.
Three side. Okay.
So it's just saying that you anoint my salve on the eyes. Your eye salve is something you might about.
So what is that? What are they talking about there? What's going on there?
He's saying you've got blurry eyes. He's saying you're naked and you've got blurry eyes. It's going to be difficult for it. I said, this, you know what? It helps for if I just actually look at the passage.
Okay.
Text, because this is one of the, in Revelation 3 is one of the, is a passage where Christ is writing to one of the seven churches of the Asian Minor. And he's writing to the church in, so he's writing to the church in Laodicea, and he's ticked off the Christians in Laodicea because they're not fervent enough in their faith. He says Christ is dictating a letter to the prophet John, who's writing the letter to this church in Laodicea, which is the larger church. Okay. And he's ticked off because he says, you're not hot or cold, and we should be either hot or cold since you're lukewarm. I'll spit you out of my mouth, he says. Yeah. It's Revelation 3:16. Yeah, so Christ is being portrayed as being ticked off because people are for or against him, kind of lukewarm Christians. Since you're lukewarm, I'll spit you out of my mouth. So he's threatening to take away their salvation. Okay. And so then he says that he counsels you, buy from the gold refined by fire, so that you may be rich. In other words, trust in me instead of trust on your earthly riches. You should try and get white garments to clothe you with instead of these dirty rags of untruth that you're following. And you should keep the shame of your nakedness from being seen because people realize that you've got nothing. That's what you're clothed. And you should get salve to anoint your eyes so you're blinded yourselves. And so you need some eye drops. So they didn't have eye drops in the ancient world. If you wanted to heal an eye problem, if you had like an irritated eye, they would do salve. That's what they would do. And you just put it on the eye. So it's like an eye.
What is salve? You know what it's like made of?
It's anything. It's just any kind of oily substance.
Okay. So there's no relationship to the word Christ.
Well, no, it's the word. The word Christ comes from the word anointed. The word Christ is not a common word. Probably if the Apostle Paul went into some city and said, I want to preach you about Christ, they'd have no idea what he's talking about. It wasn't a name. It wasn't where you would describe it. It was just when somebody's been anointed. It's kind of like, somebody's just had a workout in the gym and, so they rub olive oil over them afterwards. It's like typical of ancient Rome and ancient Masons. And, as part you'd have a massage and then you'd rub oil on your skin. And that makes you the anointed. That makes you Christ. Yeah, they rub olive oil on their skin? Oh, yeah. Yeah, because they didn't use soap and things, and they work up a sweat. And then they had these instruments to kind of take these metal instruments to kind of take off the sweat, and then they'd have oil rubbed on them, and treatments could be anointing, it could be perfumed oil, and so that was work on. So if somebody's a Christos, they're anointed one, that just means they've read like oil spray on. It had nothing to do with drugs. I mean, of course, drugs also could be. You can have some drugs. But this is just a word. It just means being anointed. Nobody thinks drugs. Right. And so when this fellow says it's all over the place, well, the word actually is not that common, and the word Christos is definitely not common. And they call him Christos just because in the Hebrew Bible, the king is called Mashiach. He's the anointed one. And so when you read things in the Greek Bible, he's the Christos. He's the anointed one. It had nothing to do with taking drugs or something. What are you familiar with Euripides? Yes, I read Euripides this morning for an hour. Wow. Yeah, no, I loved Euripides.
So are you familiar with Euripides when he talks about Phaedra?
Yes.
What is going on there?
Wait, the favorite? You said Phaedra?
Phaedra. I thought it was pronounced Phaedra.
I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
So I thought that one of the passages or one of the stories in Euripides about Phaedra had talked all about this Christ thing, and he said that it gave really good context to why it is a drug term.
I wouldn't be able. I'd have to look at it.
Let's look at it. Can you pull it up for us?
I will. My latest passion is more than my substance.
Oh, really? The Lady Babylon. So you just casually warm up your mind in the morning.
Every morning I get up for the first thing I do in the morning is read Greek.
And you read it in the Greek.
Yeah. Oh, favorite. Okay, there you go. Well, that story, yeah. So that's kind of an unusual story.
Yeah.
Try it out. Which one are we looking at? Well, this is one of the plays.
Okay.
Favorites in love with Greek.
Oh, that's it. That is it. Yeah. That's it. That's what I was thinking of. So what is this story?
Well, so it's this kind of it's this weird story where she's in love with
Her stepson?
her stepson.
Okay.
Wants her stepson to sleep with her.
Okay.
And he refuses to do it, and he gets all messed up because like his father finds out, and then it's one of these things that people do.
Okay. So there's no drugs used in this
Well,
story?
there might be. I haven't read the story yet, so I don't know if there's.
Steve, if you find. Are you talking about his reference?
If you just go to
He's saying that Christ is used in the context here.
he must be Creole. He must be anointing.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So
How do you spell that?
no, just say anointing.
No.
Or anointing, something like that.
So, and then doesn't he say something about lifting snakes and drinking death poisons? About that one.
That's in the Gospel of Mark, but
Exactly.
yeah, but that's bogus because
It's at the end, right?
it's the end that actor's not originally Mark.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he's just making stuff up here. So I mean,
Who put that in there?
us later scribes. As I was telling you, we don't have the original Mark. And one of the big things they did with Mark is they added 12 verses after Jesus' resurrection, the scribes did, in order to show that Jesus really appeared to the disciples. Because in Mark's gospel, in particular, Jesus is raised from the dead and his tomb is empty. The women are told to tell the disciples that he's been raised. But then, and it ends there. So scribes thought that was a good point. And so they added 12 verses where they go tell the disciples, and Jesus tells them this thing about having snakes and poison. And
I wonder why they added that.
well, they added it because it sounds pretty spectacular, and because there are traditions in early Christianity already in the book of Acts of people being bitten by poisonous snakes who are not hurting them, always, and people speaking other languages. They have these in the book of Acts, and so these Christians were adding this on the Jesus mythology of the happened. But there are traditions in early Christianity people being able to make poison without hurting.
What? So, was it specifically snake venoms? Snake poisons?
No, not necessarily. It's two different things. You can give snakes, and you can give poison. So in those additional verses.
Wow.
But those are the verses. Those are the verses that the Appalachian snake handlers use to justify their practices at the Appalachian snake handlers. There are these Christian denominations where during a worship service they pull out the rattlesnakes or whatever, the deadly snakes, and handle them in the church service to show that they really can do this because that's what Jesus said. But they don't realize that Jesus didn't really say that, and it was added by scribes.
Oh, no.
And sometimes they do get bitten and they go to the hospital.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So this guy shouldn't be using stuff like that.
Well, it's interesting that they say that in the Gospels it says they could be bit by snakes and it wouldn't affect them or wouldn't hurt them.
It doesn't say that except in these verses.
In these verses that were added.
They were added later by scribes.
Because Galen talks about, Galen created the Theriac for Marcus Aurelius that had snake venom, snake viper flesh, and all this stuff in there that was like a panacea that was supposed to be able to.
Yeah, sure.
Because like one of the main reasons people were getting killed was all the deadly snakes that were in that part of the world where people were dying from snake bites and stuff like that. So maybe
there was so much medicine in the ancient world.
right. Maybe there was some sort of anti-venom or antidote to snake bites that was real.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, we just try it. But it doesn't mean that that's what people try so much. It's kind of wrong. The fact that you've got a verb means to anoint. You anoint. Anytime you can spread some kind of liquid substance on your body, you're anointing it. But usually it's not to get a high.
It's so crazy to me because like I've been kind of like diving down the rabbit hole of this drug stuff, and me and Steve haven't been able to get any scholar to debate this stuff. Like there's so many of them, and we've had a couple of them that were like, oh yeah, we'd love to come do the podcast, right? Like we want to be on the podcast. I'm like, okay, would you mind debating this man? Oh no, sorry, I can't do that. I wouldn't be comfortable doing that. It wouldn't be productive.
Well, that probably wouldn't be productive. It sounds like you like ridicule.
Yeah, well, it would be.
I never debate people who want to ridicule. Do you think ridicule is very intellectual discourse? But from that clip, show it. He's mocking. discussion.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that if somebody was confident enough in the classical stuff and they understood, where he was from, where the holes were exactly, they would be really
Any class system can do it. It's just whether they want to deal with something like that in a public context. So it's not that they're. I think it'd be a mistake to think that he's come up with something that nobody can refute. And it's so far from the truth. Yeah. So I mean, at my university, we have a very strong classes department. These are people with an international reputation. And one of them,
Yeah, but just like one of the top classical scholars, Carl Rupp, the guy who wrote to Ulysses, he confirms everything this guy says. And I mean, no other classicist that
what does he do?
he teaches at Harvard. He's retired now.
What do you mean he confirms everything?
Let's pull up his bio.
What do you mean he confirms everything this guy said?
Like he says that this guy with all this stuff about drugs is real.
That they had drugs?
Yeah,
Of course they have drugs.
or no, that Christ was a drug.
And that says that? Where does it say that?
There's a podcast where he says that. This is just his bio right here. This is like, go up. Where's his PhD from?
He thinks that Jesus Christ,
Harvard University, classical philology.
yeah, no, this is a serious guy. But I mean, he actually says that the name Jesus Christ means Jesus drugs.
No, he corroborates a lot of the things that Amen says.
Well, I have to see
what he says that Christ is a drug term.
Credo. Okay. So
Yeah, so you understand that's why
I'll tell you what you do.
I'm so perplexed. That's why I'm saying.
Well, okay, I'll tell you what you do. Just get there are a couple of comprehensive Greek lexicons. Just the big one is called Bell and Scott. It's a massive volume that gives definitions for every Greek word and shows how the Greek word is used in every context.
Right. Okay.
What's it called again? Bell and Scott. So those are two 19th century British scholars. Liddell, Liddell, and Scott, Scott. Or you could get the Cambridge. There it is. You want the long one? It was.
Oh, LSJ. Okay.
There are three versions of it. But there's a new Cambridge Encyclopedia lexicon of Greek that is also comprehensive. And just look up the word Christos and see what it says. It's not hard. I mean, so anybody can do it. So, in fact, I wonder, might be online. In fact, you can get this online. You can get the definition of that. So if you will search for,
I think it's like LFJ.com or something simple like that. We've been on this website before, I believe. I don't remember. This is it.
Oh,
we've
yeah,
been
we
on this. Yeah. Ancient Greek. I should give you like the actual version. There it is. So, there you go. Okay, so we're going to come back up here with this. Hasticles. Boom. Here we go. Finding. Easy. I am impatient by nature. What is this? This isn't even a word. This website's a little bit slow. Maybe the traffic is so minimal they must have like the cheapest hosting provider. Dogma.gr. Perseus Talks. Perseus Talks. That's what it was. Really? Yeah, that's what we've been using. Oh. All right, here we go. We're making some progress here, folks. All right, so it means to be rubbed on, used as ointment or salve. Anointed, Messiah, Euripides. Oh, wow, look at that. Euripides right there.
oh, there's Christos. No, that's a page. Paper. Yeah, there it is. data, yeah, where it says whether it's an anointment or drug drinks.
Drug drinks.
Yeah, whether an anointment or
So is it used as a drug term here? So we give it credit for being used.
I have to read the context. It looks like it's contrasted. Oh, I missed the part. I'd have to. Oh, that's why it's in context. This is one place. It looks like that this is one place in the Bible that we choose. One place in the Bible. Whoa, that would be. You know, I don't think the word Christos actually probably is worth looking up. I mean, if I had resources there, let's look it up. I'd be surprised if the word Christos, like the Christ, occurs before the Hebrew Bible. The Septuagint, the first expensive.
You'd be surprised if that happened.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if anybody uses the actual Christos before the Septuagint. So I don't think that your particular story is.
He was how much earlier than the Septuagint was he?
Oh, well, he was 5th century BCE. So depends whether, if the Septuagint was done around the 200 BCE or
Doesn't this say that he used the word Christ?
no, it's using the tree, the verb.
The verb.
At least the Catholic song with favor, that's the verb. It's not the matter. But I'll just tell you the short of it. I think if you get any dictionary, if you ask anybody who is classics for living, and you just ask them, this trio, not does it sometimes refer to such, it doesn't necessarily refer to groups. It doesn't usually refer to drugs. He will alter this.
No, I know. I talked to all the drugs. There's only one in the company that's drugs, and that's mine. Yeah, but then his argument is he says that the only other person who corroborates him has been dead for a long time is a guy by the name of Julius Africanus.
Well, he's been dead for a long time. Yes, I said he's been dead for a long time. He's like since the 2nd century.
A little while.
And we actually only have we don't have much of this stuff. So
Yeah.
I would be suspicious. What did he say that Julius Africanus?
Sorry, he said what Julius Africanus said was that the Septuagint was a more to original Greek. Or at least parts of it was original Greek.
Yeah, how much Julius Africanus did?
Apparently he was a linguist or he was a classicist.
He was 400 years later. He doesn't know. How would he know?
Maybe he read Greek.
No, I did read Greek, right? But so what? Look, if somebody today, for the first time, says that the Declaration of Independence was written originally in French, and this is the first time anybody said it, living hundreds of years later, but then, like in 2,000 years, oh yeah, but that person said it.
Yeah, I think so.
It's hundreds of years later, but somebody had no idea.
Right.
And so, all right, I've already explained why the Septuagint is.
No, we're already past that. I made a mistake by saying
It's the
that.
creator thing.
Right.
It's the same thing. It's the word can be used as worse for medical.
Right. Okay. And then the word when Jesus was arrested in the park at 4 a.m. in the park. What?
Not told what time it was.
For not okay. So was it night? We know was it night or day? The SWAT team came.
So it's in the evening. He's arrested in the evening. He's had his last cycle. He goes out and prays. And he's only a monk. And it's a strange message. So it's the evening.
And then the next day, about 8 hours later, roughly around 8 hours, he died. He's crucified. He dies. He dies first.
Well, it's 50 gospel. In Mark, he gets crucified for 9 minutes. In John, he does crucified for 9 minutes.
But who were the guys that crucified him? What were their charges?
We're not told in the New Testament. There are later legends that but
So we have no idea what they were crucified for. I guess what's the consensus scholar?
well, it's not. So people are crucified for a variety of reasons, and I guess I haven't really looked around to see what the consensus would be. My suspicion is that they also were accused of some kind of insurrection. Because normally the people who crucified tend to be the complete people at the very lowest level of the social scale, the slaves. The slaves were did something absolutely crucified. But the Romans, the Romans are basically crucifying people that this is death. And so probably Jesus is crucified for calling himself the king of the Jews in all the Gospels. So the animals saying in the Gospels. And so the problem is the Romans are ruling Israel. And so if he calls himself king, he's saying that he's the ruler of Israel. And so they don't like that. They crucify him. So it may be that they were also, they're called, the problem is, in the Gospels they're called the word that's often translated robbers. The Greek word is laestes. The laestes, though, in Josephus, the Greek historian Josephus, uses the word laestes to refer to ruling and so, if that's what it means, when was he? First century. Yes. So, he talks about he's our main source for information on first century Judaism. And by the way, it doesn't say much about next.
Okay, so going back to some of the stuff about Christianity and some of like the early sects of Christianity. One of the things that you've written about a lot is the idea of the virgin birth story, the Immaculate Conception.
Those are different things. The virgin birth refers to Jesus' mother, who conceived as a virgin.
Right.
The Immaculate Conception has to do with how his mother was born. She was born, God did a miracle. Her mother was not a virgin. But the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception is that when Mary was conceived, unlike everything she was conceived without a sin nature. So her mother did not pass on the sin nature to Mary, and that became a later doctrine to show why Jesus did not inherit the sin nature from his mother.
Okay.
So the Immaculate Conception isn't about the birth of Jesus, it's about the birth of his mother.
It's about the birth of Jesus. Yes. Okay. Where does this idea originally come from? Where do they get it?
Where does any theologian come up with their ideas? And so the earliest accounts of Jesus' mother are in a book called the Infancy. It's called the Gospel of James, and it is an early second century book, and it actually doesn't even mention the Immaculate Conception yet. In this account, it is an account of Mary's birth, and it's a miracle because God gets her pregnant even though she can't get conception. And the strange thing about this story is that it's actually a virgin birth rather than a virginal conception. So, a virginal conception is in the New Testament. That's when in Luke and Matthew, she conceives without having sex. But that's different from the virgin birth. The virgin birth is if she gives birth and her hymen hasn't broken in the process of giving birth. The hymen breaks because the baby comes to the birth now.
Right.
And in the Gospel of James, a midwife gives her an internal exam. Mary is a religion. Gives her an internal exam to see whether her hymen is broken. And it is not. And so now it's not just a virginal conception, it's a virginal birth. And as theologians started thinking more about it, they realized she must not have only conceived as a virgin and given birth as a virgin, she must have been a perpetual virgin. And so then you later get the idea of perpetual virginity, where she never had sex.
Right.
And then after that, come up with the idea she never had a sin nature. And so the idea of the Immaculate Conception becomes, especially because of doctrine of the 5th century.
That's so bizarre. I didn't know that. Why? So they're saying that how is he born? He didn't give birth now.
It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
How do you get born from a virgin?
Did they do C-sections back then?
Well, they're called C-sections because so there's cesareans sections,
Yeah.
named after Julius Caesar.
Oh.
Because his mother had trouble giving birth, and so they took him out of the world.
She survived.
I don't think so. They usually didn't. In the ancient world, they usually would take the babies and the mother.
Julius Caesar.
Yeah, that's
Wild.
yeah. That's why I'm here.
Yes, that is why you're here. Wow, that's fascinating. That is fascinating.
Right, but you're going to ask me about the virgin birth.
Yes, yeah. I was originally asking you about the virgin birth. So that didn't borrow from any other ideas or any other myths.
I just did a class on this yesterday at Chapel Hill. I had my students read a bunch of Greek and Roman myths about people being miraculously healed. Because there are a lot, we have them. We have accounts of a God getting a woman pregnant throughout Greek and Roman mythology. In every case, though, the God, and either the woman is not actually a virgin in the Greek and Roman beliefs. Most of the time, she just believes that sex life never had kids, or she's God gets her pregnant, when God gets pregnant. But the God always has sex with her. And so there are these fantastic stories. My students thought this was really bizarre. Because you have these stories about how Alexander the Great was born. And it turns out that Alexander the Great was born, that he was the son of Zeus. And Zeus came down in the form of a snake and lay with his mother. And his father, Philip, Alexander's father, Philip, was watching through the door and seeing the snake cohabiting with his wife. And then she got pregnant by the snake, who was Zeus, and Alexander the Great was the son of Zeus, because the snake got her pregnant.
Oh my God!
With the snake, yeah, it's very
Ancestral
and Freudian. So the snake. So Freudian, yeah. So, but in any event, so you have these stories of gods getting women pregnant.
right.
What doesn't happen is God's getting that she remains a virgin. So that's different. They're all different. Like all the stories are different. Being pregnant from a snake is different. Like a swamp, or something.
Right.
But so there are accounts of divine men, they're almost always men, whose father is God. But the difference is in the New Testament, the father is God, the woman is still a virgin.
Okay.
In other words, there's been no penetration. Whereas in the Greek and Roman myths, there's penetration.
Yeah, it seems like the Greeks and these ancient cultures were obsessed with this stuff. They were just obsessed with this. Like,
Sex?
yeah, they were obsessed
Like the American culture?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah,
Every culture's obsessed with sex.
No, I mean, it seemed way more than us. I mean, it didn't seem like, let me put it this way.
They're nowhere near as
Maybe not more obsessed, but it didn't seem like there was the cultural sanctions around this kind of stuff that there is now.
That's where you live. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, today, if you sleep with someone else's spouse, it's not married. If the woman slept with him, so which takes it more seriously.
Right.
But in those cultures, a lot of the time, the sanctions for inappropriate sex were connected with property rights. And so already in the Old Testament, the problem with a woman committing adultery is that a married woman has sex with another man. The problem is this other man has taken the husband's property rights. And so that's why in the Ten Commandments it says you should not covet your neighbor's house, his wife, his donkey, his ass, his ox. So the wife is right up there with the donkey as one of the guy's properties. And so it's a property issue, but it still takes its form seriously.
Which brings me to my question about Jesus and Mary, and the greater questions of Mary. What was going on? What was going on the mountain with Jesus and Mary? What was Jesus doing there?
the listeners know what the greater questions of Mary is?
They're about to find out. I saw you wrote about this in your blog, which got me interested in it. And actually, during a recent podcast, we brought up your blog, showing it.
Oh, good. Yeah, well, people should know about my, the kind of stuff we're talking about is stuff I talk about on my blog all the time.
Yeah.
Like I post 5 times a week. I'm dealing with this guy.
Big fan of your blog. Holy check blog.
Okay. So, right, the greater questions of Mary. So let me see if I remember this accurately, because I haven't looked at this in many years. Jesus, does he pull a woman out of his own side and has sex with her? I think that's what it is.
Something like that. From what I understood, was that he brought Mary to the mountain and he says something like, "You have to eat my semen" or something like that. Eat my seed.
Yeah, that's part of it. But she's up there. So Mary Magdalene is up there.
Yeah.
And he pulled a woman on the side and he has sex with her. I think they consume his semen.
Yeah.
And he says something about Jesus. And so,
Mark plugs, dude, so we can show people.
yeah. But look, so I can see what.
There we go. There we go. Look at that. Rated R. Rated X. Punch it on it.
There we go. Okay. Keep going.
Greater questions of Mary. At the famous
There it is.
to have read this.
Yeah, Taik extracted the woman from the side and had sexual intercourse. I got it right. He gathered his in his hand and explained this was what must be done.
Who's Jesus? This guy.
Is he good? I don't know. Continued to serve, and So this is the reality is that this is quoted in the church father named Epictetus, who wrote a multi-volume book called the English word for it is the Medicine Chest. Oh yeah, the guy might have liked this book, the Medicine Chest. So it's called the Greek is the Greek is Pomerium. And it's called the Medicine Chest because it provides the antidotes for the venomous snakes.
Ooh.
And the venomous snakes are the heretics. The heretics,
Antichrist.
who poison you. They might call them antichrist, but these are like Christian teachers who teach false doctrine. So they're teaching false doctrine, and it's like being stung by a snake in a kill. The heresy will kill. And so he provides the antidotes for this by telling you the truth. The truth will save you from the poison bites and the heretics. That's this long work. Okay. And so one of the groups that he attacks is a group called the Figure-Nuts that he accuses of engaging in wild nocturnal orgies as part of their Christian ritual. Literal orgies. And Figure-Nuts? Figure-Nuts. P-H-I. Figure-Nuts. I don't know what it is. But it's a group of Gnostic Christians. And he claims that this is one of their doctrines, the greater question to them. That they have this is a book they use to justify their crazy ritual practices, which include having random sex. The man, this is during the worship groups. They meet at night, they turn out all the lights, which are on lampstands, torches. They extinguish all the torches. They randomly mix men and women, have sex together. The man pulls out before he orgasms in his hand. They eat the semen together, and then they drink the woman's menstrual blood. And this is the body and blood of Christ. And so Epiphanes claims this is happening. When was this guy writing this? So he's writing at the end of the 4th Christian century. Oh. And he's saying that these groups are doing this stuff. So basically what he's doing is he's trashing people about making stuff up.
He's making this all up so he can actually participate in 6 years.
No, he doesn't participate. He's a strict moralist. But he's saying that if you start hanging out with these Gnostic people, these Gnostic Christians, this is the kind of stuff you're going to be into, and it's going to send you straight to hell. And so it's like overly voyeuristic for somebody who's a purist. So he's one of these people who's like, he just enjoys telling these kinds of things. He doesn't tell a lot of these guys, but he tells some of these things to scare his audiences away from this point of Christianity. there are a lot of scholars, probably the majority of scholars, think that there's some kind of historical root to what he's claiming these people to do. And I don't think so. I think he's just making this stuff up.
So it's not likely that Jesus would actually work.
Oh no, there's no way Jesus did this. I'm saying there's no way that these Gnostics actually thought he did it.
There's no way that Gnostics actually thought he did it.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's no way he did it, and I think there's no way they actually thought he did. Epiphanius is making up slanders against his enemies in order to show how horrible they are. So I think he's making the thing up.
That's interesting. And that's another hard part of this whole field of study, and studying these ancient texts, is because you're like reading all this stuff, all this historical stuff, and like, just think about the world we live in today with like the news. Like, imagine in 5,000 years from now, they're going back and reading the news today.
Well,
Like, the news is I read a headline, and 90% of the time, there's about 1% of truth in that headline.
oh, absolutely. No, absolutely. And if in 2,000 years they find, this, that, or the other conspiracy theory is the thing, they'll think that's what everybody thought.
Right, exactly. And then on top of that, people have access to grind against other people, and
Yeah.
so that's another thing that just, to me, makes this whole thing so confusing. And in today's day and age, with the internet, you have people with different views on the ancient world, and they want to like dedicate their whole life and build a career off arguing with people about what happened thousands of years ago, or what people were talking about thousands of years ago.
But see, this is, again, it's why expertise matters.
Yes.
Because experts read these documents in their original languages. They read them in the Greek and the Latin, the Coptic, the Syriac, the Hebrew, whatever. They know what these words mean. They understand how it works. They know the history of the period. They know political history of the period, the economic history of the period, the social history of the period, the cultural history of the period, and they study these things. So if someone comes along and reads Epiphanius, like just a regular old person comes along and reads Epiphanius, they'll just say, well, that's what it's happening.
Right.
And experts will be able to explain. It'll take a while to explain. It'll take a while for an expert to explain, but if you listen to them and hear explanation, you say, oh yeah, that's right. And if you have different experts saying different things, then you can kind of evaluate them. But without the expertise, you just say anything. And there's so much stuff on the internet, people just saying stuff. And getting people to believe it because they said it. And okay, fine, but I mean, there are ways to analyze ancients. So I know it sounds confusing, but if you study this stuff for 30 years, you know how to analyze this stuff.
Right. Is there any, I don't know if you know how much you know about Sumerian, but is there any links from Hebrew to Sumerian? Are any of the roots similar?
Sumerian, no, I think Sumerian's a different language.
There's some completely separated,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Ugaritic is a language that's common in Hebrew. So there were cognate Hebrew language. So when I said earlier that the Hebrew Bible, you only have the Hebrew Bible.
Right.
One thing that helps translators is to know the cognate languages from antiquity. So cognate language is, like, suppose you've got Spanish and Portuguese. So if you know Spanish, then Portuguese is pretty close. And, if you've got a word in Portuguese, you don't know what this means, but you know the Spanish word is just like it, then you can probably guess, yeah, that's probably what it means.
Right.
You can do that with the Hebrew Bible. And so Hebrew Bible translators, when they see this word, this word doesn't occur anywhere else in Hebrew. You have a similar word that occurs in this language, and that language, and that language, they're cognates, it's like you then that probably suggests what it is.
Okay. And you can do that with Sumerian and Hebrew. There is some sort of link.
No, I think Sumerian's a different language.
Right.
Different language. There's got to be a Semitic language.
Right, yeah, that's what I thought. Because there is a guy who's come up on this podcast. He's dead now, but he's come up with this podcast many times, who wrote a book called The Sacred Mushroom and Cross. And the premise of his book is about taking the roots of ancient Sumerian into Hebrew. And I don't think you can do that. I think that basically tears apart his whole hypothesis.
Well, I'm not an ancient. I don't work in ancient Near Eastern linguistics and so on.
Right. But yeah, no, his theory was that the idea of immaculate conception is the same thing as a mushroom. It's a mushroom, you don't pollinate. Mushroom comes from the ceiling. Rain comes down to earth, and the mushroom is is born of the earth.
What's it got to do with Sumerian?
For some reason, he was taking Sumerian roots and applying them to Hebrew words. And he was studying the Dead Sea Scrolls for like years. I think he studied the Dead Sea Scrolls for like 50 years.
It's not John Allegro.
John Allegro, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Look, the roots of a word, the etymological roots of a word, are not indicative of what the word is.
Right.
So, you can see where they got it, but I mean, for example, if you say lion's teeth, okay, the teeth of lions, you're not referring to the thing you go out digging the garden, the weed that has a yellow thing coming out, the dandelion.
Right.
Dandelion, we know, the lion's teeth. And so the fact that it's called lion's teeth doesn't tell you what. When your dad tells you go out and dig for dandelions,
Right.
you don't go around looking for lion's teeth. So the root of a word is not how you decide what the word means. So it doesn't matter what the Sumerian root was for this, that, or the other thing.
Right.
It's irrelevant.
Right. Yeah, that combined with the fact that one's a Semitic language and one is from Near Eastern. I think that kind of blows that over the water.
But it wouldn't matter. I mean, for one thing, what does mushroom and Jesus have to do with either one?
He's claiming that how a mushroom basically, a mushroom doesn't have to be pollinated like any other plant on Earth, right? It doesn't have to be. It's not pollinated, so it's like being born of a virgin. That was his connection. That
They have to do with Sumerian or Hebrew.
No, that idea, right?
It's biology.
Right, yeah, that's biology.
biology.
That's just one of his arguments to support how Jesus Christ was a mushroom. A psychedelic mushroom, man.
I know. No, the thing was, he started out as a fine scholar, and he was an expert in books and scrolls. But every now and then you get somebody who's like, very erudite, who takes this weird turn, and wow, okay. So, yeah.
That gets a lot of people into this stuff too. It's kind of cool because it's like maybe they're crazy, maybe it's outlandish, but it gets a lot of people who would otherwise not be interested in religion. Maybe like, this maybe he's onto something, and they fall down the rabbit hole.
Well, the problem is that people who are experts in religion don't do a very good job of showing why it's interesting on its own without crazy ideas. Right? And so you don't need crazy ideas. I mean, the Da Vinci Code, Gandalf's Da Vinci Code, got a lot of people interested in Mary Magdalene. Or in the Council of Nicaea, or how he got the canon of the New Testament, or how Jesus became the Son of God. And everything Dan Brown said in the Da Vinci Code about those things was wrong.
Right.
When I wrote a book on it, I wrote a book on the Da Vinci, I know, going through point by point. And so, yeah, I got people into it, but it got them thinking wrong things. How good is that?
I think it is good, because then they can find your book and they realize, oh my God, this is from me. I gotta do this stuff from a guy who told me that Christ was a child trafficker who was giving people drugs, and he's a drug cult leader.
Oh, okay.
And that got me interested in this stuff.
Okay, fair enough. Okay,
now
fair
I'm in
enough.
front of you, and I'm figuring out, maybe
Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe that isn't how it works. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, sometimes truth is a lot more boring than
That's very true.
But sometimes truth is really interesting, and I think scholars generally do not do a good job of showing what's interesting about what they do across the fields. That people become scholars because they're really deeply interested in something, and they're interested in it because there's something that is interesting in it. But they have the hardest time to explain to somebody what's interesting about this.
Right.
And so I think what scholars need to do is figure out how to communicate better, because otherwise you just have people who come up with crazy ideas.
And there's another thing about scholarship too, is when you're a part of an institution like that, it's frowned upon to come up with a theory that doesn't fit in with consensus. People are afraid of it.
It's frowned upon if you don't have support for it. If you just found out some crazy theory, then yeah, you get fired.
Well, I mean, in general, would you say in general though that people in scholarship, they typically walk on eggshells when it comes to discussing new things, new ideas, or coloring outside the lines or things like that?
No, I never felt that way. I've been in academia since professor since 1984. You know, I've never felt bound to say one thing or another, except if I say something that doesn't have any support for it, as a historian. You know, so like I just can't claim crazy things.
Right.
And you know, I can't claim it. You know, Constantine, the Emperor Constantine, is the one who formulated the Hail Marys, and that he, I don't know, you just say something and like it's just demonstrably wrong. Well, you can't do that. If you're a historian or if you're a scientist or whatever you are, if you make a statement, you've got to be able to back it up with facts. Otherwise, yes, you can walk in and and probably, if you say that every time the word Christ used, it's referring to a drug, that's like you can't back it up. And you can laugh at people who say you can't back it up, but you can't back it up. And it can be just shown by anybody if you read a dictionary that you can't back it up. But,
yeah, there's a lot to it, for sure. I think it's complicated. It's really hard to parse out.
I don't think it's complicated. You look it up in a dictionary. And if you don't trust the dictionary, dictionaries can't be trusted either.
Exactly. Well, that's one thing. I had a scholar on here who was telling me we were discussing the word late stays, and we were looking it up on the website we was on here. And it said Percy stuff, exactly. And it gave us a couple definitions. I think one of it was robber. One of it, I think robber was like the main one. Pirate and robber. And then this guy goes, oh no, that's the wrong dictionary. He goes, you gotta look at this dictionary. It says he's a revolutionary.
So that's problematic. He's problematic in saying that because it means both things in different contexts.
All three things: pirate, robber, and revolutionary.
Yeah.
But the one dictionary didn't say pirate or robber. It was a revolutionary.
Probably wasn't an exhaustive dictionary. That's why you gave us a biblical dictionary. Of course it was. Oh, that's the problem. So I did.
Problem, right?
Yeah, well, of course. Right. So that is the main problem because you can't trust like a biblical dictionary or a dictionary of biblical Greek. You can't trust a dictionary of biblical Greek to understand Greek broadly. Because a dictionary of biblical Greek is kind of like a dictionary of New York Times today's edition English. So it tells you what it means within that. If you get within that corpus, but if you move outside the corpus of the New Testament into broader Greek, then you want to know what next day means. Because that might affect what it actually means in the New Testament, and it actually does. So it means all of those things. But when I say it's not complicated, it's because what you do is you look it up in a comprehensive dictionary, and you can't trust that, but it gives you references. Euripides, Phaedra, you look that up. And you look up all the references and you say, yeah, that's right, that is what it means. It's got to mean that. It can't mean something else here. So if you see a passage that says that, the ship of the lay sky was sunk. Pirates. Yeah. They say the lay space was caught with a loaf of bread, red hand with a loaf of bread.
Right.
Robber.
Well, in Julius Caesar's case, he says the lay stays captured me and held me ransom.
So it's the context.
Yeah.
And so it isn't. So that's the problem with saying that the etymology is what tells you the meaning.
Right.
It doesn't.
So if Jesus was in the park and with a kid at 4 a.m. or whatever in the middle of the night, and the SWAT team pulls up on him and goes, "Why are you pulling up on me like I'm some lay stays?" Like, what is he probably saying here?
No, he doesn't. But he doesn't say that. He says that in John. And so the kid is one story. The lay stays is in a different story.
So you're saying he doesn't say why you guys aren't pulling up on me like I'm a lay station when the kid's there? That's two different versions.
Yeah, I think it's a two different versions. I don't think that's a. Hold on, let me check.
Let's find it.
Let's find it because I
thought
don't.
it wasn't dark.
Maybe.
Steve, yeah, gotcha.
I've got Mark. I've got John on my mind right now. He's the lay stays. Lay stays has a kind of different double meaning in the Gospel of John.
Okay.
And so that's why. Let me see.
Give me a second.
You don't even need. I will look at it right here.
He's got it. We got two versions. We got the
Oh yeah, I'd like to talk to
15, 27.
No, it's a 15. Yeah, yeah, you're right. It does occur. Well, what's it got to do with the kid?
So what is it? So what does it occur? What does the passage say?
Mark 14:48. Jesus answered and said to him, "Have you come upon me as a lay stays with swords in order to arrest me?"
Right. So like, out of what definition we got? Obviously, he's not saying why are you putting up me like a pirate. Like, why would you be a pirate? Is what I am.
Yeah, or a robber. It's talking about being an insurrectionist.
An insurrectionist.
Yeah. Why else would soldiers come after him? You don't send a band of soldiers after someone.
Exactly. Right. Why would not be like I'm on late states? What am I stealing here? You know, it is weird that he's.
No, it's not safe. It's here. It's not that he's stealing something. It's that he's arresting him for insurrection.
Right.
And the way you know that is because they arrest him, they put him on trial for being an insurrectionist.
Right.
So that's why they're arresting him.
Right. Right.
Not for being a robber, and not for being a pirate. So yeah, I'm not sure what the kid has to do with that.
Yeah, me neither.
So the kid is only a mark, but it's a strange story because they try to grab the guy and it's not his towel. It's not. No, he's wearing he's wearing like a robe or something, linen robe, and they grab him. And he says he's wearing a linen robe over his nakedness. They grab for him. They only
What's the
give
word for it again?
Cino. Yeah. Okay. Good enough. And so they grab it, and he runs away, buck naked. And that's it. Mark 14:16. And so the question is, what's that?
Right.
Yeah. The ominous theory.
So does Morton Smith. Do you know about that? Oh my God. Well, I mean, you should be interested in Morton Smith. So Morton, have you ever heard of the Secret Gospel of Mark?
The secret gospel. I haven't heard of the secret gospel.
Oh my God.
So yeah, please.
Yeah, Morton Smith. Hey, I'm telling you, he's written the whole book. It would take 3 hours to start the Secret Gospel. But what he argues in the Secret Gospel, now this guy is a serious guy. Morton Smith, he was like, oh my God, he was so much smarter than anybody else, and he knew it. And this guy was brilliant. But he had this kind of theory. He taught at Columbia University, and wrote his first dissertation in Hebrew. And he's a New Testament scholar, and scholar of early Christianity, scholar of early Judaism, and he was absolutely fascinating. But he claimed to discover a new gospel, a gospel that was a secret version of Mark, that had been published by Mark later than the Mark that we have, that had additions to it. And he wrote 2 big books on this thing. And the reason it caused a big uproar is because he argued that this passage in Mark 14:16 about the young man running away with just over his nakedness is actually referred to in this secret gospel, and that it suggests that this is a young man that Jesus has baptized in the new, and then had spent the night with him, teaching him the mysteries of the kingdom of God.
And come on, Jesus. We can do better.
Oh no, I thought he was doing pretty well according to this version. But he has these 2 books. One is called The Secret Gospel of Mark, which is written for lay people. And he wrote a scholarly edition of this whole thing because he claims to have discovered this manuscript in a monastery in Israel. And it's not clear whether it's a forgery. And it's not clear who the forgery is. Yeah, there it is.
I love this part right here. Some scholars suggest that the letter implies that Jesus was involved in homosexual activity.
Yeah, well, Morton Smith does.
Yeah.
And some people agree with that. And some people think that he's just actually doing this to make waves to forge something that other scholars accept as their thing.
Sure. Well, I mean, it is I mean, I can imagine how that's frowned upon by most people.
Yeah, most people do not.
Especially if they're theological scholars.
But the thing is, you could accept the secret gospel and not accept his interpretation. Because the gospel itself doesn't say that Jesus was engaged in homosexual activities.
Right, exactly.
And so it's the interpretation that supports that too. Now there's big questions about whether it's authentic writing or not. If it is, when it's written.
So my introduction into this book, this you're probably gonna laugh me out of I tell you this. His theory, the drug theory of what's happening in the park is Jesus was participating in the mystery in the upper room prior to when he was in the Garden of Gethsemane. And he was drinking viper venom, the death inducer. So his idea of how people participated in the mystery was they would ingest the viper venom, come up to the edge of death to where they're about to die, and then they would take the antidote. And according to Galen, the way they came up with the antidotes to things like viper venom was sort of like antibody therapy, like ancient antibody therapy. So they would take young people who had way better, more robust immune systems. They would slowly give them an introduction to viper venom with a small cut in the skin where they'd impregnate the bandage with venom, wrap the cut in the skin so they would do a slow introduction of the venom so it wasn't enough to kill them, but their body would fight it off and create antibodies. So then they would use the young person's bodily fluids as an antidote for the older people who got high on the viper venom. So you get high in the venom and you take the body fluid so you don't die, right? So we say be the antidote. But Amen says it was the Antichrist. The drug was the Christ, the antidote was the Antichrist. Okay, so the kid had the bandage on him because he was the antidote, because Jesus was tripping on viper venom in the park, right? The kid was there because Jesus needed that kid's bodily fluid so he wouldn't die from the viper venom. It was his antidote, so he would survive that psychedelic trip that he was on. The kid ran away. Jesus was crucified. When he's on the cross, he's screaming out, he's thirsty, I'm thirsty. They tried to give him the sponge. His follower tried to give him the sponge, which had the antidote on it, the antidote for the deep sauce, according to Notice. The antidote to the horn or that with the viper. And Jesus said no, he refused to take it, and he died early because he refused to take the antidote. And that's his explanation to why Jesus died early and why he was screaming and why he was so thirsty on the cross. Because when he was arrested in that park, the boy was his antidote, and the boy ran away, so he didn't get his antidote. That's fun, isn't it?
Well, yes, I suppose it is fun. So, yeah, well, I think that, every theory needs to be considered seriously, I guess, and one needs to evaluate probabilities.
Sure.
And for openers, in the text, it's clearly a Passover meal. In all of the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, it's the Passover meal. And it doesn't say anything about Jesus drinking the Passover. What he does is he takes so at the Passover, you know what the food is for the Passover meal. It's either that or and he takes the bread, and he takes the cup with wine. So this is my new covenant in my blood. So, normally Passover, they're not drinking bread. We have no record of anybody drinking bread Passover. We have many references to people drinking wine. And it's portrayed as wine. It's likened to his blood. It's thought that's his red wine, it's his blood. Right. As to the young boy, didn't say anything about that. So it's just, you can make things up, and it sounds interesting. And people who say, "Oh, that sounds interesting," but it's the evidence, right? And that is, what's the evidence that he's drinking that?
Yeah. This is, like I said, it's fascinating, and it would be great if I could get in the room with a scholar that has the capacity of the Greek. You can come back to most Bible scholars, they don't understand the Greek to the level of philology.
Well, they understand it well enough to refute that. I mean,
Okay.
how hard is it? I mean, blood is hard. Is that just for venom? So I think you don't need a. I mean, there are a lot of biblical scholars who are very fundamentalists. I mean, superb.
Aren't most biblical scholars, though, like this is the contradiction of Bible scholars, is that most of them, if I'm wrong, they subscribe to Christianity. So they're a scholar of their own belief.
Yeah, but Christianity doesn't mean fundamentalist. When I went to Christian Theological Seminary, I was very conservative at the time. But when I went there, all of my professors believed there are contradictions in the Bible, there are historical mistakes, discrepancies all over the mass. There are things that Jesus said he didn't really say. Because like they all agree to that. And so there isn't like a bunch of fundamentalists who's going to tell you the Bible. These are very serious scholars who are, I think it's unfair to say that they can't be trusted because they have some religious beliefs. You have to look at the scholarship. Plus, there are plenty of us who aren't religious at all, who study this stuff. We think that that's going to focus this stuff. I'm sorry, but I know. I mean, if I come up with some account of Joe Biden being taken out of this world by a Martian spaceship, and that's why we don't see him anymore. I can certainly say that, and there'll be people who believe me, but there'll be ways to kind of check to see if it's right. And the problem in the world right now is people don't check to see if it's right. They can't. People want to. If they hear something, they assume it's a fact. And of course, politically, that's a big problem because on both sides, people just assume it's a fact, and not bothering with people. But in my field, there are ways to check out facts.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because most people, most religious, godly people, they don't look that deep into this stuff because it gets messy when you really get deep into it. You know what I mean? It's the general idea of it. Like you were mentioning, we were talking about Thomas Paine earlier. The general idea of believing in higher power and the idea of Jesus is a good moral framework for society, right? But when you really that's the whole point of what your history and the stuff that you've looked into. It's like when you start to excavate all these texts of ancient history and these gospels and all that thing, you'll find out that it's really messy. It's not that simple. But that's like you can't discount the moral value or the structural framework that religion provides for.
Well, a lot of people do, my view of it is that religion can be used for good or bad. And there are horrible things that get done in religion, obviously. There are some good things that get done in religion. And so that's another complication. So I don't think that you can. I just don't think the way people think today is so binary. And it's really not just this year. I just think, I'm an atheist, but I'm a New Testament scholar. And when I say something positive about Christianity, I have some atheists who just come down my throat. How can you possibly say anything about Christianity?
Right.
Well, why not? Right. It has to be. That's, if I say anything negative, then the Christians, the fundamentalists come down my throat.
Right. Yeah. That's an unfortunate
What's going on with the Book of Job? Not to come out of left field, but what's up with Job? Job is another book that people almost always misunderstand. So it depends what you mean by it.
So I learned about the Book of Job reading about Thomas Paine, and he basically explains that it's completely disconnected from anything else in the Bible.
So it depends what you mean. Turn to Hebrew, so it's connected with things. Job, it's interesting, it's in the Hebrew Bible, but Job is not an Israelite. So the book of, I'll tell you the reason the Book of Job is complicated, and it's for a reason that Thomas Paine would not have known.
This is the first book that mentions Satan.
Kind of. That's not the complication. Okay. It does. So there is a figure in there called Hasatan, which in Hebrew means the adversary. Um, but he's not the devil. He's not like this evil force that's out trying that we think of today, at the head of the demons. Right? He's actually one of God's council members. God has a group of angelic beings around him that he asks advice from in a number of passages in the Old Testament. So scholars group is called the divine council. And the Satan, the adversary, is one of those figures. And so later on, hundreds of years later, Jews started developing the idea that this adversary was actually an enemy of God, the devil. That starts up about 200 years before Jesus, but it's long after the Job was written. Job is one of the he's what he says devil's advocate. He brings up the opposite side of what God says, just as kind of challenging what God responds. The problem with Job is that people have, the reason they don't understand it is because it begins with two chapters that are kind of a short story about this guy Job, who's very righteous. And Satan convinced God to take everything away from him to see if he still be righteous. He's like, the guy's filthy rich, richest guy on the planet, fantastic family, big family, tons of cattle and camels and things like filthy rich, but he's very pious. And the Satan figure says he's only pious because all the stuff is given in here. Take away the stuff, and then he'll curse you to your face. And so that's what happens. And so God says, you're like, well, so I said, okay, do it. And so Satan does it. And then, so it goes like that. But then, so that's the first two chapters. But then, the book is like 40 chapters long. And almost all of it is not about that. Almost all of it is about Job having a conversation with his three so-called friends who say that the reason he's suffering so much is because God's punishing him. And Job keeps saying, I haven't done anything wrong. God's punishing you. And it goes on like this for like 37 chapters. And then it gets back to the short story. So the back and forth of friends is all poetry. And the beginning and end is a short story. And scholars, long after Taik, came to realize these are actually two different stories that they're put together. The beginning and the end is about the patient Job who suffers even though he's righteous, and God rewards at the end. And in the middle, Job is not patient. God doesn't want anything to do with him. The friends are not friends, they're enemies. And so there are two different things that can splice together, so the whole thing as a whole doesn't make sense. Because you have these two accounts together.
Okay. And then Job also mentions a lot of things like that, about astronomy and all kinds of astrological things that the Jews didn't know about necessarily. That's at least how
that's not
good explained.
No, that's
a lot of scientific stuff is not very compelling.
At the end, Job, at the end of the poetry, where Job said he's completely innocent, the friend said, Job says, if God will just show up, I'll be able to make my case. And God shows up and just pries him into the ground, squishes him under his thumb, and just blasts away because basically God is the Almighty and you're a peon. What are you talking about me for? And so, but in that, God says, where were you when I created the foundations of the earth? Where were you when he starts talking about the stars and all this stuff that he's created? And even in the other things in the book, occasionally there's astronomical references, but there are things that were unknown to ancient Israelites at all. Ancient Israelites are just astrologers.
Yeah, I heard that there's sort of zodiacs and like the temples in Tel Magneto.
Oh yeah, but that's centuries later.
Okay.
That's many centuries later. Yeah, that's right. No, you do have zodiacs in some, not temples, but synagogues.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Instead of synagogues, which is interesting.
Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff that archaeology has told us that for centuries people didn't realize. Right. It was always said that Jews could not have pictorial art. They couldn't have pictures of humans because that's like an idol or something.
Right.
And that's just not true. Now they put up synagogues, they have pictorial art.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. You dug up a synagogue, they appears to have a picture of a mosaic of Alexander the Great. In the synagogue.
Wow. Did you see there was discovery that was made in actually University of Tampa, which was close to here. They found a mug from the god Ness, the Egyptian god mug, that had they like somehow did a study on it. They found out like they figured out the cocktail they were using in this mug, and it like can you pull it up, Steve? No, I don't know it. Yes.
Psychotropic drug.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, man, it's everywhere.
Look at this. Ritual drug work. When did they date this to? Ancient Egyptian mug from the god Bes suggested mixed psychoactive drugs, human blood, and other bodily fluids with mysterious ceremonies, according to newspaper. 15 authors of paper reported in the Research Square prior to the academic peer review. From institutions including University of South Florida. When did they say this was? Okay, there we go. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Well, okay. Vessels of the shape are from the 16th to the 5th century. This particular one dates to 3rd century. Interesting. Oh, it's somewhere between 3rd century BC and 3rd century. Great. Yeah.
So what it says, scholars have speculated that they may have been used to hold perfume or holy water, wine, or beer.
Cult members may have drunk from them.
But the residue of their contents has rarely been studied.
Oh, I see.
No,
There's a general recipes. Have we studied this one?
There was semen found in this one.
What? There was not. Stop it. The Fibunites.
I swear it was. No,
Yeah.
I swear. No, Steve.
Stuff made up around.
Bodily
fluids.
Go back down. See what it says. Type in bodily fluid. See what it says about bodily fluid was. Probably blood. Keep going. Such as oral vaginal and breast milk and human blood.
Wait, okay, by the authors found and plant. We also found this huge plant. That's fantastic.
Oh, that's oral or vaginal mucus and breast milk. The blue water lily. Holy crap.
They make some sesame seeds. You know, that's right. It's in vaginal mucus and it's with sesame seeds. They probably have a recipe. Probably on the bottom of this cup you'll find a recipe for. That's great.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
And Bes was he was Bes. He was a guardian figure until he became a Roman era divine being. Bes, deity Bes. Roman era divine being that provided protection from danger and averted harm. Yeah, okay. Antiquity was a fun place to be.
Yeah, I tell you, you still find stuff.
Yeah.
Really exciting.
We had I had a guy here who's brought in he's a collector of he buys stuff on the antiquities markets, and he buys these granite vases, and I guess they're found in like a bed pyramid or something. One of the pyramids in Egypt. They were like all just down at the bottom, and he paid hundreds of thousands each for a few dozen of these vases he's purchased. And I guess Egyptology dates them to being around the time of like 2000, maybe 2500 BC, roughly, when they were created. And the way that the consensus of how they were shaping these things were just based on hieroglyphs and depictions that are written, like drawn on cave art or whatever, is that they were hammered and chiseled these things with pounding stones and copper chisels. That's the tools that they had. But then he took one of his vases to an aerospace company, a big aerospace company in the Midwest, and they put it under a light scanner, and they found out that this granite vase, which is one of the hard stones that we have, is perfectly symmetrical from top to bottom with the deviation of a human hair. Like it was almost spun on, like even more symmetrical than you find like a piece of clay that's spun on the wheel. And it was made 2,000 years ago. Like, so basically, if you wanted to recreate, if our culture wanted to recreate today, you would have to do it on like a CNC machine, which is like a NIC, like making on a computer.
No, I know some of the technology. They don't know a lot about how the technology works. There are classes we work on. This is what they do.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like how do you build a tower? Like how do you put it? How do you have this? This column that goes up 40 feet, and each of the drums of the column weighs. What kind of how do you do that?
Mm-hmm.
And so they would do that kind of thing. But there's also a lot of prehistoric stuff, right? That like the rock circle, Stonehenge.
Yeah.
Yes, there's some amazing finds that where you have like you'll have tombstones sort of look like that on different continents that are exactly the same size to the millimeter.
What?
How? Yeah, I mean, it's stuff. It's like, the ancient world is amazing. And it's like,
yeah. It's so mysterious how some of this stuff was able to be created. Like root beer. That's root beer flavor. That's great. Delicious stuff. White Rabbit, shout out. It's just so mysterious and it's so interesting because people, it does that phenomenon where people like to fill in the gaps with their minds and what it was. Like, was it God or was it aliens? You know what I mean? Like
those are the two choices. Yeah, those are our choices these days.
Yeah. Or maybe human beings had technology that was more sophisticated than we have today, right?
Well, in some ways they did, and the problem is that so much of it was lost. But they certainly did in some ways, but they didn't have electricity. Right. So they didn't have ways of creating engines, so they didn't have they didn't have a budget. And so, but what they did is absolutely spectacular. But they also had a lot of people back then.
Yeah. Right. Have you heard of the Younger Dryas hypothesis? Basically, it's the idea that around, I want to say it was 16,500 years ago, roughly around then, during the end of the Pleistocene, there was some sort of either cosmic comet impact or like a solar flare ejection that happened that melted the end of the ice age, right? Like if comets hit around the Earth, like we went through some sort of like an asteroid belt or something like that, or meteor stream. That comets hit the Earth, melted all the ice, flooded the Earth, and basically wiped out like 75% of civilization. And it kind of like reset us, right? So like there's people that like to connect that idea with the fact that maybe human beings had some sort of advanced ancient technology that was erased from the face of the Earth when one of these cataclysms happened. Because there's archaeological evidence that like with the black mat layer and other things, that there was some sort of a cosmic event that happened on Earth that ended the ice age and would wipe out a lot of people and potentially some sort of technology like that. And the civilization was reset, and maybe this could be an explanation for some of the flood myths as well. Yeah, because the flood myths are everywhere, right?
Well, they are, but they're also always around places where there's water supplies.
Right.
So they all flood. So, I don't know. I mean, if I wanted to know about that, I'd probably talk to a high-level university geologist. I would go a lot. Yes, on TikTok. Well, I don't more.
Oh yeah, we're getting rid of it.
As of yesterday, apparently, yes.
Yeah, what happened? Someone bought it. Did Elon Musk buy it or something? Or he's trying to buy it?
Well, the Supreme Court got it.
Yeah. Anyways, Bart, thank you so much for coming, man. This has been a really fun conversation.
My pleasure.
Tell people where they can find your work, where they can find your blog, all that fun stuff.
So there are a couple things. One is my blog. So my blog is a unusual thing because it's thousands of people have blogs. But my blog is on New Testament, over Christianity, everything culminating to it. Ancient world, ancient Judaism, early Christianity, Constantine, and beyond. I post 5 times a day, 5 times a week, 5 times a week. 1,200 to 1,400 words. I've done it for almost 13 years now. And so it's like every day. And I answer questions. Every question I get, I answer. So the reason I do this is not for my dollars. It's both to spread knowledge about my field, but it's also to raise money for charity. So there's a small membership fee that people pay. It's not big. It comes out to like the cheapest level is like $10 a week. It's like $24 I don't keep a dime myself, and I do separate fundraising to pay for our expenses, so that every penny goes into charities, which are all dealing with homeless issues. Last year, 2024, we raised $575,000.
What?
Yeah.
Holy
Yeah.
smokes.
So people, just by joining and getting all these perks, I'm like, my post, and at higher levels, there's audio versions of the kid, and I do live Q&As, and I do, at the higher levels, I do webinars with people in the higher groups. So people should just look up. So it's urbanblog.org. Okay. The other thing, about 3 years ago, I started a company that produces online courses on all topics. We started out doing mainly biblical studies, which is what we still mainly do. And I started out doing the courses myself. I'll do something on the Gospel of Mark, so 8 lectures on the Gospel of Mark on the weekend. And we'll have short, like one-off lectures. Like I did a thing on the dark side of Christmas. And 2 lectures talking about the really parts that don't look good about what's happening at Christmas. White as hair and have to kill all the babies so that Jesus can be that kind of thing. And so we have these courses. They can find that at bardurban.com. But we've also started to stay connected with it. We'll do semester-long courses taught by high-level university professors. We have one going on now on an introduction to the New Testament by a very fine New Testament scholar, a terrific teacher, and it meets twice a week, like a university course, 50-minute lectures, followed by Q&A each time. Suggested readings people can do, quizzes if they want to take quizzes, and so it's like getting our first course was by Duke University professor Mark Whitaker. You get a Duke University course online. So this one is not for charity. It's a business course, but that's called Biblical Studies Academy. Okay. So if people just look at Biblical Studies Academy, it's like a streaming service. They pay a monthly fee, and they can get, if they pay the monthly fee, they get all the courses that are already available. You can go to the university level courses. They have chat groups, they have discussion groups, they have book reading groups, video watching groups. It's like a community for people who are not, a lot of people are interested in Bible, but they're not able to talk to you about it. Like academically, right? As opposed to like a church sense. They want to talk about stuff that they don't have any. This is the point that we just started. This was nice.
That's really cool. Making this stuff accessible to different
folks. Serious scholarship, accessible and interesting.
That's cool, man. We'll link it all below. Check it out. Okay. And thanks again. Appreciate your time.
Yeah,
all right. Good night, everybody. Mr. Lawrence, right? It's really a pleasure to have you on here. It's been a long time coming. I've been watching and reading your work for a very long time. It's not a very long time. I think the first time I discovered you was in 2015 when Going Clear came out, the documentary HBO, and I was sort of blown away with this place. I'm sure it is. And I kind of grew up around all of it because I spent a lot of my youth in downtown Clearwater running around with friends and just goofing around. And I was born in Morgan Hospital, which is basically right across the street from the flag building, right? And I kind of never really dug too deep into them until I saw your film, and then I was just like blown away that this was all right here this whole time.
Yeah, it's the headquarters. And, they back when L. Ron Hubbard had taken to the high seas to avoid subpoenas, and finally decided to come back to America and sent a delegation around looking for the right place, and they settled on Clearwater. And they wouldn't tell anybody at the time what they were. They were some sort of vaguely Christian organization. So when people in Clearwater found out, they were pretty upset. And he was buying up a lot of the real estate downtown, which is still a part of the church catalog. It's a fascinating story. I was, Scientology threats, elected offense, legal threats, reputational threats, around the story. So he'd rather like to take whacks at it. But I still felt that there was a great story on the ground until it was tragic story. I was even despite all the we're going to get to sort of stuff that comes along with the Scientology. It was always just a great story. Mm-hmm.
It's funny, just recently I was having a conversation with my brother. He works for one of the biggest Scientology companies out there, and he's like, it's all Scientology, and all of the higher end executives, like all the executive floor, they're all Scientologists. There's a Scientology floor, and then there's like a civilian floor, and it's like all these buddies will always joke like under their breath and like make fun of Scientologists, and like it's kind of like this weird dichotomy of these people all working together in the same building, but you kind of know you're inside of a cult building. Like these people are all in this cult, and I was wow, that would make such a great TV show about it. Like an office meets like some sort of like science, like science fiction, reality show or something like this. And I was asking him, I was like, we were in a restaurant right across the street from where he works. So I was like, how do you know? I'm like, do you know if they're looking at somebody that they're Scientologist? How do you know? And I was like, how do you know? He's like, just look into their eyes. And you can tell by just looking into their eyes. It's like almost robotic the way they look. And sure as shit, I was like looking around. He's like, there was like 5 people in that room at the time. He's like, there's one guy who's definitely Scientologist. See if we can figure it out. I looked around, and sure as shit, I failed him. I was like, definitely not guy.
Well, I don't have those powers. You see a lot of people, the seal of which emerges, dresses in naval outfits.
Yeah.
And so we see a lot of people dressed in their base.
Is that the vest? Like the vest around the white shirt?
Yeah, and oftentimes more, looks really very much like a military uniform. And the Sea Org is, when you sign up for it, you sign off for it, then you use this. And because the climate, a billion years in the time span of eternity, it's just a small sacrifice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've thought a lot about this, and it seems like it's obviously there's a ton of terrible things about Scientology, right? Like the harassment campaigns they go on, and the outright slavery that they participate in with having their Sea Org members, and the most gruesome thing is the cadet form, or like the cadet organization where they have all the babies in there that are just like not taken care of. I think it was one of the women in your documentary who was John Travolta, right? Like John Travolta's handler, I guess. Thank you. That's where her babies in there. She found her baby in there with like covered in fleas and like not fed, sick, fever. That is probably the most gut wrenching.
Can you hear me? Did you tell me that? Can you hear me? Hello.
Aspect of what they're doing and of your documentary, I think, personally. But, if that stuff wasn't a part of it, I feel like this is just no different than any other religion, other than the fact that it's more modern. The guy that created it lived in modern times, in our lifetime, and it's got a way better marketing.
Yeah. I don't have anything against Scientology except for the human rights abuses that we're talking about. And I think John Travolta, Tom Cruise are great stars. I'm grateful for the talents, but I hold them responsible for bringing so many people into Scientology and know that they have to know, the depredations that are visited on people in the Sea Org, and also the child care thing. They're families are broken up. These are terrible, terrible things to do. And a lot of Scientologists don't know or don't want to know. what's going on. Inside DC, there's several uh, places where DC is the headquarters. And most people will say, well, but it's given me something really valuable. And usually that is a sense of being skilled or connections. And with the most conspicuous thing is the actors that are involved. But they don't have enough Tom Cruise. Elizabeth Moss is a second generation Scientologist, so she wasn't drawn to the organization, she was born into it. But, actors, it's one of the things I learned when I was looking at this, is a lot of them, like Tom Cruise, they drop out of high school, and he didn't drop out and finish, but, they go to Hollywood when they're really young. And imagine you get out of high school, I'm going to be an actor, I'm going to be a movie star, I'm going to Hollywood. Meantime, your friends are in college, they're studying a medical degree or whatever, they're going on with their life. And you're standing in line for a role, one in the background, somebody in a crowd scene or something like that. You're desperate to break it, and you don't see any choice. And then along comes a person with a brochure handing out to all these movie stars to say how to get an agent. Come to the celebrity center, they'll show you how. And the essence of God, this somebody's got to help me get an agent. Or, how to get insurance. These kinds of things that freelancers like actors are desperate for. So once into the celebrity center, they're given a menu of different programs that you can take care of. And, people like Jerry Seinfeld, he attributed some of his early success to taking not the program he was, but he felt that it gave him more confidence. And a lot of actors have been through and never got very deeply in it, but good taste. And most of them will tell you that it didn't seem good.
Did you visit friends meeting like in a book or like in a film? Were there any people in your life that maybe Scientologists that kind of just like
One time when I was in college, I was living in an apartment with my girlfriend at the time, and downstairs there was a Scientology. It was tiny, and I had heard of it, but this was back in the middle 60s, a long time ago. And so Scientology was totally new. And they showed me, I forgot the name of it, lie detector, the E-meter, yeah. And I was intrigued, but I was also a little suspicious. But anyway, they were a good neighbor. I'd sometimes go downstairs and but that was my only introduction into Scientology before I actually decided to write about it. And, I've written about a lot of movies in my long career. And, I'm always intrigued by the fact that reporters tend to pay a lot of attention to politics. And but my observation is that you can have really strong political beliefs that don't affect your daily life. And I'm sure everybody knows those people. But if you have strong religious beliefs, then they tend to govern your life. And I think it's a mistake to avoid that subject. It's a lot of reporters think it's impolite, prying into what people believe, and they'll readily ask, are you a Trump supporter or something like that, but they won't ask, are you a Mormon? Or, it's just, it seems impolite and also pathetic. Voters typically are very skeptical of religion and all those others that tend tend to put some distance between us. So, because I was interested in religion and had been very religious, Scientology was always on my spirit. But I needed an excuse to try to live. And I thought about when John Travolta's son died. And, there was he was very ill with apparently some kind of environmental toxin that affected him. And there was a Scientology treatment that was employed. And I don't know if the board was going to say otherwise, but anyway, he died. And I thought, well, maybe he will be in the church and never get an excuse to talk to him. And I mentioned it to my editor at the New Yorker, and he said it was too taboo, which I thought, yeah, but it's still really interesting. And so then Paul Haggis dropped out of the church. Paul Haggis was a two-time Academy Award. He had been in the church for more than two decades. And he dropped out very quiet. He wasn't talking about it. But I thought, most of my readings were more science with students. I would never believe that crap. You would never get me in. And what was interesting to me about Scientology was deeply appealing to a lot of people. And quote unquote, Hollywood, I didn't see that it was giving them any advantage. It was like the opposite. I think the relations martyrdom. People thought, what's wrong with Tom Cruise that he's in Scientology? The other stuff. And so what is it that would take someone as talented and interesting as Travolta or Cruise or any of the others? What would it take to have them enlist in this organization and adopt these beliefs that seem so weird? And so we all dropped out. I was looking at something else. I finally decided, well, I'm going to ask him to go. So I found the number for his business manager. And I said, hello, it's a long stride with the New Yorker. I'd like to talk to your client about his decision to leave the Church of Scientology. Are you kidding? Get the fuck off my phone. And click, that was the entire conversation. And but the next day I got Paul's email. And I wrote him and said, well, I spoke to your business manager. They said this wasn't the best time to talk. But if there's ever a time where you would like to discuss your, as I said, intellectual and spiritual development, I'd be honored to do that. And then 20 minutes later, call, there you go, text, very flattered. Let's have lunch. He was in New York, so I flew up and we had lunch. And then we wanted to smoke a cigarette, and so we went out on the street. And I said, well, this was kind of apropos of your decision to leave the church. And his eyes got wide, but he continued to talk. And it was like 9 months later, for so long the story, we finally admitted it had never occurred to him to be about Scientology. He was just so flattered that New York was going to do a profile. So I felt, I totally understood and felt a little sad that happened. But on the other hand, he was a very courageous source. And he went through a lot of shit. And as did many of the sources that I spoke to. And, I spoke to hundreds. It's a difficult decision when you're facing an organization that's quite famous for its retribution. To decide that it's so important to talk to a reporter that you'll feel face that. And of course, the more that you talk to, the more you'll talk to. Right. Strengthen your words. I think that played a role in the access that I finally got.
Yeah, 100%. It's amazing to me how I know they were raided by the FBI once. I think that was in the early 90s, right? And it's amazing to me that they haven't assaulted them with lawsuits and
brought the Irish
brought the IRS to its knees. They actually got their basically wiped out $1 billion without taxes. That somehow makes them exempt from all of this unbelievably horrifying humanitarian atrocities that they're considered that they're carrying out on their headquarters with the children and people paying them basically no money to scrub toilets and all this stuff.
Yeah, it's the First Amendment, freedom of religion, not along with press and speech. So it's a very powerful concession.
The other day,
It was a scientific approach to spiritual life. And but now it's religion, and with all the protections of the Constitution provides for that.
is it true that he famously said something on his deathbed or something like that about this was all some scheme to make money?
Yeah, well, it was
So I know I'm gonna butcher. I'm not. That's
Sarge. I'm trying to remember Sarge's last name.
oh yeah, Sarge, the guy who he asked him to
Yeah.
give rid of his body or something.
Right, when he was in his last days, Hubbard was in his last days, he was at a horse ranch in Southern California, joined Kenny Rogers Ranch.
Oh well.
He was in disguise, he was 90, and he found Sarge found. He asked Sarge to make him an e-meter that would actually electrocute it, and this was the way he wanted to go. And he was living on this little blue bus, blue bell bus, and Sarge was back guilt that he such a direction his life in the service of his family. And so he did make him an e-meter that was essentially tied to
Good morning, Mr. Birch. You feeling any better?
It was just enough to give a good shot, but not kill him. But
That's
he
nice
did.
to hear. Did you get a good sleep?
Yeah,
Excellent. You ready to take on the day?
I think it was a terrible shot, but it might have affected something.
All right. Well, I'm here to keep that in
Even Sergeant kind of confessed to me. He talked about how he wasn't and he was going to circle his star for eternity. It's interesting that he was talking to me. It didn't the same degree of intimacy and sorrow. He expressed his sorrow. I had known Sergeant and I was at this retreat with former Scientologists, and I asked Sergeant for the chocolate, and he was still conflicted. Of all the people that talked to him, was the who actually knew that Scientology had been proven false because the founder had confessed. And so it was a very interesting, powerful movie.
Is that really being done? What is a lot of sexual guilt towards that?
But he talked about, he disavowed much of what he said. If the church doesn't believe that it happened, but that's all.
What kind of backlash or intimidation tactics or any sort of threats did you personally get when you made this?
Well, first of all, I would say that what happened to me at the ROTHSCHILD who directed the documentary doesn't compare to what happened to our sources.
Right.
And for me, I had Tommy Davis, who was the spokesperson for Scientology when I started the story. And yeah, he pledged that he would take me through Scientology. He was really excited. It was going to be like the Labor Day weekend. It was a 3-day weekend. And so I flew out on Thursday, and then Friday expected to hear from him.
This is after film.
This is when I first interviewed. And yeah, finally, on Monday afternoon, after I'd been in the hotel for 3 days, he and his girlfriend, later wife, Jessica Fishbach, came to my hotel and said, we're not going to talk to you. You could have told me that on the phone. Anyway, they finally did come, along with 3 lawyers, to talk to me at the New York after we had sent in our first tranche of queries into the email. So we sent 960 questions, fact-checking questions, and there were more after that. And suddenly, this Scientology delegation, they had brought along, I don't remember how many binders it was, but it stretched for 7 or 8 feet. And the along with this table in there, it was an impressive amount of literature, all designed to respond to these questions that we had. And what was the assumption, I think, was we're going to drown them in information. So you can't drown a reporter in information. It's like pouring water on a fish. What is he going to do with it? He's just going to swim in it. And my editor looked at it and he said, "You know what you got here? You smart book." I said, "I know." You're very kind to me. So that happened with the article. There were, constant legal threats. We had, they one of their lawyers had been a federal prosecutor. There was, they brought some high power into it, and we were always aware of the threat that we were going to be sued, and it never happened. In fact, it never happened with the book. It never happened in the United Kingdom, where we also sold them. They have these very aggressive libel laws there. It didn't happen there. It didn't happen with the Syrians, the companies. So, it was all empty threats. But, there was, the private detectives, that was, in my case, kind of a joke. If you followed me around, I rarely go anywhere. So, but if I had a speech or I'm in a band, sometimes he would come to my gigs. I was always grateful for it. But yeah, he came and identified himself one time at one of my gigs and asked me to sign the book. So,
Hi, Lawrence. I'm the Scientology PI to follow you around. My books.
Yeah, well, the other thing that the New Yorker around Valentine's Day has this anniversary issue. We just published 100th anniversary. So, but there's always these Victorian gentlemen with the monocle and the butterfly on the cover, and his name is Eustace Tilley. Yeah, they made the Scientologists made a mock New York with me as Eustace Tilley, looking disheveled just out of the gutter. He didn't have the top hat on his wearing his Paul Haggis. They passed him out in front of Times Square office, and so it's a treasured artifact in my collection. But the harassment that the sources got was very personal, and they were followed. The garbage was empty, spied on, so they had harassed. And they paid a price. When the movie came out, we put it in theaters for a couple of weeks. And in Austin, where I live, a woman came out of the theater and she was so whipped up. She drove her car through the front door of the Scientology building in Austin. She right across from the university. And she didn't stop. there to go around knocking over shelves and bricks and desks and stuff. And she did a thoroughgoing job, and I had to issue a statement disavowing violence in the home. But they closed it down for a long time. Now it's back to revivified, but people were upset about what they saw.
Yeah, there's a lot of folks around this area who are former Scientologists that have built their own YouTube channels. There's one guy named Aaron who lives around here. He has a great channel called Growing Up in Scientology because he grew up with his parents, they were Scientologists. Grew up working in the Sea Org and all this stuff. Now he's amassed this incredible following of basically just talking about all the things that are happening constantly in Scientology. And it seems like there's just this crazy resurgence of stuff online and YouTube of new age, younger folks investigating Scientology, walking the lady at the front desk, and trying to investigate all these recent court battles. There's this other guy named Grant Cardone, who's this big celebrity internet figure who's looking to real estate and brags about all the jets that he owns, and then films himself walking around the flag building, over there. And there's just so much like scandal and just crazy stuff happening involving all these like big figures in Scientology. People investigating. It's like a new Scientology documentary that comes out on YouTube every week. It seems like. So it's, to me, it's just bananas how this organization can continue to survive and thrive for this long with the way that the media landscape is and everyone talking about it.
Well, they have a lot of money and they have a lot of lawyers, and they don't have they don't have the kind of celebrity profile that they enjoyed for so many years. So I would, but of course there's some cheap in the budget and everything. It's but people report the ways of the buildings. I don't wish harm on Scientology. I just wish that they would perform the practices in most arguments.
Oh, baby girl, I'm having the NBA. Watching him play around my way and listen to what I gotta say.
Private trying to get to me wanted of me. And I said, "Oh, sure, I'll do that if you let me talk to Miss Cavendish." Oh my God, what are you talking about? And the church was outraged, that I would ask such a thing. And I said, well, the deal's on the table, and it's been on the table for decades now. I mean, he's never wanted to open stuff up after he had a colossal fail, when he did that interview with ABC. But it was merciless, and he came off really good. So I think that publicity is very popular.
Yeah, there's something about just watching their documentary and watching that big ceremony they put together in Los Angeles after getting the New York the IRS, and just the way he struts around, the way he walks, the way he shakes people's hands. It's just like, whoa, this dude is really putting on a performance. He's really putting on a show. And then I saw another thing recently I wasn't aware of, that there's somewhere down the street, Clearwater, off of Highway 19 or something. There's this huge apartment complex, this run-down apartment complex, which allegedly is the spot where all the Sea Org members live. Yeah. And they turned basically one-bedroom apartments that might be the size of this room right here, and then basically have 6 or 7 people living in each apartment, shoulder to shoulder on cots.
prisoners now, so maybe the last repository of confined employment.
They're kind of undo it in prison.
Yeah, it's, getting more cell space and stuff like that. You know, it's a lot of times when the violence occurs in prison, this is in jobs.
Right. Yeah, but anyways, I heard that the guy was living on that property, on that apartment complex property.
Like, he probably has an apartment somewhere over there.
Yeah.
Maybe,
I imagine he stays around here in this area or LA.
yeah, well, he has residences.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how long this thing survives. Like, and like you spent a lot of time. You've done lots of investigative research on cults, right?
Well, it's the only other cult that spent time on this with Johnson. And that was the hardest thing with this peninsula.
That was
Uh,
that was in Jonestown. Day. Was in like was it the early 90s?
yeah, but it was, excuse me, one story was apropos of French when the French Davidian, just before the apocalypse, my editor was Tina Brown, and she asked me to go to medical, but I said, Tina, more reporters than French Davidians in medical. I just don't see joining SAG. But I don't know if you would remember this, but there was a moment before the tanks started poking holes in the buildings, sending in tear gas, and so the David Koresh sent out a lot of children, and there were one or two vans with kids, like through the military line, the ATF, the FBI, the press, and out of the property into a world they didn't know. And they were living with everybody they knew. And their faces were so forlorn. I just remember passing the news cameras, and he was lost with kids. And I thought, well, that must have happened before. And so I started researching. And it turned out that there were survivors of the Jim Jones suicide massacre. Three of them that were their own, but they were great sons of Jim Jones. Two of them were adopted, and one, Stephen's wife, was his natural son. And they happened to have been in Georgetown, Indiana, playing basketball as a national team, and leaving families in the jungle in Jonestown, and so I got in touch with Stephen, and they had talked in 15 years in Jonestown about it. And but this business in Laker problems all right. So I went to the Delta was looking, and I had this intense conversation with him. One of them was him. He was his he curled 100 pounds, and he was very obviously tough guy. But since Johnson, he hadn't been able to get on the he had tried to get on the plane, and he never turned around, which never happens in this Godzilla tells you. But so he was wounded, and he break his heart, but he wanted to do it in a public place so he wouldn't cry. And he wanted to raise his wife, He was only going to tell the story because he wanted her to hear it. So we went to this nice restaurant somewhere in the day. And after like 10 minutes, he was sobbing and pounding the table. The waiter made this huge loop away from the table. Everybody in the restaurant was really through there and looking at their food. But then he told the story that he was the one who was chosen to fly back into Johnstown and identify the bodies of 900 people. His wife and children, his parents, his birth parents, his adopted parents, his friends, everybody. His children, he had children identified. I was never more impressed with the power of belief that it could lead to such a colossal tragedy.
And were they supposed to be visiting?
Yeah, they were. I mean, their attendance at the basketball game was very controversial in the Jonestown community. And these boys, they were young men, I talked to them. They're all good because they feel like had they been there, it might have been able to stop it. But I think that's not true. I mean, I don't think he would stop it. So once Jones had been training his followers, having these white knights, as they called it, but drink what they thought was cyanide and Kool-Aid. This was the phrase comes from drink Kool-Aid, right? But then it'd be fine. So, but in this particular case, Congressman Ryan had just flown down from San Francisco because some of his constituents were very relatives of him, Jonestown, and he was killed by some of Jones's followers. And so, it was too late at that point. And Jones knew, trouble was coming his way, and he didn't want to die alone, so he wanted everybody to. He was shot to death, and I guess he refused to take the sign. But how shot? It was. I think it was this woman that one of his mistresses.
What do you think about the human mind that creates people like Jim Jones? Like, what, or that's not necessarily the human mind, but maybe it's probably something about people's upbringing and their development. And like, how does nature create a Jim Jones type character?
Well, the longing for power is really powerful, and it manifests in different ways. He was a powerful speaker. He was on a way of being extremely compelling presence, very dramatic people, dark Cherokee, and very dark complexion, with dark eyes, handsome, in every way. He also was a conniver. He would fake healings and things like that. I think all of this is with the idea of controlling us. I think that I still see it in politics. I mean, it's not just religion. You see the longing to exercise control of other people. Very powerful. If you have the capacity that he had to be someone else, as he was, then his only goal was control. And that was why he moved his whole church out of San Francisco to the jungle and beyond. They did it overnight. People would wake up and find their spouse gone, parents had moved away. I mean, it was all secret and done. It was amazing security, and they would fly to Guyana, especially most of them couldn't even put on the map. And then they're down to their final days and it's trouble.
It's so dark.
Yeah.
Another way of navigating through these darkest stories of human history.
Actually, I'm doing a story now that is, you would think is dark. It is dark, but I'm looking at it in a different way. There's a story that I wrote in New York for their 100th anniversary just a couple of months ago. That I'm making into a book. That I was walking with a friend, and she was talking about her mother who's in Catholic prison services. And I spent time talking to women on the death row who just really set on death row. And she talked about these families that came to prison every month. And I thought,
At least these
there aren't very many young writers
older.
The average age for a nun in America is 80. But this is a new called Sisters of Mary. That's called Francis and they live in Waco. They're not so far from the remains of the Grand Davidian country. But the sort of hero in my book is this Catholic deacon named Ronnie Rascalica, who's a cattle man, and he lives in Belton, Texas. The river of Texas figures him as he's a very pious Catholic. His bishops, they said he wanted him to start ministering into the women's prisons. There are 5 gates and 4 of them to constantly. So he started interviewing or ministering to the women on death row. It occurred to him that there was some women who lived very similar lives. So he drove over to Waco and knocked on the door to find them. And bear in mind, these nuns, although they haven't taken a vow, since they were silent and praying all their life. And I know that they're not close to these you don't go out there. So Ronnie knocks on the door and says, "Your sister, there's some women who can use your help." And they're living in a community that they don't know how. You've got ancient monastic traditions about how to live together. And I think we could help. And what happened? Well, that's well. We don't get out much. So these women, their average age is mid-30s. And so it's executed with Catholicism. I think they would be a part of it. But they were terrified. But they felt obligated because Ronnie had asked them. It seemed like something that they would change. So they went to this highly secure prison. And interestingly, the guards were scared of the nuns. It's like they asked to a different order. they were on their best behavior. And they're all in these very habits. They look yeah. And they walk into this common earthly death row and they're all dressed in white. And the weird thing is they immediately embrace each other. And it was true that they had very much in common. They each live in cells, as they call it, in their time. They arise around 4:30 in the morning and pray and go crafts and stuff. Just very similar life. But one of the nuns said, also, understand that we are not Christians. We don't use hospitals, we don't press it. There's nothing to do with faith in this. So we are confident. And the young man death row, long since gone past days when they were private and the years have taken its toll. So I think they really felt a kinship. And so I'm working on this book.
Yeah, that's interesting things about death row. a huge percentage, I don't remember the exact percentage, maybe Stevie can find it, but of people that end up on death row who are innocent. And it's like a big to do to get any sort of look over or like a redo of their conviction or like a relook at looking at their DNA. Because I know the DNA, they get the DNA wrong a lot. So like, for whatever reason, whoever gets these the prosecutors who get these convictions and the judges, they just, there's this reluctance to admit they got something so serious like this wrong.
There's one moment on the death row who is actually innocent. Some people struggle with murder of a 2-year-old toddler. Who in fact had fallen down the steps. She eventually died. She had like a brain hemorrhage. But she was convicted by this prosecutor in Brownsville, Texas, who was running for Congress. And he was essentially working for the cartel. And he was selling sentences and most of them have his money. So they put on this record he had a death conviction for a child abuse case. And so he was hiding evidence, eyewitness testimony from her own children who saw her down the steps. And that wasn't really her defense attorney had just applied for a job and his wife was with the judge. He was very close to the prosecutor eventually went to prison himself. He sentenced 13 years for fraud and served, I think, 5 years. But was finally demonstrated to be innocent because of all these factors. And once the fact that, the eyewitness testimony was allowed in court, it became very clear she would never have been convicted. And yet, even now, without the court of criminal appeals is twiddling its thumbs, waiting to decide, should we free because of what you say. There's this sense that the jury spoke and said she's guilty. Then, you have to make Devin Bird change that. And there's another one, Martin Taik, who was convicted of murder in his 80s and she was prosecuted. But there's a gruesome 45-minute struggle between the two of them. And in the capital case, there are several things. You don't get executed just because you murdered somebody. It has to have an additional factor. It has to be a child. It has to be the process of a robbery, or the process of escaping from prison. There are like 10 different things. Anyway, the jailhouse snitch. Put a woman in the cell, and then she came out and said that Brittany told her she enjoyed killing him, and that she was going to do it again, and she stole all this money. And so that eventually got to the court of criminal appeals in Texas, and her conviction has now been vacated, but it was rechallenged. In my opinion, bringing in a jailhouse snitch who was paid for his testimony. I think that's just, trial in this.
I have a good friend who is a local lawyer around here, and he takes a lot of amazing, crazy cases. One of his first cases, actually, that really left him on the map was a boat captain who was driving a boat from Colombia to Tampa with, I forget, 100 tons of cocaine on it or whatever. And the guy was sentenced to life in prison. and he got it off scot-free. Didn't spend the day in prison. He let this guy stay in his house during the whole trial because he had nowhere to stay before. And essentially, the story was the cartel was shit on the way to Tampa and held a gun to his head, said, "You're taking all this cocaine to Tampa over to kill your fucking family." So we took that, and that's my friend Tim Bjorn, who's the lawyer who's explaining to me, and since then he's been taking on hundreds of cases very similar to this, where essentially the cartel will take these poor people like the boat captain, or just pawns in this whole game, and make them transport all this stuff. And if they don't do it, they threaten to kill their family. And the only people that get in trouble are these people that are put in situations, these poor people who have no part in the money making of the cartel, with all the death that happens in the cartels. And these kingpins, these high level guys, they are just untouched, and they never see a court in their life. And the point I was to make about this lawyer friend of mine, Bjorn, was he enjoyed magic. It's delicious. he took a case with a convicted murderer who was on death row for basically he was a truck driver who was on death row for killing a prostitute at a truck stop. And I was interested. This was back in the day when I was making documentaries, and I thought this was a fascinating case because Bjorn thought that he was innocent because of some of the evidence. That's a little bit foggy, but there was no conclusive DNA testing to prove that he did it. He claimed he was innocent, right? And the family of his prostitute, they wanted this guy to be murdered. They wanted him to be executed. He was on death row. He's been on death row since like 1990. And we filmed this probably in 2015. So long time he's been on death row his whole life. And we traveled out to this little town in the middle of Florida. I forget the name of the town, but it's one of the last places. It's one of the only places, I think, one of the 2 prisons in Florida where they still execute people. It's the middle of nowhere, spooky town. We got there right at sunset, and we were filming, and there was this big field with TV reporters, and on one side of the field, and it was cordoned off with like caution tape, was this group of people who were supporting the guy who was about to be executed. And about 100 yards away, there was another box off area with all the people who were family members of the woman who died or friends of them, about an equal amount of people. And we were going back and forth interviewing both of them. And it was just the most insane experience to hear both of their sides. I mean, on the side of the people that were trying to stop the guy from being executed were, 2 of the people there had just gotten off death row after spending their entire lives on death row and being exonerated after finally getting their case pushed through. And, also seeing like Bjorn's lawyer was really emotionally invested in all this. And the TV cameras were all over him. He was like beside himself during this whole process. And like the guy who was convicted for murder, who was on death row, he was strapped to the table on a gurney, getting ready to leave for injectors, and they had this theater, right, where they pulled the curtains back from like certain people, like the lawyers and like, some of the family could be in the theater while they watched the person be executed. And I guess they had the guy strapped to the gurney for like 3 hours while they waited for the court to give the decision whether they were going to Supreme Court, whether they were going to stay the execution or not. So like this guy strapped hours waiting for the verdict to come down from the Supreme Court, and and this didn't end until like 3 or 4 in the morning. And eventually, I think they ended up executing. And it was just the most bizarre experience. Like it's like it was for me, like the experience was like, it's amazing that we're living here. This was like 2015, and like the way the world has evolved, we're still like in this. We're still primitive in some in this sense, that we still can't figure out if people committed a crime or not. And we're like, the fact that we have movie theaters for people to watch people be executed is just bizarre.
I think they're important beach shows. The old times carnival thing, where you have the curtains and by say it right. It was more, and it also fluid, but more than I'm opposed to this country. I wasn't opposed to driving in the store. Right. It just wasn't important enough to me, and I've seen a lot of people in prison that I never wanted to see get out of prison. I thought I'd save my charitable concerns for other projects. But seeing how justice is administered in Texas, and it's probably no worse off in many states. You just can't know for certain. But you can put a question to a jury, fairly or unfairly, and different lawyers and different results. Well, is that justice? Different juries would make a difference. So in prison, and processing of appeals, and it really is for us to appeal. It's very difficult to undo.
Yes, just the slow bureaucracy of the court system. Yeah, I can imagine. I can see how it would just be so easy to lose hope if you got stuck in that.
Oh, sure.
You also worked on a wild story about satanic ritual abuse.
Oh, yeah.
Which ties into all this crazy stuff.
I was in therapy. This was like in the early 90s. And I loved my therapist. They were such very intelligent people. And because I was an investigative reporter, they said, you can see a number of patients, basically young women, who in therapy were having these flashbacks, recovered memories, like satanic abuse. And a lot of times they have multiple personality disorder. And then they said, and Satan is still responsible for more than 15 murders a year.
Satanists. Yeah. How do you define a Satanist? That would be my first question.
My first question was, we don't have 15 murders.
Oh, wow.
Whether Satanists or not, that's more than we've ever had. So, but I was intrigued. Then there was a conference of police who was, the lecture was about satanic ritual abuse, and he was caught. He was right around the country. This, slideshow said that Satanists were responsible for 50,000 murders in the U.S. Most of 50,000 more than our actual total homicides now. And they're even cops, they should be a little more skeptical. But no. And so I went to my editor, Tina Brown, who wrote an article on multiple personality disorder. And she was like, and I said, well, sometimes in therapy they do some of these memories of satanic abuse. Oh, that's so hot. That's so hot. It's just so thrilled. Yes, Larry, yes. So, I thought, well, how do I approach this? So the internet was young at that point, but it was very useful. I could go through and find all these court cases of people who were suing the interviews of therapists and there was one case in which the person was convicted of satanic abuse and he confessed. And his name was Paul. He was a deputy sheriff in Washington. He thought, well, there's anything to this. That'll be it. So I went to a lecture. And what I found was that Paul had a family of four, and two girls and two boys. And the girls, one of them, Erica, had made the initial outcry. And got, you know, got it to the sheriff's department where it was deputy. And so the assistant sheriff arrested him. And they brought in this preacher, who, the evangelical preacher, who told Paul that God will not have a false light. Right? And then they brought in a psychiatrist and hypnotized. And Paul said, I know my girl's going to lie, but I don't remember it. So to help him remember, the psychiatrist and the preacher sat there with the deputy and elicited these memories of satanic crimes. And in the church that they were a part of, they called the Church of the Foursquare Gospel, there was a lot of gossip. You can imagine something like this was just on everybody's mind. And the preacher had access to the deputies and so on, so there was information coming out. And so that would generate new memories on the part of the daughters. And then they reported back to Paul, what they were saying, and he would come up with memories, but they never had the same memory. They were all of these disparate memories. And, girls were talking about these satanic fires. They'd have these campfires, and the girls were impregnated and then later nailed to a table and had the fetus drawn from them, and their neighbors had come aside. It was bizarre stuff. But the cops took it seriously. There was doctors flying around looking for where the fires might have been, digging up the yard. I asked the undersheriff, did you find any bones? There was rather obvious. Really, what was it? Well, it was a telephone. He obviously offering this as evidence, right? And so, but the thing was that Paul confessed, and he felt like he must have done this. And when the questioning is so bizarre because Paul, he had two friends that were also implicated by the girls. So when Ray or Jim, would come in, what did you do? Well, I think they must have read someone. Okay, and then what did you do? Well, I would have gone back to work, and it was all in this conditional tense. It must have been this way. I would have done this. He never said I did it, but he confessed. So he was to prison. And at some point, I was in LA, and I decided to go to the headquarters of the Church of the Foursquare Gospel. It was the church that Amy Semple McPherson created back in those days in Hollywood. So I was talking to him in the church, and I said, that first outcry by this girl there happened, I think, at your summer camp. Oh, yeah. One of our counselors like that. And I said, is she here? Yeah. All up. I'm only in the office, So Paula, the evangelist, who'd been speaking at this church camp, she came in and I asked her about the setting for this church camp and how many girls were there and what was her role. And she said, I would be talking to them, and I would say, there's a girl, I could see her. She's in the closet, and she's so afraid of it. And she hears footsteps coming towards the end. Some girl cried out. It was me. And a lot of hysteria. And And so at the end of camp, she says, I was preparing to leave, and some of the counselors came over to me, they need your attention. And so there's exactly a counselor at this camp. And so we don't know what to do. And she's on the stage, and she's just weeping. And so Paula came over to Erica, and she said, I put my hand on her head, and I prayed for her. And I heard God say, you've been abused. And then I said, and it's been happening for a long time. And it's your father. Now, this was a very religious woman, and she was getting this message from God, telling her that her father had been abusing her. There is no evidence. Never was any evidence. So it was only this transmission, the hand on her head, and the message from God, and it led to the ruination of Paul Underwood's life and the splintering of his family, and but he served years with this. And once again, Jesus trying to roll back the conviction was extremely difficult, especially one that had been framed as child abuse with his intent. And on a bad position to him.
Is that bad?
Yeah, that's the thing that was
What did he say about it? What did they ever ask him? Why did you?
Oh yeah, I talked to him about it. He it's hard for him to understand because it seemed that he must have done something. He was very guilty, and he's a fervent believer. So he trusted his preacher and his psychiatrist. And, I know that there's a lot of interest in UFOs and stuff like that, but there was a study done in Georgia, which would not be allowed nowadays, but a psychiatrist or psychologist had a patient, and he told her, I'd like to do a little experiment. And I'm going to tell you how to hypnotize. So I'm going to put some suggestions in your mind. It's not going to true. It's just just see. He was hypnotized. And he said, you were late to our session. What happened? He wasn't true. And she said, well, I was driving along the road and I saw a cow on the side of the road, who was trying to give birth. And she was really struggling. So I thought I could help. So I got out of the car and I went over to help her. And he said, you got a light? She said, you got a light up here over there. And a spaceship came down. And she was abducted. And he looked at her and he said, look, this is what you said. Bear in mind, you made this. I planted this inadvertently in her mind. But just freeze. She couldn't shake the feeling that it was as real to her as any other memory. And I think that's part of what was going on with Paul and to some extent with children. Fantasizing, they're charged with the idea that something, and that phrase has done a lot of damage, especially in child abuse cases. The daycare pursuits, remember the daycare hysteria, there's always, well, maybe they didn't, fly to Mexico and bury a giraffe, which was, for instance, in Austin, that was one of his daycare stories. Maybe that didn't happen, but something happened, but these kids wouldn't be so screwed up. So the jury was convicted on something happened to church.
Yeah, what was that story? The kid was telling their parents that they flew to Mexico and buried a giraffe or something.
Yeah, Fran and Dan's kids, and just a kind of neighborhood daycare. During that time, a lot of these daycare cases arising, and some of the parents were concerned, and so a mother asked, in the daycare. And I think the daughter had, responded to my suggestions, or maybe something like that. It was hard. So she called a psychologist, a local psychologist and asked her. I had interviewed, and she assembled some other family members. And they had, back then, they had walls that they used to illustrate where touching here and stuff like that. So these were parents and the psychologists interviewing very good. And I went to court for about an hour of a trial training. And I think they might have been tried separately. I don't remember. But there's a little girl on the stand, sitting in her big sister's lap. And the prosecutor honey, but then heart here, and she had a, did that touch you someplace? Not when we have a recess, yes. It made me really scared to think that, and I was just a spectator. I wasn't on the jury. And they might have heard other more compelling evidence, but they did have evidence about how these kids were flown to Mexico and they were slaughtering wild animals and then flying back just in time to be picked up by mommy and daddy. I mean, they served years in prison before they were exonerated. It's a really dark part of our culture. That kind of hysteria is allowed to proliferate. And what year was that happening? I don't remember the exact year, but the daycare case was all took place in the 90s.
Oh, God. Yeah, we had a gentleman on here by the name of Witness Streamer. He's a doctor. He lives in Texas, or he used to live in Texas. He lives in and he had a crazy story about that military school he was doing as a kid. And so there was a lot of hypnotizing going on, a lot of weird psychological experiments going on in there, where they were like putting kids in boxes and things, like experimenting with telepathy. And he also explains the story, which he doesn't really talk about much anymore, but he's done 2 separate video interviews in the past where he's mentioned when he was a kid, he was flown down to Mexico as a part of some military experiment during the Cold War, and allegedly, him and the rest of these children were showing videos of people being like mutilated and like dead bodies, and they were explaining to these kids that it was their fault that this happened to these people. So it was some crazy experiment to reduce trauma in children, to induce some sort of psychic or psionic abilities in kids. Again, this is like the Cold War, sounds like crazy woo-woo stuff. But this is the story that he told me. And he doesn't talk about the Mexico stuff. That reminded me of it. And, during that time in the Cold War, there was also a lot of like crazy remote viewing type things that were going on, experiments with the intelligence community trying to figure out better ways to spy on the Soviet Union, and thought that this remote viewing thing would happen. And there was people like Ingo Swann and Rosie Geller, who's not Marie, but Ingo Swann, and a bunch of the other remote viewers in these programs called the Stanford Research Institute programs were Scientologists, which is bizarre. I had a gentleman on here named Jeffrey Mitchell who explained this all to me, and I was asking about why you were Scientologists. It's so strange that, yeah, there was a lot of them. How Philip wasn't one of them. And I asked this guy, Jeffrey Mitchell, why do you think this was? And he says, I think L. Ron Hubbard was on something.
Well, I had a letter from Whitney years ago after I did that real estate piece. He said that he wished that I would write about it because he knows it. And people think he's a village idiot. And, but these are so just like I said about that other that test. These are really and, but I know you can't. So, please consider writing them. So I was typing on something. And Whitley came out with another book about production. And we have a mutual friend, something like he and Whitley wrote a best-selling novel together. They went to school together. Called War Day. It was a New York Times bestseller. So they were always in contact. Jim and I went to see Whitley at the bookstore. And he signed his books. And afterwards I said, Whitley, I said, yeah, I remember that book. So, I mean, I thought I've always been interested in why people, how these people fantasize these things.
Yeah.
I don't believe these deliberately make it up, but there's something wrong, and it's intriguing. But I also felt he was too fragile to take on this. Glad I didn't.
How long was that before the movie from it? The comedian movie with Christopher Walken?
I don't know.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. But that's kind of, I mean, it's pretty wild that you can write something like that and it make it pretty harder for you, Christopher Walken playing the character. And like I wonder what that does to you. Like say for example that he thought that these memories can't be real, something weird happened. I don't know what it is, but I don't necessarily believe it. And some crazy wild stories it's made up.
So it's reinforcing money out of something like that, and so there's a disincentive to write. But at one point in his life, he wanted to break the spell that I feel.
Yeah, he also writes a lot of dark fiction, stuff about vampires and werewolves, things like this. I got to get real quick. Okay, great to get back in. While we're on the topic of all the satanic stuff, though, L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons, that story's fascinating because Jack Parsons was really into all the satanic stuff, right? And had some sort of connection to Aleister Crowley. Is that right?
Yeah, he would, to some extent, considered himself ordained by Aleister Crowley, and Hubbard ran off with his girlfriend. That was annoying to him. There was quite a scene on South Orange Avenue in Pasadena back in the day.
So Parsons, who was this, GPL, he's the guy who founded GPL.
Jim, I was a rocket scientist.
Yeah. Ends up how does a guy like that end up being involved in all this satanic stuff? But he wanted to bring the Antichrist, right?
The question is that very smart is good mental. The truth is, a lot of these people who thought Scientologists are really smart and very successful personalities. It doesn't have anything to do with intelligence. And I think, to some extent, there's a lot of fantasizing going on, which is something we've been talking about this last hour. But if Jack Parsons can be accused of being a cultist, a fanaticist, he's exploring the universe, but he's also sort of exploring, the outer limits of human behavior. And he was very proud of it. He didn't hide it. He really had this sort of satanic temple, and people were drawn to it. And he legitimized it too by being such a prominent scientist and so on. So I don't know. He wound up killing himself, and that was kind of yeah, kind of sad. It's interesting.
There's a spot in the Everglades, allegedly, that he had a site that he worked on. Are you familiar with that?
No,
There's this guy who does videos in the Everglades catching iguanas. And then there's this spot. I can't remember the name. Steve made me Google it. But it's an abandoned, abandoned Air Force Base rocket launch area. There's actual silos in there where apparently Jack Parsons used to work at. And there's he goes into the woods of the Everglades and finds all these abandoned, overgrown houses with pentagrams in there and all kinds of dark satanic stuff, which is why I think it's just it's so strange. It's just so weird because being satanic is it's like being religious. It's just going in opposite directions. Yeah. Play a whole video, but I was just wondering if you could play that where Jack Parsons' place was together with it. Are you religious?
no, I was religious as a teenager, and the Methodist, so I was religious as you get to be in this church, but I was in a young life in some of these Christian organizations, and left aside somewhere along in college, but I've always been interested and attracted to religious ideas without actually being able to allow myself to believe in them. So I can associate ideas. I mean, I think Jesus is a fascinating historical character and I think a wonderful model. And so, was he conceived by immaculate conception, or did he go to his time? I don't know. In some ways, those things don't matter to me. I think, with Jesus, with 18 of his hours, I'd like to incorporate more of his basic, and I think that's something that I mean, I feel that way about I don't know that much about Buddhism, but I'm intrigued by the lessons that people draw from those religious teachings.
Do you remember the point where you stopped being really religious? Is there the exact point, or was it just kind of
Well, there was this moment, I wouldn't say that it was the moment my life changed, but it was a moment in young life. We had these two ladies who were sexual magnets, Roy and John. Roy was, he played the role, really so, as you expect, an impressive piece of music. And his wife, John, was a airline stewardess and just as hot as she could be. So for a lot of teenage kids, these are appealing role models. And of course their marriage didn't last, as I understand it, even from the high school students, is what the rumor was. But there was a moment when he was preparing us for the challenges of college. So one of the existentialists of the liberal side. So I was supposed to play one of these snooty intellectuals who believed that God, the watchman, he created the watchman, wound it up, and left it to our own devices. And so I made a very compelling case for that. And he said, now refute yourself. And I couldn't do it. Just because the way to refute that is to go through beliefs. And I realized that I couldn't find my way there. And that was it. I had talked myself out of it.
The idea of God seems to be a fundamental part of the operating system of the mind.
I don't think it's. I mean, it might be tied to the era that's lived in. That's also the culture where I've spent a lot of time in other countries where you don't have the diversity of beliefs. That you can only believe one thing. You can believe it more or less, but there's this one thing, and it's Islam or it's Buddhism or it's whatever. But in America, you can believe anything. It's like L. Ron Hubbard. If you don't find something, you usually make it up. Traditional Indian religion. We're, I think, a dynamic religious culture in our country more than any other country.
It's kind of, it seems like kind of a double-edged sword, right? Because America, there's no really like defined identity of what it is to be an American, right? Like we're such a diverse country, different beliefs, different values, and some other countries like Israel, for example, or let's just say some Middle Eastern country, they would go as far for their, so far for their beliefs in God to strap a bomb to their chest and detonate, right? And it's almost like the opposite, right? So it's like they have very, very, from like even from, if you want to put it into like a national security frame, like, is it great that some countries can have this very strong unifying identity? Is that good for a country in some sense? Versus us, who, as a population, we don't have this cohesive glue that helps us all stick together. But we have this giant military, this giant government, and all this money, all these weapons, and all these things. So it kind of makes for a very interesting dynamic.
Well, Taik is kind of younger than I am, and I had, I always had an idea of being and she has been perfect in identity as that is. It was always something that was dear to me, and as a reporter, going into other countries where you didn't have the freedom to speak, you didn't have the freedom to think clearly, on your own. And you lived your life, if not in fear, then you at least you lived it at a lower level than you might have as educated freedom. And I often think that maybe other countries have a clearer idea of America than we do ourselves. There's a sense in which every country has a foot in America in some way. It's like, I think we understand so little about the world. It's like we're surrounded by this mirror of glass where we just see ourselves, but outside they see who we are. And oftentimes, I think invariably, you go into a country and they don't have there's somebody they know in America, someone they're related to. They know a lot about what's going on with that person, and they compare the life they're living in Egypt or Saudi Arabia or Thailand or whatever through the lives of their relatives in Los Angeles and something. So there's a constant point of comparison, which is America. And that is a very powerful and very precious thing to have. But we use it and we treat the rest of the world so. I think people want the love and attention from America. I remember when this was back in the 80s, I went to Nicaragua, Sandinistas were in the middle of this revolution. And it was the most anti-American country that I've ever seen at that point. And it was very positive. But I went to a baseball game with the mistress of one of the commandantes, which I was. She was a good number. I bet. We had our bags checked, and they pulled out this big pistol on her purse, and I thought, wow, really big. And so we sat up in the stands above the commandantes, and I put down there, and they were all they had their hands to their mouths and it looked like they were praying. And I asked them this one, can I get you a Coke with no alcohol for kids? And sure, so I went up and I ordered 2 Cokes. And the country was so poor they couldn't afford banking cups. So they poured the liquid into sandwich bags, little plastic, sandwich bags. So they weren't praying, they were manipulating the liquid in the bag into their mouths. And so, as it happened, just a couple of weeks before I took my novel, the Baltimore Orioles at that time had 3 Nicaraguan players, including their ace pitcher, Dennis Martinez, and the legendary manager of the team, Earl Steve, said, let's just go to Nicaragua and show off a little bit. So they flew the team, and they had an exhibition race. Nobody stopped talking about it. They hated America, but they loved the Baltimore Orioles. And it was the most important thing that had happened since the revolution. And I think we forget the immense amount of power that we have over other cultures. Although I think we're squandering it so badly these days that this value is just.
The reason I bring this up is because I've been noticing a lot of reporting recently on people in Silicon Valley trying to map Christianity onto everything that's going on in Silicon Valley, which historically is kind of like an anti-religious area, right? Peter Thiel, Peter Thiel's a really interesting guy. He's a gay Christian billionaire who is, one of the original investors in Facebook. I mean, all kinds of really big companies. Also, is the owner of Palantir, which is a huge company that's biggest client is the U.S. military and intelligence services. CIA uses Palantir. And this guy is putting on these big conferences in San Francisco, inviting people to Christian conferences. I think he's named the guy from this company called Y Combinator, who's this big part of the community in Silicon Valley. They fund a lot of startups. And there's this church, this big church right in the middle of San Francisco, and they're putting on these big conferences and trying to really sort of push Christianity and religion onto all the people inside Silicon Valley to sort of give them some sort of purpose. I don't know what it is. I really can't wrap my mind around what's going on. But is it reasonable to suggest that if they were to push this religion onto a place like Silicon Valley and places that are coming up with these new innovative technologies being used for different things around the country and around the world that are a huge part of our economy, our military and everything else, would that somehow strengthen us as a country on the world stage if we were more cohesively involved in a unifying religion?
Well, I don't think that we will be as long as a unifying religion. We're fortunate that it's not as divisive as it is, like in Israel and the Middle East.
Yeah.
My impression of Palantir is, I just read parts of the technological republic of these parties. The main goal is, he feels that the community, the Silicon Valley community, has been created and feel allegiance to America. And I think it's something. And also, it's been charged with Palantir with helping the Defense Department, but on the adversaries in Russia and China, you want to keep ahead of the algorithm. So I'm not one that says, what's interesting, is they're developing very powerful tools, but people with varying ideologies can use them for different purposes. And we're entering an era where technology rewards such an unprecedented amount of power to small groups and even singular individuals. And I wrote terrorism after 9/11. These were guys who were using suicide bombers and stuff like that. Like Bin Laden wanted to get a nuclear bomb as soon as he could. But nowadays, the amount of power that Al Qaeda or anything like that could assemble easily, just terrifying to say. I mean, I remember the day that I awakened to the drone thing was, some been more than 10 years, I guess, but somebody flew a drone over the White House fence. And I thought, oh my God, it's that easy. And it is that easy. And of course, there are all these anti-drone efforts right now, the Defense Department, they're working on, but swarms of drones which are being trained like to fly through the forest and go away from. It's it's really
It's like spreadsheet warfare.
it's chilling, and it's so Silicon Valley is the government itself is losing its role in our society. Is being replaced by private industry, right? For good or ill, and good or ill, you'll see both in massive amounts because there's a lot of fervor in Silicon Valley and private industries in general. And even the Defense Department, I was talking to one of the guys that work for those weapons. I mean, what they do now, rather than imagining a weapon, and then going out and bidding the contracts, they go from shop to shop for people to develop their number of times. What do you have? And it's kind of like shopping. Maybe we could use that. There's not a design for the gadgets. It's all, it's like vintage clothes in my thinking. And it's a good idea to keep on top of what's the latest. But on the other hand, it seems to me that there's no idea about what they actually need.
Yeah, it's interesting the types of characters that you can find in there. Like again, going back to Peter Thiel and Alex Carp, two very different people, right? Like one of them he made Alex the CEO of his company. They're both very. I think Alex Carp donated like millions of dollars to Kamala Harris's campaign, and got Peter Thiel, who's just like one of the biggest backers of Trump and the vice president. And Alex Carp proclaims to be this progressive guy, liberal person, but is also very much, like I think he's a horrible war hawk, but he's a very expansionist type of guy, right? And he said in his New York Times article I read about him, he said something like, and I might get this quote wrong, but it was something to the effect of the idea of taking lives and saving lives is really interesting to me.
It is interesting. But that's as far as
just like it's bizarre. It is bizarre. The idea of private industries taking control of some of this technology that can be used around the world in wars and things like this for espionage. It's a terrifying idea to think about what would happen if some of these private industries were able to slip out of control of the United States government or the United States military.
Of course. And there's real question that'll happen in a globalized world where the market is, the invasion of sanctions everywhere. Russia getting pretty much all it needs, even though it's sanctioned. Other countries will buy. It's once you develop these two little available to keep them in the box.
Yeah, totally. So I want to talk to you about the new tower, and I want to get to your new book too, Hidden Scale, which was fascinating. I was able to read the whole thing. I did through the first 7 chapters, though.
I just keep my remarks still limited to the beginning.
No. I think it's fascinating. But I want to spend a good amount of time on that. But I wanted to ask you about a little bit about the tower. How long after 9/11 did you decide to write about this?
Oh, on that.
It was on.
Yeah, it was, when the planes hit, they took out the phones. So I texted my editor. At that time, I was, maybe thinking about leaving journalism and not in movie business. So my relationship with the magazine was very tentative. And I wrote them where they had written it to editor. I said, put me to work. And so that afternoon, we had the phones came back on. We had a conference call. And there were, maybe a dozen rubber writers who scattered around. Everybody's on a story or something. Jane Mayer up there was in Washington, and Jeff Goldberg. And you could hear the ambulances headed towards the Pentagon and stuff like that. And
You were in Austin.
I was in Austin. It was very frustrating because you couldn't fly it. It was flying from ground. And so if you go to get into the story. So I started searching on the internet and also asking friends, is there somebody I can talk to? And I interviewed some Muslims in Dallas-Fort Worth and so on. But a friend had met this young man, had a film conference. He was over and he was looking for an investment magazine called Waters. And he was supposed to have an interview with the World Trade Center and he goes on the World Restaurant. But for the first time in his life, he slept through his subway. So he got off the subway and walked back in the opposite direction, got to the World Trade Center. Back then, the World Trade Center had a bank of elevators that were more than one. And you had to go flight of stairs.
Right.
Yeah. So he went up, got on the elevator, and it was late. He was a young man, so he didn't have a watch. He just had his iPhone. So he looked at his iPhone, and it was like 8 o'clock. And the elevator operator opened the door for this woman who was walking across the lobby. And his reporter really was, let's go. He stepped onto the elevator. He was an amazing man. And he looked down and saw as she stepped on it, she had a rose tattoo. And that made an impression and then the plane. And so the doors to the elevator accordioned. And he walked out, and it wasn't an earthquake, and nobody had any idea. But there were pieces of plaster and stuff lying on the floor of the lobby. And some of them like the size of a shoebox, and some were the size of an office desk. So it was a weird landscape. And remember, he had to go up that flight of stairs that saw outside a patio. And he thought he was going out into the world. And so he stepped out into the patio.
This was like second floor.
Yeah, he has a name or whatever. And he stepped out and he said there were shoes. And what looked like a luggage, but he realized it was even torsos. And so his stories about getting home, walking home to Queens, looking at the black issue. And I had been interviewing him and giving my wife the tape to take the pipe up. And, he was weeping. It was really a difficult time. And one of my doctors said, you've got enough, don't worry about it. I thought, no, you're kidding. This is it. This is the story. And finally, then that night, they called and said, I want everything you get from this. This is the book end of the story, which I knew it had to be. So that, after that, I was looking for a way to write about the story in a larger way. But how do you take a catastrophe like that, some vast human tragedy, and shrink it down in some way to make it relatable? And I've always had this idea of what I call the donkey, which sounds like a deprecating term, but a donkey is a beast of burden and it can carry a lot of information on its back, and it can take the reader into a world you never been. So I'm looking for that person. And on the Washington Post site, I was looking at it that was streaming online. On the Washington Post site, I found this obituary for John Romita, who had been head of counterterrorism at the FBI in New York and had a warrant on him, but he had been washed out of the FBI and they took some classified information out of the office to retirement. So he took a job as head of security. So I thought, instead of getting Bin Laden got him. And I didn't know if he was a hero or a hero. He was a hell of a donkey. And so that's how I got started on the tower. I had my other doctors were Ayman al-Zawahiri, number 2 guy, and Bin Laden himself, and Prince Turki al-Faisal, who's the head of Saudi intelligence. And through these interweaving biographies, I could tell the story from my life.
And how, as far as like approaching stories like this, I imagine you had to find a lot of sources within the FBI and the intelligence community, right?
Yeah.
What was that?
I was real fortunate. It took a while for me to understand why I was so fortunate. That the FBI, I had written a movie called Siege.
Right.
It came out in 1998 with Denzel Washington and Bruce Willis and a number of other fine actors. And Denzel's job was the same as John O'Neill's. And that was odd to me. And the movie was about what would happen if terrorism came to America, as it had in London, Paris, how it became New York. That was the premise. And then it came out in 1998, and so it was 3 years before 9/11. Eerie in many respects, that these parallels were in the movie. And so I felt having imagined the scenario helped me time down the really happened. And that's what led me on that odyssey. Right. So let me go.
And was it like when you were doing just research and talking to sources? I imagine these people were still actively working.
Oh yeah. Well, I gotta get back to the question. Now that I had to talk to them, and when I was writing the movie, I didn't get very much cooperation, and suddenly it seemed the gates were open, and one guy I really wanted to interview when they honestly found right. When I wrote the movies, I heard about this Lebanese American FBI agency spoken of, but it's very few, it's 7 in the whole industry, the whole bureau spoken of. So he was incredibly valuable for source and answer. And he was made available to me. And that was a good sign. And then other agents that I was interested in were those available. And then finally I figured out what was going on. The CIA was trying to blame the SDS for 9/11. And so I became part of their defense. And so practically anybody I wanted to talk to in the Bureau, I was able to talk to. And the CIA, I talked to people in the CIA, but they weren't nearly as forthcoming. And then a lot of my questions had to do with the fact that 2 of the hijackers came to America in January of 2000, 19 months before 9/11, and the CIA and didn't tell the FBI. And so they were trying to shove responsibility off of them. put it off to the Bureau. The Bureau was not perfect, but they didn't know that Al Qaeda was in America until the CIA came and told them in late August of 2001, a month before the actual tragedy. So they didn't have the time to go out and find Al Qaeda. The reason I think is that the CIA ever came to tell them guys, and they had lost them. They didn't know where they were. And so now they maybe they're planning in police with the Saudi intelligence to turn these guys. That's a theory of a lot of FBI guys. But they couldn't turn them if they had disappeared. And so,
Right.
And Stephen McGinn until it showed up on TV.
So the idea here with this internal rift between the CIA and the FBI is that John O'Neill and the FBI, obviously fought, they wanted to find the culprits and get rid of them or arrest them. And the intelligence community, the CIA, they wanted to keep their distance and try to figure out their way to get more intelligence.
Right. There's always a conflict in the mission of these two bureaus. And also, that was compounded by personal animosity. And, one of the leader of the bin Laden unit in the CIA testified before Congress that one good thing happened on 9/11. John O'Neill was killed. That's the level of their hatred. And it got in the way. America could have withstood, an attack of some sort, but 9/11 was a trauma, deep wound in the country. And I still think that the CIA bears a lot of moral responsibility for that.
And so John O'Neill and mainly I think Ali Soufan, they pretty much snuffed the whole thing out, right?
Well, Ali was a unique individual.
Yeah.
He had, he was very young. He was the youngest case agent. He was in his 20s when he made was case agent for 9/11. And he's the guy that identified the hijackers. And he didn't torture anybody. He was very clever interrogator. He would, for instance, he had a little snippet of some taped conversation between two of these Al Qaeda guys, and so that's all he had. He was one interrogation, and he got a shopping cart, with a bunch of similar shaped cassettes, and make it look like he had this, library. And he walked into his interrogation, and he just picked randomly. Suppose this one tape, he popped it in, played this minute, and the suspect's eyes were like, "Oh my God, they overheard my telephone calls, and what else did they know?" And so he just spilled beans. There was no more beans. There was one bean. It was clever interrogation, a little trickery involved, but no torture. And he's the guy that pulled the FBI out of Guantanamo and said, "We don't torture people." And he was going to arrest the CIA operatives that were doing the torture. He was prevented from doing that. But he's a man of the kind of principles that we'd like for the country to stand for.
Yeah, I'm sure you know John Kerry, right?
And not personally.
Right, yeah. The story, he was the one who basically whistling the whole torture program. Yeah, what happened to him was in prison for his life. Yeah, stripped him of time. So, where did I want to go with this? Bin Laden. So I've had people on the show, including John, actually, who talk about how in the years leading up to 9/11, we had the CIA people, paramilitary folks over in Khartoum in Africa, in the Middle East, basically tracking Bin Laden. And in fact, there's this guy by the name of Billy Law, who's like this famous CIA paramilitary commando, basically, who Annie Jacobson writes about in her book, Surprise Kill Advantage, who was like there tracking the guy and going on daily jogs around the mosque that he would be visiting photos of the guy who, of Bin Laden. He would be like literally across the street from Bin Laden, taking photos of him around the clock. And they couldn't get and the way I understand it is, they couldn't get permission to take out Bin Laden, even though they very easily could have. And as far as your understanding, why was that?
Well, at that time, there were a couple of things going on. Bin Laden was sort of laying low, and he spent, I think, 4 years in Sudan. He wasn't active. He was mainly Al Qaeda become kind of agricultural institution. He was developing all these seeds that he was very proud of, and he was, may have owned more land in Sudan than any other individual. And they played soccer and stuff like that. So it wasn't. He was anti-American. He was making noise, but at this point, the king was trying to reconcile with him, and he sent Jamal Khashoggi.
Jamal Khashoggi.
Who was Bin Laden's buddy, and not his father, but he was a friend of his and spent time in Afghanistan with Bin Laden during the Mujahideen days. And Jamal was a reporter. He was a friend of mine.
Oh, really?
He was sent to Khartoum explicitly to get Bin Laden to renounce terror, and then he'll be welcome home. The king. And so the way Jamal described it to me, he spent 3 days in Khartoum. And Bin Laden was always very close to the point of renouncing terrorism because he was homesick. But finally, he lost that mind. So Jamal went home empty-handed, and at that point, the Sudanese decided to expel him and rob him of practically everything that he had, all of his possessions. And I went to Sudan 3 times, tracking that story down. And the first time I went, I had been working closely with the Sudanese intelligence because I had someone who preferred me. And so they would drive me around, show me where Bin Laden lived in mosque and where the soccer fields were and all this sort of stuff. But I said, look, I need to talk to somebody in Al Qaeda. And so one day I was in this in my room, and what they called cheerfully the Hilton. And I have to flash back a little bit. The first time I was in Saudi Arabia, I had a job entering these young reporters at this Saudi museum. So when I got off the plane, I was a kid. I was back in the shoulders. For the 3 months I was there the first time, I couldn't raise my toes. I mean, I was terrible sciatic pain. So the next time I went back to Saudi Arabia, I took one of those exercise balls, sit on, rub back. Back then we didn't have the pump, so we had to blow it up, right, sit on, blow it. And so I flew to Khartoum with my exercise ball and stuff. So there was a knock at the door, and the Sudanese intelligence officer was there, and this guy with him, and he wouldn't tell me anything else. So from one end, I offered the guy, the mysterious guy, the gesture, and the intelligence agent lay down on the bed, soundless. So he left me with this guy that I think I saw was an Al Qaeda member. And so I sat down on the ball and I started asking him questions. He knew everything. And I thought, Jesus, who is this guy? And so I flew back to America, and I researched him, and I triangulated, and I came up with Muhammad Wayaz, his name, And he was the guy who took the notes whenever I was found. This is his kid. And it's like, holy shit. I was talking to the guy that had been in Al Qaeda from the moment it started. And I didn't know that. So I flew back to cartoon and he wouldn't see me. And that was just and so finally he agreed if I came to what we were talking about. And so I flew back and I said, Lord, there's a lot of trouble coming to a cartoon. Why didn't you see me last time? He said, well, I didn't know how serious when you take me. When we met the first time, you were sitting on the board. So that's how I got into Al Qaeda. It was, when Bin Laden left Sudan, there's a case to be made. You should have just let him go. But
You helped Bin Laden originally, right? You helped him against the Soviet Union.
yes, in that sense, we didn't directly give money to him, but we were fighting the same cause. And so, since we were allies, there was a myth that, this was underwriting. Normally, he's a wonderful fellow.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, he's got plenty of money from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. Bin Laden, so the history of Bin Laden, he's interesting. So his father had a ton of money working for the king of Saudi Arabia, right? He got some sort of, he wasn't for a contract to build like a huge road or something.
Well, yeah, but he was the major contractor in Saudi Arabia. Up until that time, he had been working for an American company that was built on, roads in Saudi Arabia. And that happened practically no roads. And there's a bridge in the mountains that is right above the western shores of Saudi Arabia. And Jeddah, where I was stationed, in that level ground below the level between the sea and the desert above this high palisade. And it was a real challenge. The American companies walked away from it. But the only way to get from Jeddah to Riyadh was on some sort of camel trail or aviation. So Mohammed bin Laden's father took on the challenge, and he went up, got up on top of this mountain palisade, and he pushed a goat over the village and followed him down, marking the path that the goat took. And then that became the route, this very twisty, turny highway that united the country. So he became a national hero. And he more or less was responsible for the renovations of the mosque in Mecca. He was highly valued, famous character. He died in an air crash. And, but he left behind this commitment, right? I think there were 56, I think. And so there were, one of my best sources was Javon Youth, his brother-in-law, but that's not an exclusive term. We had that many brothers and sisters. He was great. It was an eye-opening experience.
And going back to 9/11 happens, and we felt like or actually before 9/11 is when the United States Intelligence Community, the FBI, says we know these people are in the U.S. So we lost track.
Yeah, that's in August.
That's in August 2001. Right. And did they, how long before that did they know that they were, like, for example, taking these like flying lessons over here for like down the street from where we are now and being handled by these Saudi intelligence people?
It was episodic. The information wasn't put together. There was suspicion, like in Arizona, there was an industrious guy who found out that he's who were in the flight school but didn't feel like they needed to learn how to land. And there's a similar story. A guy named Sal who's very flagrant in his inaggressive getting to fly. Wanted to fly below the plane. He was very and suspicious enough that the local FBI chief reported it. So, but was there ever the moment where somebody said, "I'm getting a lot of reports from these guys in the Saudis who are trying to learn how to fly and not land"?
Yeah.
That never
There was also safe houses, I think, on the West Coast in California, where some of these guys were staying, and there were Saudi officials or Saudi intelligence people.
Yes. It's these two hijackers who I told you about earlier. They arrived in this room from Malaysia. There'd been a big meeting with private officers. And from that meeting, they came to America. And also from that meeting, some guys who will blow up the USS Cole. So it was a high level meeting of terrorists in Kuala Lumpur. And two of these guys, they really hard, flew into LAX on January 5th. And then on January 15th, the CIA found out. So early on, they were told by Saudi intelligence. I heard the constructed a place of the city who told the chief of station in Riyadh about these two private officers. So the CIA found out about it, not to be under protection. Then well, that's what I believe. I mean, they were close to the time, but Turkey, you know, it's real, I forget exactly what it was. Anyway, he was very close. You know, Saudi intelligence and U.S. intelligence worked together closely, but not as closely as they should have. And when the CIA found out about it, by that time, these two hijackers, shortly after they arrived, they were greeted in a restaurant by a fellow Saudi who had just come from the Saudi embassy consulate in LA. And lo and behold, surprise, you're from my country. And he sits down and tells them, well, you must move to San Diego. I will help set you up. And he does do that. And they moved down to San Diego. And it's at that point that the CIA is beginning to take an interest. We don't know. You know, to date, they haven't really divulged, you know, what they did. And I don't want this to die. I don't want to see this information come out. I mean,
Is this part of the report that was never shown, part of the 9/11 commission that was hidden, right?
there's still stuff that's redacted about it. And the 22 pages or whatever it was that the victims' families finally forced out of the CIA, it didn't cover all of it, but it did expose some very interesting stuff, like the tests. You know, Saudi would be on airplanes, and they would, you know, in one case, for instance, walk up and open the cockpit door. Oh, I'm sorry, you know, I thought it was a bathroom. And they got so suspicious that the plane was grounded, and they were interrogated. And they said, oh, no, we're Saudi, you know, we're very prominent. Prince Bandar, who said the ambassador to the U.S. is a friend of ours. As a matter of fact, Bandar's wife was sending money to the high persons. So, really, so much was sending money. I'm afraid to get too deep into the well there because I said that money from her was given to the operative who was working with the hijackers, the hijackers themselves. I forget exactly how, but on these test runs, they were clearly planning the operation as it was going down, and where would you sit on the outside and sort of how hard is it to get into the cockpit? Not hard, it turned out.
Right.
And all of that came out of those pages that had been suppressed for no reason except to protect the dignity and independence out on the my thinking about this is that I don't think the Saudis came wanted to attack America. And I think this comes taking the whole presence of to the Saudis to the CIA. He was doing us a great favor. And I'm sure that he thought that America would take care of this problem. I also think that the CIA decided let's let the Saudis handle this. And they could follow them, and they have their means, they can turn them, and maybe that's out of our capacity. So for that reason, they were just going to lightly monitor the situation and expect that the Saudis would take care of it.
Has your view or your thinking around 9/11 evolved or changed at all since you first wrote about it? Because there's obviously there's tons of different theories that float around out there about 9/11, like conspiracy theories that Alex Jones is one of the biggest components of it, how he called it out whatever a year before it happened. There's documentaries that are out there that try to tie things like 9/11 to Operation North, the same concept, but years later in a different context. And,
Yes, thank you. From the, I was currently told
asked about it from people
I'm recording it while you Rabbi
people that were affected by it.
what are you doing, Rabbi? Rabbi is like 24/7. Stands together, the internet, life extension, understanding UFOs, etc. This story, link tree, YouTube, wow.
And the first time I really ran into the denier thing, my
Great.
friend had a party.
Oh, man, that is the most happy.
But he invited Alex Jones.
From
They kind of non-entity in Austin at the time. He had been
John, from bitch.
everybody wanted to be on the group. So we used to put that there. They used to have a show on it. And so Alex got a spot on it. And he was, he could really loud and, expressive. Yeah. And so Nick used him in a couple of his pictures. It's just kind of great mania. He was sitting back as a cat, spouting all these conspiracies. So Lily Tower just comes on, and that was, this guy was at the party, and Rick, Mr. This fellow, comes to the group and says, Larry, I wanted you to meet somebody. And Alex, this is what, and I thought you guys might talk about 9/11. So Joe starts off on what happened. And I said, gosh, that's not true at all. And, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was way off base. And I told him what did happen. And he turned around and walked away. But after that, whenever I made a speech about the Logan Tower, there would always be people in the audience that, what about this, what about that, and, what about the World Trade Center 7, or, why didn't the structure fall, it must have been dynamite. I mean, if you look at it, it's clearly an explosion. the thing is, it was a horrible tragedy, and it happened, and it was hard to believe that it happened. So therefore, people wondered why. You know, there must be some explanation for this. This is something that surely one man in a cave couldn't have pulled this off. And the truth is, one man in a cave did pull it off.
It's wild. It really is. Because there are a lot of crazy questions that are with finding these stuff out of the commission report. Why was the Black Hawks in the plane, never show why that got covered that stuff up? We'll never know the answer to that. I feel like we'll never know.
I'd like for that to be fully is, the only thing that we are missing here is the truth.
Yeah.
And, I believe it's pretty clear what happened. But I think the evidence that the CIA was in cahoots with the Saudi intelligence is not something that's been admitted. But why not just go ahead and say it? Because that's what I think really did happen. But instead, they're stuck with no answer. They can't tell you why. They waited a year and a half to tell the FBI, which had the authority over terrorism in America. That's what the whole plot of the siege was, my movie, was a rift between the CIA and the FBI over who was going to control terrorism. And then it became, it became true in real life.
Yeah, the way 9/11 changed everything too in America. It's bizarre, like some of the things that were enacted as far as, like the TSA, the Patriot Act. I had a guy here recently, Tom Drake, who was a whistleblower for the NSA. He worked for the NSA his first day on the job. It was 9/11. And, he was explaining to me the optimism of everybody in the NSA now that we were just elated with the idea of implementing the new missile where they can basically just do dragnet surveillance on and collecting data of all Americans. And it's just just crazy how our world and our country changed after 9/11.
And when I talk to younger people about that question, I recount when I was in high school, I took a date to the airport in Dallas, and the cheap date, and we were young enough that we still was interested to go to the airport, and so we walked out on the tarmac and climbed into this 707. We sat in the first class seats, and imagine the plane had just arrived from Paris, and the stewardess, as we called them then, came and offered us a treat, and so we sat there, having a little party in the plane, and then we walked into the FAA tower. Yeah, come on in, kids, and we watched them land the planes. That was America. That was the freedom we had before 9/11. And I'm fearful that America is gone. And it's gone from our memory. And younger people don't realize what we've lost. But if we've lost it, and without the idea that we're going to steer back to the thing we never get back to.
Wow. Yeah, that's something that people don't have any comprehension of. When they think your stories like how you explained it. Like I was too young to, I was in sixth grade, and I don't remember going to the airports, but it was like, I remember that day, and
it's not encouraged.
Right. But so I want to talk about your new book and the human scale, and it's all about. It seems like the timing is impeccable with you coming out with these books. Not only with this one, which I think you turned in your draft for this, I think right before October 7th, right? And you had been working on it for how long before that?
Well, actually, a long time, because it originated as a screenplay that never got. I think all my members started out as screenplays, but then I did a one-man show, which I called Scale. I did it in New York and in Tel Aviv. And drew me to the story was I had gone to Gaza after, it was 2009. A young Israeli soldier named Gilad Shalit had been kidnapped by Hamas. And Israelis never found him. He was finally traded for 1,000 Palestinians. And I was fascinated by that comparison. How does one life equal 1,000? That's what the industry is all about. So I did that show. It was interesting doing it in New York. There was a lot of anger. It's sensitive subject when you talk about the Middle East. Yeah. And we had a sandwich board outside the theater that somebody kicked it all the way down the street. In Tel Aviv, it wasn't anger, but there was a lot of relief. And so it brought up feelings. And I knew I was stirring something very deep. And for years past, the story, and I thought it was so like that. Why is that? Because I spent so much of my career in the region. I lived for 2 years in Cairo, and I was a teacher at American University. Yeah. Been back and forth from Israel, Syria, just everywhere in the Middle East. And Israel, always looking at people, trying to understand why this conflict is so durable. I mean, I am the same age as you, which that's crazy. Yeah, it's a young couple, right? But so this conflict has been going on my entire life, and this is a life that goes through. I've seen apartheid disappear. I've seen the Soviet Union disappear. I've seen the black man elected president. We went through Vietnam, Iraq 1, Iraq 2, Afghanistan. All that's part of history now. But this just keeps going on. So why is that? And I thought, well, maybe I can do it as a novel instead of trying to get inside the lives of these people, my characters, and see the world from their perspective. Right. And my feeling, I will always believe that this is possible, but it's not possible if you're unwilling to see the world through your eyes and your atmosphere. Right. And that's what's happened in these cases. There's a loss of human feeling for your atmosphere. And so I decided to create characters that would be interesting and appealing, but would be totally opposite sides. So the main characters, Yosef is the deputy chief of police in Hebron. Hebron itself is a character because it's the most violent, hateful environment I've ever been in. I mean, when I was there in February 23, I was a source of peacemaker, but the only peacemaker in Hebron, Issa was taking me through the old town, the old city, which is mostly closed down by Israeli police. And he was a soldier right in front of me. I mean, this big young soldier, they're all young, just out of high school. So police, another population. But apropos, let me say this, there was no provocation. There was no provocation. Issa was taking us on this tour. It was me and the barber, the leader of his belt and photographer. We were going through seeing this shopping street. It's called, I remember when I went to Hebron the first time in 1997, this shopping street was very alive. There was a settlement just above it, and these little settler kids were throwing rocks down at the girls just coming out of school in their school uniforms, and then went to a rocket team. I was really pissed off. I really wanted to throw that rock back. I had a pretty good arm back then. But I looked up and I saw this Israeli soldier with his M16 who was protecting the kids who were throwing the rocks. So I'm walking down this same street. It's now totally deserted, and all the shops are closed. As muzzled in the field, and then suddenly the soldier had confronted me and Barbara earlier, and he reappeared and he said he was not allowed to walk on that street because he was muzzled. He rejoined us, and this soldier, he was so angry. He said for no reason, and he said it reminded me I studied restoration and covering the civil rights movement. It reminded me of the freedom bus riders and the sit-in people who knew they were going to get hurt. And that I just said, I didn't think of myself, but he said was one of those people. And so he just says, call your commander. You're not doing it right. He knew all the rules. And he just had pissed off the soldier even more. But he did call his commander, and then he said. That we have some liberals here. Some liberals. And I said, wait, I'm from Texas. Wait, I was trying to cool things off. But at some point, he grabs his son, takes him over to the bench, and forces him down, and stands in front of him with his crotch right in front of his face. And his M4 dangling and bumping into his legs. And finally, the soldier just exploded. And he grabbed Lisa by the neck. And he was modest size. He lifted her, and he was hurled into the ground. His head missing the curve. And then wound up kicking so hard he nearly fell over. Other soldiers were around, and just trying to calm the waters and say, this is going south. And they were afraid of the violent soldier. And what struck me, so many things, was one was, we were witnesses. We're standing right there. We're Westerners. And Barbara saying, he felt so enraged and so empowered. Yet he was circling around. There was one other guy trying to keep him from finishing the job. And then a Palestinian assassinated an Israeli soldier not far away. And had a line around unconscious and the soldier shot him. So, I thought that was the government's conclusion. But fortunately, he said it away. And, but it caused me to go back and rewrite my mind. And I realized that it was taking me into deeper water than I was, And then along comes October 7th. And the draft that I had turned in ended it in war. But it was a war like the one that I'd seen before. And I was in Gaza in 2009. And it was devastating for Gaza. But it wasn't. It was literally. And so I had to go back and rewrite it again. This time I was faced with this situation. This is such a deep moment. And how can I ignore it? Can I set it earlier in time? Should I set it in the future? And I thought, there's really no other alternative but to go right through it and have October 7th be the destination of this novel. And so this, Yossi Bindal is investigating the murder of his chief of police. It's a heinous crime, and we think it's racist. But into town comes a Palestinian named Tony, who's American. And he comes in at the wrong time, and he's arrested, and they compete publicly the guy who killed the chief. But then they discover he's actually an FBI agent. And he had an appointment with the chief of police earlier that morning. So these two guys, Yossi and Malik, are very similar individuals. They have the same job, but they're torn apart by history, ethnicity, religion. These are forces that are holding them apart. It's short, they hate each other. But they have to solve the crime. They have to work together. And this is, in some ways, a buddy movie. But instead, you see the world through their eyes, and the eyes of other characters, like the figure that is loosely based on Lisa, is at peacemaking, trying to bring peace to the region. And that was Lucy's daughter, Sarah, who loves her father, but is so ambivalent about where it is going. She's in the marches on here that they got on and tell her most for the last couple of years, so she's part of the contention. So each of these characters represents a perspective, but I hope that they are fully imagined human beings.
So, talking about researching for this novel, did you go about it? I mean, I assume you just went about it in like this typical way you research for your nonfiction works, right?
Yeah.
Like you just investigated people. Like, how long did you spend actually going there? How many times did you go into Israel or into Hebron to like? Did you extensively interview individuals?
Yeah, things evolved over a long period of time. So I've been to Israel 5 times, I think, and then West Bank 3 times.
I'm sorry, I'm asking for interviews with Israeli intelligence.
Oh yeah, and they were very helpful, especially one who was the Shinbet, and they were helped me see a lot of my characters in each and that's the domestic intelligence. And, yeah, and there are American operatives who are Arab background who have been helpful to me, corresponding to my Palestinian group, XCI agent. It's, I've been very fortunate with my sources. It wouldn't be what it is if I hadn't had the friendly advice of people on the inside.
Right. I've talked to a lot of people on this show from the United States' intelligence community, and it seems to me like the writing on the wall is, even if a lot of them won't outright say it, there's a lot of a simple way to put it is that America's intelligence, CIA, and Israel's intelligence, Mossad, don't get along. For what it's worth, and that their intelligence, it seems to be the sentiment that their intelligence is far more, I don't want to say superior is the right word, but far more efficient for whatever reason. I would imagine that it's, the fact that they're surrounded by enemies, and their ultimate goal is to propagate the future of their race, right? So they have there's more of an existential threat there.
No question about it. And, what the Israelis do is monitor and control. And vast population to monitor and control. And they feel, both sides feel like this is an existential question. I always Arabs and Jews look at it very peacefully and open. There's just no reason for this except of this compounding series of traumas that build on each other. And there's a mythology that each nurse is that we're going to win, we're going to push them into the sea, or we're going to drive them over to Saudi Arabia and Jordan, and somewhere just clear the West Bank and get behind all ourselves. That's never going to happen. It goes back to my question about why it's so political. First of all, the enemies of peace. Whenever something comes up that looks like peace, like the Oslo Accords or something like that, then you have suicide bombers suddenly appear, and you have Yitzhak Rabin is assassinated, and and so suddenly everything goes to shit. And every time both sides they fall for it, they get enraged and they go back to war. But it's all one war. It's all the same war that's been going on since I was born.
Right.
They're place where of calm where they just rearm, but essentially it's the same old. And so with all the amazing intelligence that Assad has its capability and Shinda and their ability to try to control very rich people, they know that there's not a military solution. In fact, one after another, the heads of Assad have been public within the movement, very insightful movement, where they say, we're doing the wrong thing. We need to make peace with each other. So it's generally known that there's not a military. There's not going to be like World War II. It's going to be something entirely different. But it continues to be exactly the same.
It seems like it's going, but has been going on forever. It's just like it's when Israel is demolishing Gaza and shooting kids through the heart, and all these women and children are dying. It seems like what they're creating is, and they're aware of it, is a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
Right? They're creating more extremists and more hatred.
The idea of the Israeli Defense Force who says that Hamas is back to full strength, 40,000 warriors. After all the slaughter, what they've done is create a mighty recruitment. And that's always been the case. It's not different anymore. It's not different now. It's just going to imagine if you are a young Palestinian man and you watch your family be killed in this position. See, that's why I think when you put that question on either side, right? What would you do if you were Israeli, or what would you do if you were Palestinian? It's a question that nobody wants to answer because they know the answer.
Right? You know the answer. If you're like, I can tell you, having my own kids, if some group murdered my child, my toddler, I would do the most unthinkable things to retaliate. And I think that's part of being human.
But it's also part of being human to try to find a way to restore justice and peace. And that's what's absent right now. It's all retaliation. And it will be long to see until people actually arise and demand peace. Peace has peace. And one is to sacrifice the longing to kill and resist. And I wrote a play that was about Camp David, which was the Carter Baby Sabat Summit in 1978. Carter came into office, and the first day in office, he told his vice president, my top goal is to bring peace to the Middle East. Walter Mondale was the vice president. He told me he panicked. Is that what he's about? How because it was like the ultimate. You can't do that. But Carter brought in the president of Egypt, Anwar Sadat, who had been assassinated, and the prime minister of Israel, Dr. Begin, who was a terrorist. And Carter was a one-term Georgia governor. And they sat behind trees in Camp David for 13 days, right? And 3 world wars, totally cut off. And they come up with a piece of paper that has each day since they signed the paper. Not a single violation. So it's possible. But if you look at it, then what happened to the peacemakers? Carter lost the election. He was not re-elected. In fact, he lost the first time for a Democratic nominee in modern history. Not been thinking, I can do anything now. He invaded Lebanon for almost going to be 2 weeks. He was in Lebanon for 18 years. And he was hated. He was in isolation in his house. There were kids for years. They were just like the chants about AAA, how many kids in Canada, that kind of atmosphere. So he died in seclusion and in his place. And then Saddam was assassinated. So that's what happened to the people who made peace. And I think that's been a lesson to the aspiring peacemakers. There's a lot of personal risk.
Wasn't the first president of Israel, I believe he was the first president Gurion? No, before him. He was yes, Time Rising. Wasn't he? He was like a Zionist who came in and thought that basically we need to come in here and make the Muslims love us. Like we're gonna bring in all this innovation and treat them kindly and just make them to where they can't turn us away because we provide so much and improve their quality of life so much. And then after that, I think Ben Gurion was kind of his view of it was like, that's kind of like the way that correct me if I'm wrong, but the way he looked at it was like, you can't look at that. That's like pre 9/11, post 9/11. Like he looked at it. Now that you have World War II, the Holocaust, you can't look at it like that. Now we have to look at it through the lens that we're looking at it now.
Well, in the early days of the Zionist movement, first of all, they wondered, where should we go? And, there were Kenya, or Uganda, Japan, and South America. But always there was the idea of the Holy Land. And that's the first Zionist conference in Bern, Switzerland, in the 1890s. Decided this is where we're going to go. There were mixed thoughts, Fleischman was the optimist, but Ben Gurion privately felt that the Arabs would never accept it. And it's not as if they didn't go out to try to help make them accept it. But, then at that time, the future Israelis come and buy a lot of land, and it was threatening to the native population. There were Arab riots and stuff like that, so things went off to that stuff. And then Israel declared itself as a nation, the expulsion of 700,000 Palestinians. Whether they were forced out or just not allowed to return to their homes. That was sort of the one moment, if I were to call history back and say, there's a small change I want to make in the world of human events, and I think I'm going to try to look at it. And the age of modern terrorism was born in that moment too. It was the Palestinian diaspora that led to the rise of these terrorist movements coming out of Palestine.
Now, the history of this is, I think, and maybe you can elucidate this a little bit better, but originally that the unit came in and said it's going to be like a 56-44 split between the Jews and the Palestinians, right?
And Palestine would be an international state.
Right. And then...
it's up to choice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the rift over, these holy places was very profound. And so what we do to take that off the table, we're making it's not an entity belonging to either state. It's what we're both connected together.
Oh, okay. And then down the road, it somehow got down to 20%, which is West Bank and Gaza, right? So,
well, even from that, what's left of it is the Palestinian state is this enclaves, and divided by different roads and walls and so on. It's not contiguous with each other. And of course, Gaza is set apart, so it's a different entity.
And what's another crazy thing about this whole thing is, I think I heard you explain this, but that the Jews in Israel and Palestinians are genetically the same, right? Their DNA, their heritage is
You mentioned Ben Gurion, and so Ben Gurion and Yitzhak Ben Zvi, who's the second president of Israel, were living in Manhattan, in Lower Manhattan, at the turn of the 20th century. And they wrote a book about the future of Israel. And Ben Zvi, in particular, had spent a lot of time wandering through the West Bank in these Arab villages. And he noticed candles in the windows on Friday night. He noticed Hebrew and cemeteries. it occurred to him that what we call the Palestinians were really the remnant of the Jews who were not in the diaspora. They just were always there. They didn't come from somewhere else.
Right.
They were just the original inhabitants who had been Jewish, but over the years converted to Christianity or Islam, where if you converted, you didn't have to pay this tax that was on non-Muslims. So there was a strong incentive. And centuries passed, and they were a different people in some respects. But he was right, because genetically, they're very, very similar. They're both descended from the Canaanites. And over time, they may have differed a little bit, but not very much. They're essentially the same people all the time. I thought, when I went to that one-man show in Tel Aviv, and I had just read that book by Inslee and Uri, and I thought, well, maybe the Israelis don't know this. Maybe we have to help them out, saying, these guys are Jewish, right? And so it's true that they didn't know it, but some people, when I pulled out my solution, said, yeah, we know that. And that threw me off. And I did a little more research, and I came upon this book, The Need to Have Enemies and Allies, by the Cypriot-American psychiatrist named Vannevar Bush. And he had grown up in Cyprus, which was inhabited by Greeks and Turks who were historical antagonists. And yet they were very similar people. And you could tell them apart. They both wore the same white garments, and those tunics, white tunics with the Turks would have a green sash, and the Greeks would have a blue. That you knew who was who. They had different cigarettes. On this basis, you were able to tell, this is not me, this is the other. And Northern Ireland, Protestants and Catholics would paint their doors different colors to signal which so the Hutus and the Tutsis, they were so alike. You had to ask or strive for it before you killed them. So, in every case, they were very, very similar people. And yet, oftentimes with civil wars, for instance, they're bloodier than other kinds of battles. So why is that? And Vulcan references this Freudian idea of the narcissism of minor differences, which is simply that people that are more alike are more likely to be at war with each other than people who are dramatically different. And it's an accepted difference, and if it's obvious.
Right.
But if it's similar, it's the little things that separate you that you really annoy. And Freud's idea is it's those things about yourself that you don't like, that you see in someone else, and you want to stop that thing that's in the other.
That's interesting. You can almost see something like that bubbling up in America, like political differences in people, but at the same way.
Or religious differences, like in Saudi Arabia and Iran have differences, but they're the same religion, except one is Sunni and the other is Shia. And that has been an ongoing civil war for a long time. And yet, to the average American, like when we invaded Afghanistan, when we went through the U.S. Senate and asked them, what's the difference between Sunni and Shia? And not a single senator could tell you, but we're going to go to war. And so, it's those are minor differences.
What has been the response from people in Israel from this?
I got a wonderful review the other day in Jerusalem Post. And beyond that, I haven't heard. I don't know if it's for sale in Israel, but it's we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but I've noticed online. Recently, obviously since October 7th, and now there is just so much debate happening in the U.S. surrounding this whole topic.
It's been troubling me to watch what's going on in the campuses, and it seems to die down a little bit. They were just replicating the anger and the hatred of the region instead of working toward trying to create a solution. The anti-Semitism is Arabs think that anti-Semitism is a comical charge because they're both Semites, and so it doesn't apply to them. But the what we need is friendly help to try to. My feeling is not anybody who offers a solution to the Palestinian problem is naive, and so you have to say, all right, that would be nice, but you have to go through that. I think the Israelis and the Palestinians have shown that Jesus that they are in some way addicted, and so I think the world has to make a stronger case, but take only more of a challenge. And by that, what do I mean? I'm not sure. Most of the world has really identified Palestine as a state. You look at a map of the world, you see countries that have already accepted Palestine as a state. All of Asia, all of South America, and much of Europe, but it's essentially the G7 countries, France, Germany, Australia, the U.S., Canada, Mexico, Palestine as a state. Well, maybe that could be one thing is to unanimously say this is a country that Israel has to declare its borders, which is the other done. And we have to find a way to create two or one, I don't care, or federation and other solutions. But the occupation is what is shattering both societies. And Israel has to stop occupying the country. And you have to find a way to feel secure in doing it. So that's the challenge. And I think the world can help with forceful diplomacy and vast incentives.
Yeah.
And, when it gets to be more worth it to stop fighting, then maybe we'll find a way to talk about peace.
Yeah. What do you think of, a lot of people who are educated in this history far more than I am, some of them like to say that, maybe if America wasn't so tied up with Israel and Israel didn't have such a strong influence over American politics and, didn't have such a backing of America, maybe they would be more incentivized to come to the solution.
That may be true, but,
Maybe happen things like this.
there are like 16 different views in the world, and there's narrowly divided between the U.S. and Israel. Israel has about 1 million more Jews than America does. But the next population is France, it's 400,000. So essentially, when we talk about the Jewish population, we're talking about the so we're more interested in Israel than other countries because they're far more Irish.
Yeah.
Maybe another historical thing. I mean, if we had more Jews, if Roosevelt and Truman had just opened the gates, if you go to any city, go look at the hospital wings and who's funding the symphony and the ballet. So many Jewish beings there. They're just a very small percentage of 1.2% of the human population, and yet they contribute so much to our society. But it's now having taken the road to creating a state in the Middle East, Israel has to find its way to being a middle Eastern country among its neighbors. And I think that was what frightened Hamas, was this agreement that was seemed to be steering towards a conclusion between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And if Israel and Saudi Arabia made peace, all the Arab countries would fall. They're tired of Palestinians and this whole drama. They just assume walk away. And also some of the solutions are very clear. The idea that Palestinians would be pushed into Jordan and Lebanon and Saudi Arabia. They don't want that. They don't want to have that additional. So suddenly Hamas feels that they've been dealt out. And so they've been preparing this attack for a long time. And so that was the trigger.
Yeah, I mean, you have, them trying to, it looks like America is like gearing up to go to war with Iran, and when Israel, I think Netanyahu was, in the 90s trying to convince us that we could go to war with Iran, trying to back them, in these wars and entwined in, these conflicts overseas that like seem to have no benefit for us to get involved in. Yet we do. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating to watch. And then you have like this lady who recently went in front of Congress, some high level, I forget who she was. I think she was supposed to be like an ambassador to the UN, and she's getting questioned in front of Congress. And she says, they asked her if she believes that Israel has a right to the West Bank based on the Bible or something. And she was like, yes, Israel has a biblical right to the West Bank. Like that's like something that's absolutely insane to hear somebody say in front of Congress, like an actual high-ranking government official.
So does our ambassador in the Bible, God gives the promised land to Moses twice. And the first time is a big parcel, from like the Red Sea to the Tawny River and Lebanon, all of the West Bank and Jordan. And then the second time, I guess God is reconsidered a little bit. It's a smaller entity, mainly Israel and the West Bank, but also some other portions of other countries. And then Moses dies before he's able to come into the promised land. And Joshua is sent to God has told him to kill every living thing. Not just people, just kill every living thing. Like the devil. Now, if you're using the Bible and the Torah as you guide, that's a pretty startling model to follow. And, that's one of the reasons I felt that the genetic identity of these people is important. Because if God gave the gift to the Jews, the people that are called Palestinians are the original Jews. And so, they should be, but I don't know how many, I've been in settlements, and, there are fervent believers there, but there are also people there that, really desperate. And so, it's rent is everything. So they have other reasons to be there other than they God for them.
It's fascinating stuff, man. What else are you looking at? Do you have anything that you can talk about?
There's a story that I'm really enchanted with. It's about these nuns that go to Texas program. So I'm finishing that up. And then I'm looking for it.
You're on fire.
Well, I'm looking all the time. But if I'm not working, I'm in despair. So I have to.
How do you decide what you're going to dedicate your time to? Because when you're working on these projects, they take a long time.
That's the hardest question. I think the hardest question any writer has to face is, what's the story? What story do I want to tell? Because it's not as if there's an absence of story. You pick up the paper, there's stories all over the page. But what is it that calls to you? It stirs something in you. It says, I've got to do this. And, I with the women, the nuns, that sort of thing, the moment I heard the story, because there were nuns going to be Jordan on Cliff Road, I was enchanted. It's just fascinating. And what it is wonderful. story. It was helpful. Parts of it, the heinous crimes and some of these. On the other hand, I think of it as being like it's about redemption. It's a quality that I'm curious about. And so it gave me, was one of those times when I just went home and started making and I knew that was my next story, but it's rare that I have that immediate reaction. And you also have to take into account how long is this going to take.
Right.
And and time gets to be more precious. There's less of it. So you have to think about, if this is a 5-year project, everything else are well to finish. Mm-hmm. Those are really existential questions. You're always asking, but you ask with increased urgency.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see how people like yourself spend so much time on these complex, deep stories, are able to manage their time and be disciplined enough to do their homework, right, and make sure they're following up on every single lead and getting corroboration on things, trying to navigate like, am I getting that bullshit on this story or that story, or even you like working with intelligence communities, right? People in the government, stuff like that. Like, how do you know you're not just getting led astray on things?
That's hard. It is hard, but I insist that there's a way of getting at what is at least close to truth. And the way I envision it is, first of all, you start a story, and if it's going to be, let's say, William Towers, big story, how do I start? Start by who's in this story, and so you find out names of people that might be able to talk. You write them down. I use a legal pad, and write down the name of one of the 29 lines on the legal pad, and then there's a little inch and a half column on the left. I write the telephone, and then I go talk to them. And when I talk to them, I take a highlighter, sort of run across that. I check that one off. But I always ask, who else should I talk to? And those are names I hadn't heard. So they go on to those. And then I talk to them. Who else should I talk to? And that's the way that sinks into me into the ground. Eventually, you run out of names. And that's how you populate the story. But that's the horizontal axis. It's sort of the trope about journalism is you talk to everybody. You can't talk to everybody, and not everybody wants to talk to you. You talk to as many people as you can. Right. And in that case, I talked to 600 people, but it took me 5 years. So it was, a long time coming. Then some of those hundreds of people are just more knowledgeable, more fun, have better access, and I go back to them again and again. And that's, the first, the horizontal axis is seeking of consensus, and the vertical axis is seeking of understanding. And so you're trying to get deeper into the story. If you like one of my sources in Saudi Arabia was Bin Laden's brother-in-law, and he was married to 4 women. He was supposed to be Laden at the time, he was that option. And I wanted to talk to her, but that was never going to happen. But he offered to take my questions to her every fortnight when he spent the night with that Bin Laden's sister. And so she would respond. She would never see a person like that, but she would, through the medium of her husband, who was very she would respond to her. So, that was part of the horizontal axis. I wanted to talk to her, but she could tell me things that other people would like. How did Bin Laden smell? He was sandalwood cologne, the Lana sounds, and so those kinds of things are just their access to intimacy that is plausibility to everything.
I admire that so much, and it's very few and far between that you meet people like yourself who go to like the primary sources of some of these things. Like boots on the ground, first-hand accounts of what these people are like, what they believe in. There's not much of that media today. It's just like the television game. Like people talking about, our daily. I'm guilty of it too. Like the daily, like a talk show that we do weekly, and you're having people that are coming in, and we're talking about some reporting we saw in the New York Times or on some other publication that they maybe got it through somebody else, and they got it through somebody else. And it's hard to be able to have the determination and the belief in yourself to stick through something for so long and to do that kind of like boots on the ground reporting that you're doing. And I hope more people can continue to carry the torch that you've been carrying for so long.
Well, thank you. I'd like to encourage, reporters and journalists or people that might be interested to give it a try, because no matter who you are, being a journalist will open your eyes to it and where they're coming from. It makes you more, it makes you better, because you learn how people differ and why these differences shouldn't be discounted. And you also have to consider who would you be. All this is stuff that, if you're sitting in an office and you're surrounded by people who are very much like you and have similar concerns, you're not going to be educated about how the world works. And even if it's just for a couple of years, it's a great way to grow into another person.
Well, thanks again. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you. I enjoyed it myself.
You both. Thank you. We'll link it below, but on your website or Amazon, best place to buy it.
Yeah, you probably should go to Amazon or your local bookstore.
Okay, fantastic. Lawrence Ray, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Oh yeah, we have Patreon questions. We have a couple questions on our Patreon for you from our beautiful Patreon supporters. That we'll do that as well.
Okay.
But that's the podcast.
All right.
Good night, folks. Well, Brett, thanks for coming, man. Thanks for having me. I'm a huge fan of your content, especially on Instagram. I was through all of your videos. I must have spent at least the last 8 hours of the last 20 hours watching your TikTok. And you have a very unique way of approaching some of these conspiracies or fringe ideas that are very popular in the zeitgeist right now. You come at it from a very level-headed, pragmatic way, where you don't seem like you're part of a cult. And a lot of these things that are popping on the internet, no matter if they're UFOs or psychedelics or ghosts, these people treat these things like religions, which I think you point out very nicely.
Yeah, there's a lot of personal work wrapped up in this. There we go. Cool. Yeah, a lot of personal work wrapped up in these. Not having a successful life otherwise, so they can latch on to something and just put it in front of them. If you're a real spiritual person in the room, it's whatever you see rights in the sky, it's discussion. It's like a proxy for the truth. And unfortunately, a lot of people get wrapped up in that because they're very vicious to defend these ideas. When there's other people out there looking for reality behind it. It's very difficult to get the truth. That's actually
noticed that a lot on this podcast. I mean, I've learned it firsthand from doing this podcast because I've been introduced to a lot of folks who have, make a lot of extraordinary claims that don't have that same level of extraordinary evidence for their claims. And I've seen the reactions on the internet, whether it be like in the comments on YouTube or on X, how there's this pile-on effect to certain ideas or ideologies, or these fringe ideologies, where like if you come at something, in particular, I think one of the biggest ones I've noticed is in the Flint Dibble Graham Hancock thing, where there's like two polar opposite opposing nation states that are like warring against each other online, is what it seems like. And it's like I've noticed that in so many things, and it's really unsettling because it's really hard nowadays to know what's real and what's not real.
Yeah, and you're coming in, and I've seen you broadcast on very level-headed about things, and it's frustrating. I said on the other side of the table, and I was giving your signals trying to get you clear. And I'm going to chastise you. Daniel, if you let me finish, okay. There's just no, I don't like you said president. I was looking at him. Dibble. I'm not related to Dibble. I'm familiar with it. What's his name? There's very good indication, at least to me, watching the last 30 years, that Graham Hancock is controlled opposition to the parish.
Oh, there goes this podcast.
Anyway, okay. Go ahead.
Yes. So, please continue. I'll give you Flint Dibble. He's an academic archaeologist who went on Rogan's podcast with Graham to debate Graham Hancock's lost ancient pre-Ice Age civilization, and whether there was evidence for it or not. And they went back and forth. Anyways, there's two aggressive camps that are violently attacking each other constantly.
And that to make us sneeze up together. You get one side, you get the other, and there's not really any synthesis, but they're both set up to both fighting against one another. Completely opposite viewpoints on either side of the spectrum, when the reality is being considered ancient civilizations and right when Graham Hancock was making it out to be, because he was technologically advanced, flying through the past. And there's the academic side of things where people like none of that actually exists, just lack of educational. Yeah, it's nonsense. And it seems like a setup. It seems like a control mechanism for all society. So you can never quite get to the truth. What the hell are we doing here?
So what were you saying about Graham?
Graham, so I've watched his stuff come from at least I was made aware of him. Yeah. And I've seen him push things, and I, of course, we together find out if what he was talking about was true. Zechariah Sitchin, and any of these people make extraordinary claims.
Yeah.
The things I've looked into, the history I've looked into, that Graham's has also looked into, I've come to completely different conclusions and much more. Rather than things I've been from the viewers from the streets, there's other explanations for why the exist with the stakes and closures. It's not what the academics are talking about. The other side. It's wrong. There's enough overlap that you can
Yeah. I had actually Flint on the show, and we discussed Atlantis and like all the evidence for Atlantis. And one of the unique things about Flint is his background revolves around his academic scholarship. Focuses on Athens. He's an archaeologist who focused on Athens, excavating all over Athens and Greece in general. And he excavates back to the time when there would have been any kind of Atlantis. He goes like as far back as anyone. And he says that they've gone all the way down to bedrock, and there's nothing there. So, like, if there is some hypothetical Atlantis, or some sort of crazy, super advanced lost city, he seems to believe that, especially according to Plato, if you want to take Plato, his words seriously, he was a philosopher, came up with hypothetical ideas of like a cave. So he thinks that was some sort of another allegory to some sort of like war between Athens and Atlantis. And that's one of the things I found real compelling. But like you said, he also will just outright dismiss and laugh at things like those stone bases that are what these symmetrical and supposedly came from, but that as Egyptians and stone chips, you know, topic conversation, stone counting stones.
Absolutely. Agreed.
Did you read the English translations of it?
Yeah, I try to see things on YouTube and find them.
Right.
So to find like when Ignatius Darwin started writing about Atlantis, Atlantis, the Atlantic with
I'm familiar with it. Yeah.
he was very. It's almost like he was an early disinformation person. He was self-pushing things. He was everything was Freemasonic about writing up there. He was very popular reading that. He's very popular among the Theosophists, and there's not really any substantial basis to that being historically accurate.
Right.
But there were things historically that came before the rest of the civilizations that are becoming like this is being technical.
Yeah.
You know, things that were, you don't know any of this that far.
Mm-hmm.
That was that guy.
Sure. Yeah.
So, and I think that was the start of organizing history in a certain way we have today. That started in the 1800s, late 1800s, early 1900s, and started rewriting the old books that talked about giants. There were different things that actually were
What do you think of the giants being found in America?
I think there was cross-cultural communication. I think there were colonies here from Europe, people in Europe, Egyptians were taking tobacco systems and they found it as a legitimate testament of them. I know it's got lost in their career the fact that they kept using tobacco to get the monies. That's scientific, but that's you can't refute that. They got it from somewhere. So somebody had to do this communicating with something getting there. There was trade back and forth and stories about expeditions from Egypt heading out to far lands and bringing back amazing things that were living in this earth. He talks about people do different insights and mythological records and such. The people that are just trading the people that were the giants, trading with them for 6 foot taller. Because if you go down to Mexico right now, I'm a giant.
Yeah.
We all be very large. No offense to anybody. But that's what I say. I don't see it as 10 foot, 10 foot, 20 foot people that are
Right.
that became embedded in
Right. So you've been following Dragon for a while, for quite a long time.
Yeah. Started looking at this stuff. Wow. Watching looking at search of stuff like Texas TV. When I was a kid, I might go to the libraries. I was a junior high. Really good libraries, research libraries. So they had all kinds of things like Ignatius Darwin. I used to take their asses to go and read all these things. So I started really doing actual research into these things.
And you read all Dragon book?
Most of them, yeah, I have. I've kind of fell off the last few years because I've read too often.
Did you really? What do you think was the main reason for like astrology back for like starting to take it not taking it seriously?
Well, he really doubled down on the age of the space. That's in fact shorter. And then I found Dr. Davidovitz in France about geopolitics and how these pyramids were actually created and how he conducted pyramid studies and did scanning electron microscope tests on segments and matched them directly with the pyramid. He proved that they were younger, actually. That's younger than what people say. They made it look completely different.
Just stones in the pyramids, stones and limestone.
Yeah, if you go to some of the evidence he's got is that he's directly replicated. He's a chemist, so he works with geopolymers and subscription materials, resilient materials. And he's done some of the work on trying to figure out how these old gigantic structures were made. He's found things within the performance that talk about the Egyptians pushing up stone and creating molds for these blocks and building things out. Building stone that existed before, making it out of mixtures of combinations of things in the fighting in the next area. And he went back and said, people talk about the bases, the schist, places who I was just in Egypt just a couple of months ago. Some of these Egyptian video myself. He's got some sitting in his lab right now that he replicated exact replicas of these things with the tile bases.
The vases?
Vases and the chest desks.
How did he create them by doing what?
Making essentially a type of, it's a type of clay. There's several types. There's one that's limestone based that we utilize. There's another type that is circular that was used to make these things. And there's, I'm sure there are many more used historically. We have a few of them that he has replicated. And to my mind,
out of granite, it's red granite, rose granite.
They're not granite to start with. So
The original Egyptian stone bases that like shaped like that.
when they group them together, you would know the difference. There's he's doing a symposium in July. And I'm going over to it to actually make these put them in the lab, mix it up together, you film it yourself, and you can make these things look at it. It's just one step further from that to operate.
Right. But what I was saying is that the ones that they found underneath the step here, so those were step here, those were.
Yeah, but there's no reason to think that granite was mined and grown and carved.
Right.
But they've been made out of a combination of things that replicate granite.
So you think they could have recreated some sort of faux granite, fake granite, and molded it?
Yeah, I don't even think he's got, it's like, I don't know what this is accepted about, because he's got like a textbook about it, showing you how to do it yourself.
Wow. It's what's this guy's name?
That's Joseph Leviticus in France.
Joseph Leviticus.
You want to come over to the symposium in July? Just go to the there. We'll get them together.
Wow.
Yes. But he actually did a very, it's got to be fun. He's not.
What do you think of like some of those giant structures in Egypt? Have you been to Egypt? What do you think of those giant scoop marks they have out from like that big pregnant stones or pregnant women or whatever it is?
You see scoop marks?
And then also in the Serapeum, I think there's scoop marks out of the granite blocks.
Yeah, so you'll see that all over the world. It's see how they put these studies and solid stuff inside South America. He's done work that's crucial to find out what the acidic, there's agents that dissolve acids.
Right.
And then you can re-agglomerate these studies you found in South America. So you agglomerate the tree that is built on the coast. You get water to go to the islands and create these infrastructures. It's easy to break. It's easy to let it dissolve a bit.
Right.
There are stories that they found people heard in South America. Chip away, take this, take a leaf and go up and rub it on rocks. Chip away at the rock and create a and that's how they do it. Yeah. But then they took these same plants and created some sort of desert acids that people use as turning into a type of thing.
It's getting hotter than it's shooting.
Yeah. So that's the direction I think it's going in.
Yeah. I think that one makes the most sense. I think they were highly advanced in chemical technologies, making chemicals. I think some of those pyramids, I think it's highly possible that all of the pyramids, most of the pyramids, I would say, were involved in chemical construction.
Yes. I've seen Jeff. Like a Jeff from
Oh yeah, I think Jeffrey Drum is fantastic. He's that is one of my. I think if I had a gun to my head and I said pick a theory, I would think he is.
Yeah. Shout out to Jeff. Jeff is really lovely people.
Yeah.
He's coming at it from the right direction. Trying to find out the technology and the science behind it. I tend to agree with you. I'm not sure. I would like that theory that the pyramids were only ancient chambers for the new business building tradition. But I agree with what he says. He's living during it.
Yeah.
So he knows a whole lot more about it. And it's on the ground right.
Right. So you did a comprehensive deep dive on this latest thing going on with these shafts that were found in the pyramids by the radar, the space. What is it called? SAR.
Yes. Yeah, it's something that's aperture radar, or tomography or something. The actual technical specifications doesn't go deep enough that it would be things up.
So is this all some sort of advertising scheme?
So it's not linked to it. It's no time. But he's an Italian guy. He's with a group of other academics. You can go check out the video that I put up about it that translates their press.
So then you do AI to translate the Italian.
Yeah, I know Italian to read it. I translate it, so I got through it. I did that, and then I touched on it. And I tried to get to it as quickly as possible because they just released it in '84.
Oh wow.
So I did that, and his reputation in the is unmasked. He's known as like this for some of the relevance of this. And we have been telling people joking around the comments saying, this guy is all this. So I don't know.
What's his name?
If you go to my YouTube page, actually, it's going to show the top of this stuff. Okay, but I'll get it.
Okay, yeah.
Karate Wing.
There you go. Yeah, I'll put up on this guy.
Yeah. So, including this. And I don't know the guy. I'm Italian. I don't know too much.
Right.
But I've been warned against him about his stuff. But without that, just looking at the evidence, it's not I think it's the scams. Publishing scams or publishing that. But what they're seeing in the scams, and we go into it in TikTok about it. Like we know that case truth exists.
Right.
The good scams are the and those scams doesn't change. So like the overlay on the case and case truth and you check it out.
The same exact technology.
Same technology. Just it's traditional to publish.
Now, didn't they stand some sort of underground bunker and was able to detect it, or some laboratory, underground laboratory maybe?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
So that might be floating out there right now, but I don't know. I do know that this type of technology, unless it's loose, the bedrock is a question to see these spirals and shafts. And I love that to be true because I've been to spiral shafts that exist that are well as St. Patrick and initiation chambers in central Portugal are shaped like that. We call it, that's a temple. So in Portugal. It'd be cool if that was a password between us. I think they put this sort of AI to make a video for it and what might be there. It's not at all accurate.
Unless isn't it related to some YouTube channel or something that put it
Yeah,
out?
actually, I don't know if you can pull the TikTok and Instagram on that. Actually show it. I think it's Expedition, but we can shoot.
Okay.
So you can pull that up.
And then so she was in charge of doing like the press release for it?
Yeah, and it's totally like side movie. If you look at Expedition, what you can shoot for. See how it's
Okay. Yeah, find it. We'll check it on YouTube. See. So she's like a YouTuber who just does research on ancient civilizations and talks about ancient civilizations. Talks about Egypt.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it. Let's see. I wouldn't call it research. I would call it trying to sell new agent.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's not a researcher. Pull up her official. She was
Expedition with Nicole Chicolo.
click on her bio.
Oh, it's in
If you scroll down, it's a grab down. Everything you can imagine.
This is what people say when they scroll through our YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's it. I should be throwing stones here. There's a guy on the right with the sunglasses. That's the guy.
Okay. And Josh, check him out, Steve.
I've read a few of his.
Not in English, never mind.
I've read a few of his papers that were in Italian about occultism and other things. I don't necessarily disagree with you. He does agree with me about the people being initiation chambers, things like that. But the scams, they're not showing what they might have done scams, but questionable for us.
So they're just the ones that analyze the scams, or are they the ones in charge of doing the scams?
Yeah, there was a group of them. There was him, I think he led the charge to do the scams, and then he's got an archaeologist and an Egyptologist along with him at the press conference that are one's the technologists behind the scams and the other one's the Egyptologists to see what happened can actually be. He's claiming it's the halls of the Menti, which is like the halls of the afterlife, the easy to feel, but consciousness we don't have to about. And that was always considered the same halls of the Menti, the pyramids and the big shafts go out to it. Anyway,
That's Bailey. It's good old Bailey.
is it Carson or Carlson?
It's Larson.
Carlson, sure about that?
Tucker Carlson, Billy Carson. No, that can be confused.
Carlson. controversy about Willie. Funny story about Billy. When Billy was talking, I forget if it was you when he pitched. Billy, they might do this every year. Where he was claiming that the mall on Easter Island burned down.
Yeah,
And then I did a video standing in front of the mall because we went there last year, and I was like, "That's not their money."
really?
Yeah, I really
Yeah, he was explaining to me how they, or some, I think multiple people said that to me, how there was a fire there and they shut it down.
Yeah, there was a brush fire. There's cattle ranching about a mile away. There was a rancher. It got blown. A brush fire. It's only low grass. It's not like you burn much grass.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you burn stone statues?
You know, but he was saying that like fuel was taken in tankers and then burned the place down. And it went up to the area where they were finding one of the crater, and you got a couple. They actually found one that they didn't know was there because the brush got burned, right? So we found one. Not only was this cinch, a couple of them, but there's hundreds of them. So
Oh, wow.
they don't burn down. Sorry.
Yeah, when it comes to the Egypt, those new shafts that they think they're down there, I mean, I wonder, like, how hard would it be just to dig under that pyramid? They've done the middle pyramid, right?
Yeah, it was
It wasn't Cheops.
no, that wasn't great. It was the center pyramid, right? It probably
I guess they were all on. It was Flynn and this guy Jimmy Corsetti and some guy Dan Richards and a bunch of guys were all on Piers Morgan debating this. And Flynn's like, "You can't dig. It's sacred. Do not dig under the Giza Plateau." I know, right? They've been freaking blowing up dynamite since the 50s.
The entryway to the Great Pyramid right now is blown by somebody way back.
And they're saying this goes like a mile and a half deep.
Something stupid like that, hundreds of yards. And then there's big stone coffers, stone chambers underneath those spirals. And if you look at this you actually see it.
No.
But even look at the scale of the Great Pyramid and the Great Pyramid scales that we can show through this pyramid.
The SAR scans.
They put out a paper, they published more papers in 2022. I don't know if they published this study completely yet. What they showed you in the press conference.
And so you translated the whole press conference, posted on your YouTube channel, so people can watch it.
Yeah, go to the evidence groups.
And what did they have like an ultimate conclusion at the press conference of what they believe it is or what their next steps are going to be?
They think that it's the House momentum.
They believe
They believe that. Oh my God! I believe it's that they need to push forward with it. They need funding all of this. I'm sure there's more. There was a 2-day thing. The second day, I'm not sure that's what we used to. But the first day, their upfront conclusions, they get to the point of and the House momentum, which is bullshit. It's like Plato's Atlantis again. They get right back to it. And I'd love it to be true. That'd be amazing.
Steve, find the SAR scans of the Great Pyramid.
Yeah, you could type in his name and Melange, and you can find his published research on that. And I'm not sure what the repository is on.
Yeah, at the top one, Steve.
Maybe you can write something.
Blow it up down.
You can click on it and you get the whole paper that you publish.
So I don't see. So yeah, it's very, very vague.
That's exciting. And they're claiming that there's an entire series of structures in the Northwest backwards.
Yeah.
Yes, if you click on the link to visit, you actually get the paper you can get. There should be an option there. Download it. Download the and that's the actual. That's what they actually. That's the actual.
No one reads this stuff.
Of course not. No, you gotta read like the headlines. You gotta be aware of that too.
Oh wow. How crazy is that? How crazy are those granite freaking blocks in the King's Chamber?
Yeah, and it's the pyramids do something very interesting when you measure the magnetic fields and stuff. Basically, nullify the magnetic field while you're in there, and it's like it links into a lot of research and the work of documented person for consciousness. That tends to be my book. It's based on what I've been there and measured and actually doing. When I go on expedition, I bring magnetometer and infrasound devices and various things to actually measure and put the energy in place, but in a scientific fashion to see if it would have any biological impact on brain function. As we know, magnetic fields do. My mind system that pulses magnetic field around the head and can alter So he's got it. This is a good one. Dr. Michael Persinger. Yeah. His research. Persinger was a black ops scientist for the longest time. He was working with the Navy, figuring out consciousness, patterns within the brain, class things like senses of spirituality, sense of presence, senses of meaning, various things that mapped areas of the brain. Don't know if they have to do this. That correlate, if you read some of the Taik studies, he found things like integrity. So he was the first person to, I don't know if you ever heard about this, to take a person in Canada and take a person in Spain. And he put these headsets on them. And he flashed the light in the eyes of the person in Canada and picked them up and started scanning the person in Spain.
What year was that?
Just for the HIV. Yeah, actually, all the studies came from there. Wow. But those studies came with a lot of other findings. The guy found something he created, which he was over back in the 80s, certainly the 90s, talking about it.
If you're constantly
that could replicate how the body experiences its presences, like you're sitting there and
that's 2015.
Yeah, well, he's since passed, unfortunately, but he was doing it for decades. So there's a lovely view there as well, where it's they were sharing the experiences of the video game, and somebody who was an expert at the video games giving the other person their ability to video game integrity.
Consciously or unconsciously?
Unconsciously, you put this around. This is the actual device that he was using.
This is the God helmet.
This is a small version of that version. Steve was the motorcycle helmet with them.
I've seen that.
Yeah, and he was making people have all kinds of wondrous spiritual experiences, replicating brain patterns when they're under those experiences. And this is a very small, stripped down version of it. Put the halo over it, turn it on, and it's the same equipment that they're using for the intelligent experience.
So what specifically does that, you have two people hooked up to that thing, what specifically happened?
Persinger's theory was considered whatever you want to call it, morphogenetic field, the Akashic record, whatever. We have names for this field as the conscious field. Consciousness being external.
Yeah.
And we tap into the mind's or nervous system to transmitter and receiver. Part of the receiving portion of that is we're immersed in this field. And we share our experiences, and we can go out and review, tap something we have never had physical contact with. We can also do the same things people have touched. Somebody who's studying a picture of somebody. You can also go out and communicate with somebody's experiences and brain memories. That's what he was moving into. And this was all, it's like the independent genius moment later.
So this is amplifying the antenna on the human, sort of?
It's blocking the area, blocking the signals in the brain that keep us in the brain. We're always happy, we're always immersed in this. And we have something called a binary frequency. If you block that frequency, you can open the right hand. You can open all kinds of interesting things.
Wow. And how did he find this?
He was working for the government for the longest time. He was about to get to that. He was becoming a Jesus later in his career. And he just so this is what we found in this about is we couldn't you didn't tap actually come to YouTube no more secrets. What it would be like if he could remote view all the other person who's sleeping, if there was no way to keep secrets from him, what that civilization that would not be how it would be interesting. But then Catholic talking about that.
Yeah, I know people like Joe Rogan talk about it all the time. He thinks it's like a really big thing. Like he always thinks that's important. Reaching his mind. He seems to be for deception, lies.
But like people find that research don't agree with that. They want to cybernetically link lines together as a form of control to these. The way you ultimately get peace in civilization is to have a cybernetic linkage of all minds that negates their ability to have minds. That's fucking terrible. We can talk about that. One of the changing images around that was the Stanford Research Institute think tank paper published by Ghislaine Maxwell's father that talks about it. What? Yeah, I found that.
Do with that what you will.
Welcome to Museum Material. This is what I do. No, that was published back when they were doing the experiments.
By Robert Maxwell.
Yeah, his publisher, the press.
Publisher, Robert Maxwell.
Yeah, he personally funded that one. Stanford Research Institute is doing one with the viewing experiments with this one that applies to these guys. And it talks about that as how to take that and weave it in with a new belief system that could ultimately replace all the old belief systems and use the chair of control for the new world where everybody's separated. They had Joseph Campbell, the mythologist, trying to figure out how to create new mythologies for the world. And that was the blueprint of how to create the new civilization. That's kind of links back to what you asked me about creating. I saw these people that work in research weaving in far too closely back in the research and realizing, oh shit, it's the agenda. That's giving us a far-flung history that we never possibly completely understand. The problem with the story is everybody's looking at stories for we don't need to get any answers to anything. And it's all part of the control mechanism. It goes way back.
What a mind fuck.
Yeah. Holy shit. So you wonder why in my videos I have different opinions about this. I might look at something and you might look at something and radically different opinions. Yeah. It's based on context like that. And I might have seen something that goes, well, the funding came from the same place that funded that, and Graham came up or somebody, some researcher got money from the same place. Is that connected? So I tend to be a little more cynical about it.
Well, I mean, just looking at where we ended up today, and like the state of the internet and the state of reality, really, because like even reality itself is so fucking slippery. Like nobody knows what is real. You go on X now, like people, everybody has their own flavor of the JFK assassination and what they believe is real, and you're a shill if you don't believe that, and it's like. And you have the people who are like, if the government tells me it's raining outside, I would have to go out front and check to make sure they're telling the truth. And God, and with all like the political attacks from every single side, and there's who knows how deep that fucking thing goes with all the different elements of people involved with purposely manipulating information online and just throwing out tons of stuff and saying, good luck picking out the truth. And then even going back to what we were saying about this theory on tying together people's minds, people's thoughts, and there will be deception, people will be able to communicate pure intention. Like, if you look at a writer, or if you read anything that somebody writes, people aren't just writing down their thoughts and ideas perfectly coherently the first time. Right? There's an editing process that goes through writing, and it's slow. When you have thoughts in your head, it's a chaotic clusterfuck of ideas bouncing back and forth, right? And walking down the street, seeing something and having a thought bubble up in your consciousness isn't necessarily something you want to communicate to somebody, right? And there's also, like, it's not always the best to just tell people what pops into your mind at any given time. That could cause a lot of problems, some of which we've already seen with the development of social media, where you can just automatically tweet out what's popping in their mind. At least there's a barrier, right, of their fingers and like typing it in, reading it before you press send, or somewhat of a barrier. You've completely removed the barrier of this chaos that's happening in here and teleporting it right to your mind. That can't be good. I can't imagine.
We see a massive change in society just since we lowered the barriers to be put and not out.
And look where that's gotten us.
It's ridiculous.
So you remove that barrier even more. Yeah. And you're just going to amplify what's happening right now in society, I think, by a million.
I think watch the Steve Harvey from back in the day.
No.
Steve Harvey and stuff. He's a character that we brought up that was mentioned every that. He's in this movie today. When he talks to Fox News, he's like, "What's real? Nobody knows anymore. It doesn't matter. You're right. We're going to believe what I want, and it's all mixed up. Where I should put the truth in front of you, and it isn't even recognized." Very good. it's a great episode. It's funny. It's the part where he talks to Mulder about it. And he's like, it doesn't matter if you do the treatment anymore, if you release it or if it gets released, because there's so much garbage out there. And it's, yeah, and you take it into his mental failure down to the we've linked up with the 19th system with some people saying, we linked up with some people that are certain mental states. What do you mean? It's schizophrenic. We've done the Shabbat industry session. I don't know if you read about that. It's I think I read that. Exactly. About 2 years ago, we started the world's longest open source psychic experiment. We're using the equipment that we taught everybody to use for free. We did a Shabbat initial session with every people did one, and people to link up and do psychic testing on one another and on us. And the results could be very sporadic. Generally, we had a really interesting result of people. Hundreds of people all at once within the month beforehand Trump get the Shabbat. So they keep with like exact details of what's going to happen on here. Where it was very obvious that people were sharing the same thing. So we were getting it from somewhere. And we did multiple iterations of this testing. But we started testing on a small scale with people that were new age fairs. And it was like the person sitting across from you heard all these things. Not like wow, but waking up and thinking that could be like quite a handful. It really does. So to that point, generally it's great. It's wonderful. It opens things up. People that are using this, the kids are going to call up and stump them out. And kids will be like, we get feedback from people at the time that they get opened up pre-conditions, pre-plans, empathy, and just an overall sense of what they think somebody who can't see visualizations of it, they don't see like pictures, what kind of like I see like going down in Tesla, we can turn thing 360, and some people can't see that. Not even photographic memory as much as being able to buy hallucination independent device or something. Yeah. And some people do that. And using some of them do that's people report that they really see things. It's really interesting. It's almost like it's a rehabilitative effect. Can't make that claim, but we was able to hear that. And it seems like a very interesting thing. Somebody's opening up to their mental ability, consciousness, and what's up. And you become a fully formed human boy. You get an NPC, actually, and start to see a little bit. Yeah, I wonder how much of like just modern technology and society that we live around right now is suppressing that sort of stuff. Even the frequencies. You see the video of a Lily Wave. We were doing video programs. It was on John Wayne. People who were anti-drugs. We know all about John Wayne. Oh yeah, I know about John Wayne. We were doing ketamine. He was doing NASA-funded research on dolphins, LSD. NASA intelligence, and he was one of them. I mean, but the guy that was doing ketamine was Lee John Wayne. Oh yeah, and he came there from Chicago. He came up with, get away from this seat background. He came up with a way that was they found a little wave outside of it. He analyzed what's coming from his back. And he said, what was coming this way? He said, this is coming from that. Who's that? And he's like, oh, he's from my way. I didn't know it was Jolly West about electromagnetics and stuff like this. Okay, we can Jolly, he was one of the oversight committee for the Stanford research. He was doing that myself. So I was seeing Christopher Kit Green. Oh, really? He was working with Kit Green? He was his mentor. What? That's what Kit Green went to asking why Jolly did. And yeah, Kit Green was involved with that. He's the one that was doing those brain scans on people who were getting directed energy weapons, allegedly shot at them with skin level range. The guy who leaked that to me was one of the largest skin level range, Chris Martel.
Oh, really? He gave you this book?
He leaked it to me, and I'm not sure. I never came public with that because I didn't know if it was disinformation they were trying to get me right. Because I cut out too much before that.
Sure.
They put me under surveillance. That came along with the PDF that had a virus on it, so I can look at that. Yeah. So it's like, it's disinformation.
You under surveillance?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we went out to some ranch in Costa Rica, went out to.
Yeah.
And we went out to Carl Crusher, went out to that was ranch. They tried to get me to kind of go along with their, the business was. And we brought you out there. So I got the invite. So I released videos about the guys that were getting brain damage, just getting Martel was one of them, and we had the guy with Tom Winter Kings and John Hughes, so for Skin Rock and showing this big crusade on his head. I did a video on that, and it triggered the shit out of people at Skin Rock and so this day I re-released the video a couple months ago, and Brandon Frugal tried to do a big damage control comment in his comments on audio, because I released something that we okay. So then they wove in with the Taik creator from YouTube to contact me and say, hey, I'd like to do something with you. Come out, we really around this ranch. I've worked with these guys. I didn't realize at the time that he was intimately working with Brandon Frugal at the time. So it's getting a ranch at the time. And I'm like, okay, I didn't know the guys yesterday. This is a great creature. I don't want to get into that relationship. We had to shut that down after some but they came to the rest of the ranch, and there was not a goddamn thing on the ranch. We did a lot of research into what was going on there. There's a company that put the instrumentation in Skin Rock Ranch. Got the Richard Dick out, got Tim Wynn putting the equipment on Skin Rock Ranch and Western Ranch. Not equipment to monitor high explosives, equipment to fuck with the environment, not with weapons, it's like trying to regulate. And it looked more and more to me like they had been experimenting on the stuff at these ranches. And one of them was Chris Martel. Well, I'm out there, and this pops up. I looked up West Agency at Carl's house. I went outside. They're looking at this on the computer. I said, what is this? And they're like, oh, yeah, it's a copy. They sent me a copy of the virus on it. I got looking through it. It looks like it's 50-50 links to neuroscience that put me in with UFO shit that there's nothing wrong with that. They think that's real. But a lot of the stuff in that is like a mixture of names I can research and different things I can help me in, and then the rest is validated. So I wouldn't release that. But I think they're looking at it go along with it, push that out to the public, push that as like corruption to the disinformation. And so I was getting played, realized it, out of that. Met with the guys from the History Channel, Expedition to that ranch, and it was like, this is not real. They're pushing nonsense.
So what did you mean when you put it under surveillance?
Literally, they were watching I'm watching on my social media, texting me constantly, tried to put this. They had my phone numbers, and I would get random texts and such that I should have been saying hi, and things like that, and it was coming from me.
Oh, really?
Just kids.
Interesting.
I'm just going to do that.
Yeah. The Skinwalker Ranch thing is super interesting. I mean, they talked about that a little bit on the Mirage documentary.
Yeah, I watched that coming out on the flight.
Did you?
Rewatch it for you. I saw yours ago.
We talked about it on the phone when we first spoke. But in that documentary, they claimed that they were basically, there was some sort of operation where they were doing some terranean nuclear blast and trying to like frack for oil.
I'm sure
Gas prices kind of low. And I guess they were trying to test for nuclear contamination in like the vegetation and the livestock. So they're trying to cut out specific clans and cows. And people thought it was super freaky. It must be aliens. Plus, they were doing test flights right over the same area, and they were seeing these crazy UFOs they've never seen before, which was just like the CIA or the Navy doing like secret tests. So they thought, oh, this crazy shit this guy we've never seen. Mutilated cows must be aliens.
Yeah, that sounds
like the perfect right place, right time.
psyop.
Yeah, I did a video about the scatter mutilations with Joe Book on the guy was a second in charge. He's one of the dates. Color was like a biologist that was working with Big 11. And he did work on brain trust and Medicaid disease. And he's got most of his Medicaid disease and CJDs. Then there's part of it, a category. It's bad. It's all right up to brain trust and we kind of drops the bomb about like how these scatter mutilation these people going up and trying to test and find out these risks. And the eight from that population is the natural population. When I went out with those guys, Chris Bartell actually told me about the nuclear testing, and he was telling me about the cow that has a window in the side, a plastic window on the side, so you can see its organs. And what all those is, yeah, they got a cow that they were testing on. It was like a public thing where you can go and just check out the cow to see if the cow was doing fine, and it hadn't been influenced by radiation. And it was just part of propaganda for that. But there's an aspect of that. I don't believe in the cattle mutilation the way it used to be. It's totally fascinating. I look at it, it looks like a Black Ops program.
Yeah.
Special forces guys coming out the assholes with both eyes in the desert. And like, what a good job they have. But it looks like they're testing for some radiation.
Okay, let's go back to talking about. Let's go back to Kit Green and Jolly West. So Jolly West was Kit Green's mentor.
So yeah. So apparently they're both in life sciences got things here. So Christopher Kit Green is like, in my opinion, in my mind, he makes me
Isn't it jumping? Talking about more
he does forbidden some he linked into UFOs with scientific research and everything you can imagine, up to including possible manufacturing of these things with gene. This
General Motors.
This place, this goes. So Kit Green, Michigan, done a lot of research on this guy. He's working with the CIA, working with Stanford Research and the continuation of the agricultural experiments. That was this research on human experiments. Jolly West was part of the oversight committee for that with SAIC. They were looking at it. Then somehow or another, it spins off into the UFO. Kit Green getting involved in the UFO groups that they were doing different things like that. They had the UFO working with they needed security. Shockingly calls it John Alexander. These guys were involved with exactly. And it kind of spins into creating the entire mythology of UFOs to cover up for other things. So somehow or another, Kit Green retires from the CIA and goes afterwards for General Motors Asia Division. Doing what? We don't know, but he's still involved with the UFO world. Coming back with some interference syndrome. Their brain scans people who've been impacted by gamma microwave weaponry, directed energy weapons. That's what this is showing brain damage that happens when people come into contact with the technologies that might be flying these quotes UFOs around.
Right.
Not alien technology, human technology that they just didn't do full testing on. He's establishing the ICD-10 code so they could do medical billing on veterans that have been damaged by this stuff. Establishing what the actual criteria for, this is an actual injury that comes from directed energy. And doing brain scans on it.
This is what Kit Green did.
Kit Green and Gary
And Gary Nolan.
Side by side.
Wow. Yeah, so Gary was tied to this whole thing about the basal ganglia being connected to neurons, which you can see ghosts. How much time?
It's all about
Oh, okay.
and that goes back to
This is planetary.
it is, yes. But it can atrophy certain condition. And the original doctor that found that supposedly was Dr. Shafika, who was, she was working with the anti-ultra group up at McGill University in Canada. And she's George Moore's wife. Who? George Moore. What? And his aunt, Shafika, was a neuroscientist. And she apparently found that initial link between psychic abilities and having the time being able to She did that with one of the Viola TV. And if you like, we're going to republish it.
What? How does the Taik pertain?
You can actually see this. Switch it. It'll show you densities and sizes. It's like a blue.
Oh, here we go. What are the causes in between?
Yes, it talks about it. These are window and it shows atrophy ones from being impacted by the fray effect.
So it's like right in the center of the brain.
Yeah, it's our antenna. Some of us have better antennas than others. And some have the transceiver aspects of the brain that transmit what you receive. That's
This is the stuff that I talk about.
it is limited. She doesn't exactly get into it.
Right, yeah, she's very mysterious about some of it.
Actually, I believe she's part of that
Which group?
the group
That's doing the studies?
that's presented these programs. Yeah, it's like one group with Tim Taylor and the guys from NBC. But actually, when I talked about Chris Bledsoe and all those guys, here's this got a recognition patch from the satellite launch.
This is it. How'd you get this?
eBay. There's dudes selling mission patches on eBay. As soon as Alexis talked about it,
So he just recreates it. That's cool.
I think that's the original.
Do you think it's in the
That's what he did. It didn't have a certificate of authenticity.
Right.
But there's indication that this technology.
So this lady that uses
Yeah, and it's NRO 35 National Reconnaissance Office launched 35 on Brandenburg was the trumpet system, and that's
7 trumpets of doomsday.
7 trumpets of the apocalypse. Yeah, and it was the Jeroboam system. And we run numbers if the energy weapons that they're measuring the effects from relate to this. The NRO,
They were launching satellites. There were 7 satellites. Is that correct?
there's 7 in this trumpet system.
In that trumpet.
So it's an overall system called Jeroboam. And I'm probably just
Oh, that's some Greek shit.
so Jeroboam was
Can you search that, Steve?
Jeroboam. Yeah,
What year?
it's like somebody's gonna be like, here,
What year? What year those satellites launched?
over the course of quite a few years. You can look up actually, you can look up the NRO she's on YouTube.
Oh, it's just Hebrew. Wait, what? The Romanized. He was again Jeroboam, son of Nebat, according to the Hebrew Bible, the first king of northern kingdom of Israel.
He supposedly took the kingdom away from Solomon and Solomon's sons and led them into idol worship. Worship the idols. So the golden calves and the idol worship the Israelites fell for.
Yeah.
Or fell against that clearly raising Dr. Jeroboam's doing. You got Bledsoe talking about like the lady after the job. Let me show him the Jeroboam's like, gosh.
Do you think it's all? What do you think's going on? Do you think he actually believes the stories?
Yes.
See, you doesn't. What I mean, like, I don't know what to make of this story. Like the crazy stories about like you can't verify this stuff. But with Bledsoe, the one thing you can't discredit is those orbs that fall.
Yeah, you see videos where some of them, even in
No.
it's crazy.
Really?
Everybody go follow our Instagram and check it out.
Hell yeah. Let's pull it up, Steve.
Yeah, anybody can do this. It's not, you're not special.
Credit card. I don't need medical bill.
Like, this is something that you can do.
Anybody can summon these orbs.
Anybody can do.
What?
But like, check it out. We had 5 people work together with these, and they were focusing on the exactly this guy up here. There it is.
You did it.
I got a blue check.
All right.
Scroll on down, we got orbs, scroll up a little bit. Mystery light's not as big a deal.
Mystery lights, not a big a deal. Bottom right, Steve. Down there.
There are many people out there posting videos of things they see in the sky that are misidentified satellites, planes, and other normal things. But this is what it looks like when something truly anomalous is going on. If you watched my previous video, you know that a few years ago we did an event here in Tennessee where we had friends out to an astronomy site. Over the course of the event, we had well over What are these mysterious lights? Call them UFOs, call them blimps, call them whatever you wish. They showed up over the course of the guided meditation where we were using our mind-to-mind technology. And here it is. This is what it actually looked like. A cluster of lights just over the house, low on the horizon, but they would twinkle and they'd move on. And as I said, there were between 30 and 40 of them. We were using our mind-to-mind technology. And this started about 6 minutes in, which would equate to the introductory period that the mind-to-mind actually runs for before it gets into the working program. So these things showed up around that time. We persisted for about a half an hour and then twinkled out and went away as people stopped doing the meditation. So it was happening while they were focused on making this happen. Very obviously, these are not planes or satellites, and we are thousands of miles away from any Asian country sending up Chinese lantern. I'm not going to sit here and try to oversell you on anything, try to weave in some belief system, tell you that a goddess came down and gave me a message about the fate of mankind, because we all know you. Instead, I'm just going to give it to you plain. This is what it was. This is what it looked like. Anomalous things can and do happen, especially if you're using correct techniques.
So, have you ever got he gets them to come really close, like, and they're always right in his backyard.
Sure.
What do you think that is? He has it all over his Instagram every day.
I'll be close up. Anything tangible. Because you have Robert Duncan lights, which I would show you that you can do femto lasers and create like holograms out of it. And he's a hell of a John Alexander who developed that technology. Who is? What's up?
Oh,
That's my face. He's wearing a CIA in the picture with John Alexander.
Go to Bledsoe. I want to show you what Bledsoe posts every day.
Now, I need to tell you this. I've spoken to Bledsoe's son, and he's seen
They're amazing. Yeah, I had Chris and his daughter out here. Whatever's going on, it's real. Like whatever these orbs are, just put them in the latest one.
Well, is it real or is it is it a thing?
Well, it's something.
It's something.
It's something. When I say real, I don't mean it's fucking angels, but it's something's there. It's not. He's not doing special effects.
That's again. You don't know that. You don't know if the guys around. Tim Taylor, SA, and John Alexander are doing it.
Like, do you think they're fucking really sick in his backyard every night doing it? Like,
yeah, because he's a kind of piece. He is just disarming. He's a teacher group that people generally like, and he is a very good mouthpiece for their agenda and relationship. So I think from that standpoint, it's amazing. That's all I'm saying. It's amazing. I like seeing things from things that
definitely a possibility. It's definitely far. I think it's more possible that that is true. That take from the Bible.
If they tested these,
That one's pretty wild.
but it might be a thing that might be. They did testing reddish and purples.
Yes.
Back in the 70s,
Yeah.
they tested non-lethals to see what the security was. The security response would be using non-lethals instead of trying to predict what was existing. They were using these in free space, three-dimensional space, using drugs that were put out with a mist that they had to put them in a suggestible state to see these things, to see if they freak the fuck out and influence society using non-lethal weapons. These have been used for years, and they have. There's a video out from the military themselves talking about using these. You can pulse the air around them, and you can put out a voice from them. You can talk to them in the air. So they're using it for security purposes. I'm not kidding. Check out the military laser that you talk to.
Oh my God.
And who knows how that's out. This goes back to World War II. Here's that's a world exclusive advantage of this. Back in World War II, there was something called the Battle of the Beams. The Germans figured out that they didn't have to bomb a factory with sand. They could focus two weapons on to those risk factors, for example. And they could have a sound box. The bombers were flying listen to the sound. Once they got over pain as it gets the box, they could do a sightless, they could do a mist, they could bomb these factories, and the British didn't know what they were doing. They could do this. It's Wikipedia Battle of the Beams. What the Germans also found was that this sighting system, as it converged them, it would excite them, it would create a state, and that light would interfere with the electronics on the nuclear. So fighter planes, bombers, or whatever. Those were the Germans were doing this in really everything good as they know. Like converging these things in the sky, interfere with the electronics, conflict in the Germany. And then the British came out with the Flying Saucer Research Group in 1950. So Henry Kissinger got ahead of this by creating a flying saucer group, the first one in the world, through British intelligence to cover this up. Because this was a viable technology. It goes back to the 1920s. They had robots. You could find things. It wasn't a physical drone that would go up here. Virgin, just like Robert Duncan's legend, the Virgin, it wasn't a machine still. It could be Virgin, created ionized the air, created fire.
Like it's what did you call it? We called it Blue Beam, the Project Blue Beam, where they can.
Yeah, I don't think it's not even Blue Beam. I think that's a myth that was pushed out to the ship. So she's got Blue Beam. That's there. This stuff absolutely exists. It's been around since World War II.
Okay. I need you to search for what he said previously to this. He said, what did you call it? Military wars that talk to you or something?
Yeah, look up on I did a video on military lasers
That talk. Oh my god. We just figured out the title of the podcast.
military times.
Okay.
Military times, but that stuff goes back a long time.
Okay. Beams, a flashing light and shouting over a loudspeaker to keep people away from sensitive areas. New technology is being developed that could allow troops to fire a laser that can form a plasma ball that talks to potential intruders.
Yeah, there's a video of it.
Right there.
That's the one. Awesome. Sorry, not all over the place. There's a lot to cover.
The panel scientists have been testing on an early weapon that can make laser plasma balls talk. Well, the laser uses plasma effect to save on the point, not as the weapon directly. What they've done is basically create a laser that can shoot out to a certain distance, and they can pipe in sound and sound waves through it, and actually make human voice sounds in the And what's become useful is around an area of perimeter security. Essentially, you can shoot out this laser, you can just talk to the people on the edge of the perimeter rather than sending troops out there and tell them to get away, or you're going to shoot, or get away, or use other means to destroy them. And that same laser can be used actually to target individuals and create through pinpricks and microscopic pinpricks in skin, even if you clothing. It's extremely uncomfortable to move out of the way on the media. At the same time, the exact same laser also makes it kind of a never-ending flashbang for medicine. Basically, what they call with a power source, they constantly create audible effects, deter and confuse and disorient people, just like a flashbang where you have kids that would only be able to flash once or twice, depending on the size. Now, it's still a few years away. They just finished testing to get the audio portion through, but in the laboratory that's this year, but they expect to have a beautiful version in the next 5 years to two technical series. We'll plug on the platform to use first crowd in an optical way to get to it.
Yes, push it. They've had that for decades. It's very
Wow.
but it's cool.
That's insane. It was published 5 years ago.
And the guy that was in charge was just after the introduction. So he was
That's like one of the craziest things about how all the CIA and our just you mentioned this book, you see NASA guy.
it's okay. Yeah,
The other guy, the moon guy, the guy who got the Apollo. What was his name? Steve will never forget that name.
I don't know anything about
Yeah, you can't find anything about him. But this guy, like, he drove from NASA and told him that he was the one in charge of mapping the moons and knew where the Apollo mission.
it. I would never have used it.
Yeah, but if you don't know anything about this stuff, like, you know, you're not paying attention to stuff. It's just something that you
Like John Alexander would never do a reading for me.
Why not?
He's got to go crazy. Yes. Yeah, I know he's out there. He's Dr. Death. I don't know. You got Chris Price out here telling me about these. I could live with a fire. Maybe you saw to see this. He's like, we've up. Dr. Death. Talk about the schizo.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, it's fishy, man. It's a lot of weird shit. It's a lot of weird shit in this thing, and it's the topic.
It's realized,
So
there's aspects of this movie that realize how weird the integration is creating fake abductees. It goes back to like Chuck Lee talks about one thing Valerie did. Who was the Tim Taylor before Tim Taylor. Valerie writes up, she's at the light right now. You have a picture of her actually. Yeah, in the that's what I got from there. You get Valerie. And Valerie was going around with Dr. Here she is. She was going around with Dr. Andrea Pavarish. Yeah, hypnotizing kids and making them think that they were in she told them that the space kids. Yeah, it was an MK project. Pavarish was an MK contract. Actually,
yeah, I read all about Taik in Annie Jacobs' book.
There's his book about what's actually going on. He had a kind of kids on it and still the hands of the FBI tried to keep him from publishing that, so he republished it.
No way.
Holy shit, bro. Thank you. That's about his research into testing technology. That
Oh, look, it's all in typewriter.
yeah, it's the draft. We got it from the woman that lived with him. We got it from her.
So Kuhart was also working with Gary Geller, right?
He was so Kuhart. That's so he was an army. Went to school during the Army's time. Went out immediately working for the Army, Navy, and CIA, but also British intelligence. Aldous Huxley was in John Blake was in all this comes down from British intelligence, including Yorkshire, ultimately science with British.
In Kansas?
Yeah, Henry Tizard started meeting with the CIA brass and Montreal. Yeah, there was British intelligence after all this so they started all of this that really. But Marsh was their contractor put across the different groups, different agencies, and there's a video of Steve. This is a great one if you want to see computer technology in action. It's one step beyond the sacred mushroom.
Or one step beyond the sacred mushroom.
One step beyond the show, it's the sacred mushroom. It's on YouTube, and it's Marsh is there flashing lights and people are hypnotizing you to make this like portion. There it is. Right there. Keep going. That's the early photic and magnetic stimulator that the SCT was using large developed to put people in their states. It's an American version of the radiation.
Sounds awful. Sounds diabolical.
What is this thing actually doing? After this, he goes off of this psychic test and finds that he became much more accurate and truly possible. So it's opening up some ability that is the intent of this. But it's putting it in a hypnotic state. This is his test. He's doing dermo-optical vision, seeing through things, which is, they actually studied this. It's in the congressional record.
Really?
Yeah, I'll tell you about that in a second. So when they did the church committee, they asked if they had any open projects still being done.
I'm lying down the video, Steve. I'm subtle.
Yeah, they asked if they had any ongoing projects going for NPO church, and they're like, we only have one, and it's a doctor who's testing pregnancy through his hands in the that's British. So we were at that time, and then the next year, this was all going on behind the scenes as a portion of the Army, Navy, and CIA's projects into it. There's always a psychic element. I did a video about Dr. George Escorts in the FBI trying to show his services to the FBI, going back and forth with J.F. about using training techniques in the 1930s with documents that prove this. There's a training trip for this. Yeah, it's early 30s.
You think they're still doing this stuff today?
I'm sure it's
Really? What do you think it looks like today? What kind of stuff do you, what kind of tools do you use for that?
TikTok and Instagram. I leave it there. I think of anything. I think you've asked. I guess I get to react to people.
Right.
It's just a pattern of communication. Replicate that with an AI and figure out what the person's individual needs are, and actually really the lead person.
Have you ever heard of something called the Brain Health Initiative? Allegedly, this is like the new MK Ultra that's based in, I think it's Mexico or somewhere in South America, and it was put together by Obama. You search Obama, the Brain Health Initiative, and essentially it has something to do with how all of the tech devices that we have, from our TV to our phones to our computer screens, have this specific frequency of blue light, and it's not. And what it does is it like hijacks our circadian rhythm and our dopamine system, and basically turns us into like dopamine slot machines.
Yeah, I was about to tell you last night. That's my
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
That's
And I also believe during the Obama years when they banned full spectrum light bulbs, the incandescent light bulbs, they banned them for not efficient enough. So,
there's a lot of work that went on, but republishing some of the works in translation. The internet views where I use the Mexican archbishop as the guy himself. And
how do you say his name?
that's the Grinberg. It's Grinberg Silver Guy. And it's Hackabar J C O B O G R I S B E R G. And he's he did a ton of research into this. He did the Persinger experiments between Mexico City and India in the 70s. So Persinger was recreating research, but he was doing a coalition between two. So that's all research from the 70s that Gregor first. Gregor was missing, questioning his facade, came up, ended up going escaping to the United States. Yeah, he's got some interesting stuff. He was at conferences in college, George Hill, and Jacques Vallée, Costa Rica, for some of his works. He was involved in groups as well. And they were doing Star Kid research. So, all of that scene that I showed you, something tells me kids, they're Star Kids, they're contactees, some of that. He was doing that himself in Mexico City, one of the same kind of experimentation.
Have you ever heard of Streamer Story?
Yeah, and he was,
Texas, right?
yeah, that's stories about how he studied taking the Air Force bases in San Antonio.
Yeah.
Between late 40s, early 50s. There, he says, overlaps between Jersey and West as the heavy state measure of that 70s.
Yeah. He also talks about he was sent to Mexico to some secret place that he basically talked about. He did talk about it on one radio show back in the day, where he says that him and a bunch of other children were shown footage of dead people or people being murdered and told that they were responsible for the murders to induce some sort of trauma.
Yeah, that's part of the reason. So I'm not splitting them off into so many. He created a partition so that you don't remember the bad things if you're a kid. And that bad stuff is still in the subconscious.
Yeah.
And that can be used to create. That's what Escobar was doing with the FBI. He was doing it at civilian conservation programs during the Great Depression. He was driving around hypnotizing people and creating pictures that he could hypnotically induce and come out and they could know information. It's just prevention. So he was doing it.
So how does that work? I'm not smart enough to understand how you can induce like some serious psychological trauma in a kid, and you're saying that they create a split personality, one that they suppress.
The kid's got to go out with its life and healthy, happy life and be somewhat functional. And if you get enough trauma or that, they got to partition that somewhere.
Yes.
And that partition
Right.
is a different person. For all intents and purposes, it's a different consciousness that can be programmed. There's a different, fully functioning person that can go out there and gather information from that and get pissed about it. Is that one doesn't know that exists, it doesn't have that.
And how do you? So I'm assuming that
the goals behind creating a separate person is to get them to work for them, to do like secret shit for.
I think so. That was the offer to, and it was just an offer. We took a look on to Jacob. That I'm going to hypnotize 3 people, create an altar within them, send them out to FBI headquarters, work for the FBI. The normal personality will work for the FBI. Their altars can go off and infiltrate organized crime with the double agents that we can then go in afterwards and get information about this person.
And how do they manage which person they are and what time they turn into what person?
It is as simple as leading somebody through hypnosis at its core is organized fantasy. Having somebody come along into your life and make believe with you by talking them through it. Okay? That can be extremely powerful. I think it's not something that you petition people off letting them know that you absolutely can't. That was figured out. They figured it out in the 1700s. Our people persevered and figured it out in 1783. How to hypnotize somebody now is some unreasonable skills and nothing really good. But they've been doing it ever since.
Well,
200 years.
It's almost like that Severance show in real life.
I never watched that.
It's about basically these people that there's this huge company called Lumen where all the employees agreed to have a brain chip installed in their brain to where they go to work right as their normal self. They get in the elevator, and as soon as the elevator goes up to this severed floor, it flips the switch, it goes to another partition. To where basically, essentially, when they leave work every day to get in the elevator, they go down, and then their next memory is right back in the elevator going to work again. And then their home life is completely separated from their work life.
That literally exists.
But without a brain chip with some sort of hypnosis stuff.
Right. So what it was back in the 1700s, you had mesmerism. That's on time. My friends at the time, he was doing mesmerism, and we think that that's silly. In the 1840s, they changed the name from mesmerism to that became great. You surgery and executions on people. They wouldn't remember what they're like being indicated in Europe or something, because they didn't have a medical facility to do this. In Southeast Asia for British. You can hypnotize a person, do the surgery, bring them back and have the come on. And it continued on literally from the 1840s medical hypnotism until the 1920s and 30s. There's always another layer on that. And when people were in their somnambulistic state, they had psychic ability. Take a person, sit them in a chair, take a person to one room, and count another city. Little friends to other cities. Change the time of your pocket watch, and they know what time to change it. And this was going on years before we even knew any of that. And that's the book's refined technique. He used it too for movies. He has a book where he created the first one of movies. Actually, it was a magazine that he admitted to that. He has a book that's a fictionalized version of that, and there's a documentary on his doing from the early movies. So at least until then, it was being covered up by the Society for Scientific Research in Great Britain, who were studying these things as well. And they were trying to figure out what the true potential of the hypnotized person was. It wasn't spiritualism and table tipping and all that shit. That's a cover story for what they're actually able to accomplish. There's tons of research in the old books. Shit that we are just getting to right now. We Stanford research and what healing and psychokinesis and stopping hearts. Stopping hearts. One of the lots of research in Israel